Namaskar and a very pleasant morning and warm greetings from DELNET Developing Library Network, New Delhi, India. Professor Saket Kushwaji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, and the Chief Guest of today's inaugural function, Dr. Vinita S. Sahaji, the Director, Indian Institute of Management, Bodh Gaya, Bihar, and the guest of honor of today's inaugural session, Shri K. Jayakumarji, President DELNET and Chair of today's inaugural session, Dr. S. S. Murthyji, Vice President DELNET, Dr. P. R. Goswamiji, Treasurer DELNET, the invited speakers of NACLIN 2022, including Mr. Prahlad Jadhav, Professor Dr. Rupak Chakravarti, Dr. G. Janardhan, Dr. Geeta Malhotra, Dr. Surabhi Pate, Major Vinit Kumar, Dr. Jagtar Singh, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly, Dr. Nabi Hassan, Dr. B. N. Bhatkar, Dr. Sheetal Tang, Dr. M. D. Baby, Dr. B. B. Das, Dr. Mayank Trivedi, Mrs. Anurupa Nayak, librarians, library and information science professionals, library and information science, education, admissions, institutional administrators, organizing secretaries of NACLINs, faculty members, IT officials, researchers, scholars, students. The DELNET staff has its head office here at New Delhi and coordination units at Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Pune. Ladies and gentlemen, I, DELNET Developing Library Network, New Delhi, extends a warm, hearty welcome joining us today from various parts of India and also the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022, being organized and repositioning libraries, exploring, engaging, and expanding next-gen library users, being organized by DELNET from today, that is December 14th to December 16, 2022. We are much honored with the gracious President in response to the 25th NACLIN with registrations crossing 2,900 plus mark. Today is a all of us are celebrating the milestone of organizing the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, organized annually since 1998 by DELNET. On this occasion, we express humble homage and tributes to DELNET, late Dr. H.K. Kaul, the founder director DELNET, instrumental in conceptualizing and institutionalizing NACLINs with his vision of transforming the libraries and empowering library and information science professionals. The Infinite Professionals remains highly committed to continue its relentless efforts to contribute to of the scholarly community by providing its timeless information support through the networking of libraries and to empower the library and information science professionals by organizing continuing professional development programs. NACLINs since 1998, and these NACLINs were organized in collaboration with the institutions University of Hyderabad, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Jadavpur University, University of Pune, in Bangalore, University of Jammu, Karunya University Coimbatore, Punjab University Chandigarh, BITS Pilani Goa, Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, Malviya National Institute of Technology Jaipur, French Institute of Pondicherry, Gulbarga University, Geeta Vizag, and since 2020, NACLINs have been organized in the online mode owing to the pandemic situation. It is a profound welcome the special invitees of today's inaugural session. We would like to express our warm, sincere gratitude and thanks to K. Kushwaji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, for acceding to our request to be our chief guest and to inaugurate NACLIN 2022. Indeed, sir, much obliged and grateful to you for your enormous support and for your very kind presence this morning. We are much honored, sir, with your presence. Also take immense pleasure in welcoming the guest of honor, Madam Dr. Vinita Sahaji, the Director, Indian Institute of Management, Bodh Gaya, Bihar. We remain ever grateful to you, Madam, for your very kind acceptance and presence with us this morning, and we have you with us today. Thank you so much. I also have immense pleasure in welcoming Shri K. Jayakumarji, the President of DELNET. of today's session. We are much grateful to you, sir, for your continuous guidance and support to us, and also for gracing the occasion today as the chair of the inaugural session. Today's inaugural function, Professor Saket Pushpaji, who is a well-known Indian agriculture scientist and economist, serving as Vice Chancellor of the University Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh. Professor Pushpa served as a Dean and Professor in charge at several eminent universities, including Banaras University. Professor inspired youth in the country, and he has been recognized with several awards and recognitions from various organizations. Professor Kushwa dedicated himself to teaching, research, work, community services, and social service. His pioneering efforts in rural and tribal proximity and area of responsibility helped many needy and downtrodden to rise in life and break the shackles of poverty and backwardness. In imparting technical education, he has also taken initiatives to establish a linkage among 1,800 farm families, where he enlightened students from families and all available resources. He also focused on encouraging talented children financial help to sustain their pursuit towards educational fulfillment. The importance of environmental protection and need of green cover, a special drive, selfie went on for a large-scale plantation of fruit trees and various organizations in the country and also in Nigeria. Professor Kushwa has dedicated his life to serve the society through his contributions. It's a profound privilege for us to have Professor Kushwa with us. It's a pleasure for me now to request Chief Guest, Professor Saket Kushwaji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar, like the virtual digital lab, with the inaugural address of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library, and Information Networking. We would like to make a clip from here. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीम् वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधति पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा
We would now like to request our Honorable Chief Guest to kindly deliver the inaugural address of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library, and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022. May I request our Honorable Guest to kindly deliver the address. I request you, sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kaul, madam. Thank you very much. My greetings to all of you, warm greeting. We today in our midst, we have the chair of the inaugural session, Sri K.J. Kumar, President Delnet and former Chief Secretary. I think there's no problem. Am I audible well? Okay,
Yes.
let me continue. Otherwise, every other line, I'm going to ask you this question as a teacher, that whether I'm audible or not. But let me continue. Let me repeat again my greetings, warm greetings to Chair of the inaugural session, Sri K.J. Kumar, President Delnet, Chief Secretary, and Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. In our midst, we have guest of honor. I used to call Dr. Vinita Sahay, Madam, as a Iron Lady. She has worked in Bihar, and I have also worked in Darbhanga. So when we met in Nagpur, then I decided to give this title to her, Iron Lady of Bihar. Okay, my greetings to the very honorable guest of honor, Madam Sahay. We in our midst, the mover and shaker of the program, none other than Dr. Sangeeta Kaulji, the director Delnet. My greetings to you, Madam, Developing Library Network, New Delhi, and others, other organizing team members who are here. My greetings to library and information professional from across the globe, who I believe am informed that there are excess of 2,000 in numbers. Those who have connected for this 25th virtual conference Delnet. And at the outset, let me tell you one thing, that why this is important and how I see this particular convention. First of all, I have to put on record the contribution of late Dr. Kaul. Because of Dr. Kaul, we are seeing this day, and then I salute to the vision. I have not met him personally, but when I visited Delnet in the recent past, then I was able to see the quantum of energy, and then I was surprised that even my university is also part and parcel of this system. And let me tell you, before I continue my talk, one of the greetings which I wish to extend to Dr. Kaul, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul also, the efforts they are putting. Recently, I remember that one of the researchers from the network wanted to have one particular manuscript, copy of a publication, and it was available somewhere in Africa, but that particular organization is not part and parcel of this network. So, but then Dr. Sangeeta Kaul from this platform, actually, she tried to contact the publisher of that particular magazine journal, and then she was able to locate the people over there, and they are able to send that particular article. So this is personalized effort. So that is why I'm very interested to tell people that why we are supposed to have one common group and why we should be part and parcel of this network. So let me repeat again at the outset, I would like to congratulate the Delnet for this consecutively organizing 25th conference, undeterred by COVID-19. You know, COVID-19 has given a lot of things, bad and good memories, both good, bad, good, bad, and ugly kind of thing. But during pandemic 19 also, this is now third convention virtually organized, and I think they are doing it. 2020 they did it, 2021, and now 2022 they are doing it. The organizing team observes to be acknowledged. From my side, this is my greeting, personal greetings to them. But I believe that on behalf of RGU and on behalf of all other libraries we have in the country, the theme they have crafted, I mean, they have created redefining and repositioning libraries, exploring, engaging, and expanding for next generation library users. Let me tell you, madam, how I see it. I remember when I was student at graduation level in BHU, I was also doing NCC. So when I was called for firing range, so my sergeant told me load, cock, aim, fire. So this is how you have done it, exploring, engaging, and expanding. I think that's a good. It is there's a big rhythm in it. So my kudos to you and to your team for creating this particular format and this thinking about this particular topic, the redefining and repositioning libraries, exploring, engaging, and expanding for next gen library users. The key ingredient, as highlighted in the sub theme, exploring, engaging, and expanding, add values to the main theme. That is, I mean, of course, you can all see it, redefining and repositioning library resources for the user of upcoming generation. Well, to me, I think all of you are aware that when we are talking about exploring, then exploring what? You see, nowadays, when we talk about exploring the document or maybe exploring the area avenues, there are so many other things are associated. First of all, you have to, if see, to me personally, I feel that books are not the substitute for Google. No, I mean, this is my personal feeling. I don't know how other people are seeing it, but I feel that, and having a library, see, nowadays, maybe because of the people of my age, because somehow some of us feel that we are not very techno savvy people, but we feel that there must be a place in our houses. Whenever we are having a house, we create a place where we have a small library. And what is the beauty of that library? So I believe that when we are talking about exploring, that means we have to reinvent ourselves. And with the use of technology, this exploration has become very easy. But exploring what? You have to explore the you see, if it has to be virtual exploration, that means you have to really identify or coin the keywords through which you can search the quality kind of document or content you are looking forward. Then nowadays, that means it has two components. One, exploration through virtual mode, through Google or any other browser you have, Chrome or any other browser you have. Then through uh, people of my age, we used to explore the things in library. And there are two type of exploration in BHU. I'm a student of Banaras Hindu University, and we have a central library, Gaikwad Central Library. There, when I was going as a master's degree student, then on the first day, I was given a tutorial by then librarian. I think I cannot remember his name exactly. I have just forgotten because of my aging. But then I was giving tutorials. So who is going to give you tutorial when we are searching, exploring the documents on online? So there's a need for us to have also a protocol for that one. So this is one. And then engaging. You see, nowadays I feel that next generation, this is the era of NEP 2020, and naturally after a few years something else will be floating in the system. So then we should engage ourselves. Uh, the bearing must go back to NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020, and then I believe that the professionals, you see, nowadays we are all having e-resources. Most of the universities somehow are engaging themselves for purchase of e-resources, and there's a lot of limitations. Only in the recent past, I discovered that when I wanted to give access to my 25,000 students registered in Rajiv Gandhi University through 45 colleges, then I was stuck at one place because giving access to those people somehow was violating the Copyright Act also. So there's a need for us to explore that possibility also, that whatever e-resources or whatever resources we have, any digital resources must be given chance. One nation, one policy must be given chance to those people who are not able to reach to us somehow. And during my recent discussion with Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, madam, I think she also gave me a little hint that how they are putting efforts that in case suppose in Rajiv Gandhi University, in my university where I'm vice chancellor, I'm looking forward for some of the books and journals which are not available in Rajiv Gandhi University. I could simply pay the cost of the courier, and for 30 days they will be able to get the material which is required at Rajiv Gandhi University and my end from JNU, Delhi University, all the members institutions of Telnet. So that is one of the unique facilities which I see that people are hardly using it. In my university also, I remember that in 2012 only, or 13, we are able to get some of the books which we did, of course. But then where is the fear? I mean, there's a fear also. What is that fear? You see, somehow, when I believe, I have seen, I have witnessed, I was member of Banaras Central Library. There I have seen that somehow some people, I will say students, but some people, I have replaced word people by students are used by what people. Some people are removing some of the pages. They are killing the pages. I saw a lot of books torn out. So I believe that when we get the documents or maybe books from other places and we get them back, and then some pages are removed, then image of borrowing distribution is also somehow a mistake. So I believe that is for us to explore all those kind of things, then engage ourselves, and then there's a need for library professionals also to yeah, madam. I know I have time. So
Yeah, some audio, sir. I'm sorry for interrupting you, sir. There seems to be some audio issue, sir, which has emerged. There's an echoing which is happening, sir. I believe, sir, yes. Sir, I think, sir, the mobile phone is perhaps switched on, and it's because of that. So sorry for interrupting, sir.
Madam,
So please unmute yourself once again. Please, kindly, sir. I think, sir, some.
My mobile is off. I mean on flight mode. I don't know. Maybe let me again. Give me 2 seconds.
So some issue has emerged. I think, so there is some issue. I'm just, sir, I'm, sir, just requesting you, if you may just kindly, sir, try once.
Now that okay.
Sir, some audio issue is there, sir? Some audio issue has happened, sir. Some audio issue has happened, sir. I think we had encountered, because since Professor Kushwaji is today not at Rajiv Gandhi University, he's traveling for some official work, and we could notice some interruption, some disruption because of the internet access, and so we sincerely regret for the same. We would like to get connected with him. He's trying to log in again into the system, and we do hope that we would be able to. This is really what happens,
Madam, am I audible?
Sir, you are very much audible, sir. Yes.
And I think you can see me also. Sorry for all this trouble. And that is one of the problem of e-resource, I mean, networking also. I'm very far. I'm in Sikkim, and area, I mean, network in this area is bad. But let me continue. So we have to expand, now this is the era for Atmanirbhar Bharat also. So, but then how do we define the definition of Atmanirbhar Bharat in context of library? So there's need for us to also expand some of the mechanism, like the moment we start exploring ourselves without having any background knowledge, then there are several threats like cyber attack. So there's a need for us to also look into those kind of issues, that while we are expanding our uses of library e-resources, we have to also expand the base knowledge of all those kind of things. So there's need for that one also. But then how the professionals could be useful? You see, in Rajiv Gandhi University, I can tell you, madam, I think you are also aware when Dr. Malthes was there as a librarian, we used to organize the programs for our user also as well as professional also. So every 3 months, we used to have program for different kind of, like we used to have program for teachers, professors, associate professors and assistant professors. We used to have program for PhD scholars. We used to have programs for master's degree student and UG student also. Why I'm trying to tell you is this thing. You see, when you try to expand the reach, then there's a need for you to put some extra effort. It might take some longer hours. Like I have started opening my library up to 10 p.m. Some of the institutions are also opening their library up to full whole night. Like in BHU, up to 12 midnight they are operating. But then there's a need for us to have vigil also for those kind of things. So then there's a need for us to know the role of society also very important. You see, as I told you that when we are talking about library, the one episode I can remind you about Nalanda. Why I said role of society is very important. You see, when Nalanda library was put on fire, and for 2 years, I don't know, it is my personal feeling that all resources which was stored in the library was not burned down. Some of the resources, that mean books or manuscript, were stolen also, and some of them were transported also. But this is my personal feeling. It needs some investigation, or maybe some research is needed, that maybe somehow in some of our neighboring country will find some resources which was taken away from Nalanda or from the rich resource libraries of India. So why role of society is important? During that time, I expected society, people around that area who were benefiting not only by the creation of library. When Nalanda University was in place, lot of villages in that area developed. You know, nowadays we are having a concept of PG, paying guest. And so at that time also there was a concept of paying guests. People from throughout the world, globe, used to travel to Nalanda area, and they used to stay. Economy of that area was blooming. Restaurant was going on well. Even the language learning was one of the kind of private tuition over there also. I was told that lot of houses were involved for language teaching also, so that the various kind of scripts, various kind of documents could be given access to people. So there was a role of society also to protect the destruction of the library. So it never happened. So there's a need for society also to engage themselves in some of the productive purposes. I'm not saying that they are not engaged. They are engaged. They are trying, but somehow we have a component of shyness, that whenever I see one of the person near to me is trying to tear a page from the book, we don't bother. You say none of my business. Why to engage in fighting? So I will just turn my back and then go away. That is not the right. Anyway,
thank you, sir.
tell you,
Sorry for interrupting you, sir. Sorry for interrupting, sir. We have the, because of paucity of time, sir, because there are commitments both by, our other guests. So I'm extremely, my apologies, sir, for intruding into the space. We would have really liked to, continue listening to you. And we look forward to yet another opportunity, sir, to do that. And much grateful, sir. Thank you so very much for sharing your words of wisdom with each one of us and for setting the tone of the conference. We remain, sir, highly obliged to you for your very kind presence with us, sir, this morning. Thank you so very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yeah, much grateful to you, sir. Much grateful to you. The moment has now arrived to once again acknowledge the gracious presence of the most esteemed Dr. Vinita Sahaji, the Director, Indian Institute of Management, Bodh and our guest of honor of today's inaugural function of NACLIN 2022. It's a great honor and privilege to have you with us today, madam, and Dr. Vinita Sahaji, who has made the remarkable, profound distinction of being among the top 15 most influential women in education in 2022. I have profound privilege in once again welcoming Madam Dr. Vinita Sahaji, and a profound privilege in introducing you all that Dr. Sahai is the second woman in the country appointed by the Government of India to head IIM Bodh Gaya. She joined IIM Bodh Gaya as the founder director. Prior to joining IIM Bodh Gaya, Madam was a professor of marketing at IIM Raipur and worked at in different capacities as chairperson international relations, chairperson doctoral program, and chairperson of students affairs. She has widely traveled world over and is also a visiting professor at Aarhus University in Denmark for the last 9 years. Dr. Sahai attended Global Colloquium on Participant-Centered Learning, GLOCAL, at the Harvard Business School in Boston in US and Harvard Center at Shanghai in China. Dr. Sahai also participated in developing leadership, governance, and management in higher education program conducted by Leadership Foundation for Higher Education and UCARE in Birmingham in UK. As a chairperson international affairs, Madam has increased partner institutions to 18. The number of students exchange increased by 100%, and 2/3 of the batch went for IR exchange. As a chairperson of fellow programs, Professor Sahai started FPM in 2012 and EFPM in 2013, making it as one of the most sought after doctoral programs within a short span of 5 years. As chairperson of Students Affairs at IIM Raipur, Professor Sahai laid a very strong foundation for students' activities. Dr. Sahai secured first class with high ranks throughout her academic career and did her PhD with marketing as a major concentration area. One of the most fascinating aspects that we are able to see in Madam's profile and her specialization, and that's on the customer values. And I think each one of us really would be wanting, to learn a lot from her, because that's the area in which the library and information science professionals to get further guided. Madam has over 23 years of experience and has published widely and with a number of large research papers in various national and international journals. It is a profound privilege and honor for me now to request Madam Dr. Vinita Sahaji to kindly deliver the guest of honor address. It's a profound privilege, ma'am, to have you with us today. And it's truly, truly an occasion that we are going to remember and cherish. And we remain grateful for your time, ma'am, in being there with us in gracing this occasion. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, I just request if I can be unmuted.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta ma'am, for such a lovely introduction. Deeply indebted. And namaskar to Saket ji and Mr. Jay Kumar. Indeed, it is a privilege to share platform with you. My presence today is to celebrate two things. One, first, the initiative of Telnet. Dr. H.K. Kaul, I think, a huge contribution by the individual to make the organization that Telnet is. And of course, very ably supplemented and supported by Ma'am Kaul these days. I can say it with so much of conviction because whenever I'm given a chance, I make it a point to be there. So yes, I personally have this privilege of enjoying these spaces that they have created in Delhi. I choose not to stay in 5 stars, but to be there in Delhi. Primarily because that's a space where as an academician, I feel I come alive. And that is what is the spirit of a library. Other day I was reading some quotes, and one quote from Albert Einstein really kind of touched my heart, and it was saying that only thing that you absolutely need to know is the location of the library. So imagine coming from Albert Einstein. And also another one which reverberated with me was when Neil Gaiman said that Google can bring you 1 million answers, but a librarian will get you the right one. So indeed, these two statements are not just statements. These two statements are testimony, and again, which I'm saying, are celebrating the presence of the library and the presence of the librarian. And that's what is the reason which I'm here today. We are here to celebrate Telnet, we are here to celebrate library, and we are here to celebrate librarians. And as an academician, I must say that you form a very, very fundamental base to what an educational institution is and can become. We only can possibly be as good as the kind of support, the kind of encouragement and initiatives which we face from the library. And library over years definitely has changed. And as Professor Kushwaha was mentioning, that we are in midst of creating a world-class state-of-the-art campus at Bihar. I think this is one role which made me appreciate the fundamental role of the library in an organization, because maybe when you use it in a existing setup, there's one way to look at it. But when you're creating spaces, so I very proudly feel that one space which we are absolutely passionate about in our new campus is our library. That state-of-art 4,000 square meter over 2 floors that we are creating. Because we understand that library today is just not a space. It is not just a repository of bookstores or a books. It is much, much more than that. In fact, that 1,000+ community that we currently have, and in times to come, we're hoping more than 5,000 students, that would be a gathering place. That would be a place where this whole community will be together. We will come together to share ideas, to discuss innovations. It will link people to the books, people to the resources, and of course, people to the people. So while we are creating our library, we are very, very careful, and we are very, I must say, mindful of the fact that our library must have 4 spaces. Definitely, it must have very focused areas where individuals can come and concentrate and actually delve deeper into the resources available. But it should also have some shared spaces where groups of 2s and 3s can come together and discuss. Not just that, it should have certain little bigger spaces where teams can come together and collaborate and collaborate. And needless to say, it should have social spaces as well. Because I know that is the kind of usage, or that is the kind of different angles with which the current Gen Z students looks at a LRC or library resource centers or knowledge centers, whatever new terminology we may give it to. Because of late, we don't use the word library. It's actually getting substituted by changing role that the library plays in the life of the student. And I sometimes feel like adding the 5th dimension to as well, a relaxing space, where in the midst of doing all these 4 spaces, they can actually go and relax as well. So yesterday when we were going through that 4,000 square meter area, we were clearly identifying that how have we segregated or how have we created these 4 kind of spaces in our library. Of course, a library today has to be absolutely equipped with the latest ICT, of course. The very fact that right from very beginning we had Koha in place, and we have been using these space for creating institutional repositories. And of course, we have used softwares like Drupal for developing websites, or all these content management softwares have been really, really very handy. Needless to say that our technologies like RFID not just gives us security, but also gives privacy to the users, where they don't have to be necessarily going through the formal process of interaction. They can just use it, all those checkouts and self-issue and self-checkout kind of counters, which are now a part of the modern library. So we all have to ensure that a new library has to be equipped with all of it. And now I feel like coming to the role of librarian. We've been very fortunate to have one such progressive librarian in our institution. Mr. Gupta is doing a great job, but I'm so sure that is because of the fact that every librarian today sees their role as very different from what it was to be. Because like other day I was going through some research which was mentioning that USA currently The global share of USA in terms of creating the research output is 15.84, and India stands at 11th with just about 2.08. Well, I won't say that we are ashamed of it, because this is also giving us a hope that with a country of 1.3 billion people, which I see as a 1.3 billion resources, we have arrived, and there is only one way for us, which is to grow up. And herein I see the role of librarian as very critical, because when we create, this student community and also the research scholar community, they really look forward to somebody who can not just provide them the resources in terms of ebooks, e-journals, e-databases, but also may help them to how to navigate through all of it, how to make the best and the optimum utilization of these resources. How do they, and librarians, no doubt about it, that they are trying to create these innovative spaces where people can contribute, people can come and join hands with each other and create these knowledge for the nation and for the country. And I must say, even associations like DENLET, organizations like DENLET, with more than 7,700 to be precise, institutional members across the length and breadth of the country, are really bringing people together. And one thing which I'm very, very passionate about, which I've always felt as an Indian, and when recently Ministry of Education started working on this, what we call it as ONOS, One Nation, One Subscription, I was extremely happy about it. So what I keep hearing is that from April 1, 2023, we would have an open access to all these national and international journals. I'm told that about 70 publishers are recommended, resources from 70 publishers are recommended by the Planning and Execution Committee, which are being taken into consideration by the core committee in the first phase of ONOS. And roughly about 116 CFTIs and central universities and institutions have come together, and they're going to be part of it. But this was long awaited. I'm hoping that this initiative by Ministry of Education will really give us, will really not just connect the schools, universities, and research institutions. They will benefit every Indian. And because we all understand that these resources were not readily available across institutions. So this service coming from ministry would really give us this wide access. And I really congratulate the ministry and everybody who has been behind this initiative to make it happen. I'm so sure this conference, which is happening over 2-3 days, will really help you all together to discuss a lot of such initiatives. And I'm so sure there's already so much of work happening, and each one of you will share notes, as they call it. And that's the beauty of creating these conferences and these knowledge spaces, where everybody from their expertise, from their learning, from their know-how, can share with each other, and together we will become something. Because I have always felt and said as a teacher that we are living in 2000, now almost in 2023, and in a country where roughly about 70% of the population is in the age group of 17 to 35. We are the youngest nation. And gone are the days when we as children we used to hear that one of the biggest problem of our country was population. To this stage where everybody has started recognizing that the big opportunity which we have in our front of our country is this population, this young population, which is the future, which is our hope. Hope with this conviction that the next another decade belongs to a country like us. But only thing which we have to ensure is how do we upscale, scale up, make this population knowledgeable? How do we ensure that these workers, these people that we have, they become the knowledge workers for the nation and for the world? And herein I see a very, very distinctive role of libraries and librarians to educate India, to enrich India, to prepare the young India for the future. The onus lies on you all. So please let us know what can we as heading, people heading the educational institutions do whatever that it takes to strengthen you all, to facilitate you all, so that in times to come, you must feel that you have delivered when the nation needed you the most. So my best wishes to all the libraries and all the librarians, and with this humble and modest conviction and commitment that whatever comes as suggestions to be implemented by educational um, leaders like us, we will make we will leave it no stone unturned, as they proverbially call it, to deliver them or to implement them. So, Sangeeta ma'am, I really look forward to the learnings from this conference to make us better, to help us make better libraries. Thank you so much for inviting me for this platform, and I remain committed to Telnet as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We really can't thank you enough for delivering one of the most enriching, most influential, most impressive, and truly an inspiring address at the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library, and Information Networking. We could not have really wished for anything more than this, and you have truly inspired, as you said, that the library professionals have to really get the country ready, and this young India, that each and every library professional have to contribute immensely to it. You have truly set the tone of this conference, have dwelt so wonderfully and beautifully on this redefining and repositioning the libraries, and also the need for the library and information science professionals to upskill themselves, and to really get themselves, ready for the need of the time. And thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, much grateful, obliged, to you forever for, your very gracious presence with us, sir, ma'am. We are going to really remember it forever, of your very, very kind, gracious presence, and for delivering the guest of honor address. On behalf of Delnet, I would like to now request the chair, Shri K. Jayakumar, sir, to kindly present the plaque of honor. It's a profound privilege for us to present the plaque of honor. And firstly, to our chief guest, Professor Saket Kushwaji, sir, I would like to request you.
Yeah.
And I'm requesting, yes, this is for Professor Saket Kushwaji, sir. Thank you so much for being, our chief guest for today's inaugural session, and for inaugurating NACLIN 2022. It's a very special NACLIN, as it's a silver jubilee of NACLIN 25th National Convention. So this is from sir, from our president. We take immense pleasure in presenting it to you, Professor Kushwaji. Immense pleasure in requesting the chair and the president, Shri K. Jayakumar, sir. Sir, this is for Madam Dr. Vinita Saheji, and ma'am, indeed grateful, sir. It is, ma'am, for you, and we are indeed much indebted for all your support, and it's beyond, our expression. We are much, much grateful to you. Much grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So now it's a pleasure for me now to request our President Shri K. Jayakumarji, the President of Delnet, and I would make an artist task of introducing. It's very difficult to really introduce someone who is has excelled all across in various domains. And as all of us are aware, that Jayakumar sir is a well-known educationalist, a thinker, an author, a poet, a lyricist, screenwriter, and a painter. He has a profound contributions of serving the Indian Administrative Service for nearly 4 decades, and has served as a Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, and Joint Secretary at Ministry of Culture, Government of India. During his career, he has held very important bureaucratic positions at various levels in the governments of Kerala and India, including District Collector and Kozhikode, Director of Tourism Department, Government of Kerala, Director of Public Instructions, Secretary Tourism and Culture, Managing Director Film Development Corporation, Joint Secretary Ministry of Tourism and Culture, Agriculture Production Commissioner, Government of Kerala. He also served as a founding Vice Chancellor of Malayalam University, and currently serves as a Director of Institute of Management and Government at Thiruvananthapuram. He has authored 45 books. His translations of Tagore, Khalil Gibran, and Rumi are well acclaimed. Sir has also received various awards and recognitions for his outstanding contributions in the field of public service and poetry. I would also like to inform you that Shri K. Jayakumarji is also the president of the Poetry Society India. It is also very astonishing to know that Shri K. Jayakumarji has written lyrics for nearly 100 Malayalam films and large number of songs for albums, televisions, and radio. He has also written and directed a children's film and has more than 17 solo exhibitions in India and abroad. I take immense pleasure in requesting you now, sir, to kindly deliver the presidential address of the inaugural session of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank you for your tremendous, guidance and support to Delnet and for spearheading, the entire organization, for which we remain ever grateful. Profound privilege, sir, now in requesting you to kindly deliver the presidential address.
Thank you,
Over to
Sangeeta.
sir.
Thank you, Sangeeta, for your very elaborate introduction. Most distinguished chief guest, Professor Saket Pushpaha, guest of honor, Dr. Vinita Sahai and Dr. Sangeeta, and the distinguished participants of NACLIN 2022. I thank Professor Pushpaha and Dr. Vinita Sahai for their illuminating addresses. They have no doubt enriched today's deliberations by taking their time off and being with us to share their thoughts on the subject of the day. It's a privilege to be a part of NACLIN, this National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking 2022, being held in the online mode. As the president of Delnet, I feel greatly excited that this organization has been holding NACLIN for 25 years. The fact that we are having this convention in 2022 in this online mode, that itself has considerable symbolic value. Now that the COVID-19 restrictions have gone away, it was in fact possible to conduct a physical conference. In fact, I argued for it. But the arguments in favor of an online mode greatly outweigh the arguments in favor of an offline mode. A few thousand delegates are participating in today's convention with little disturbance and disruption to their normal work. How can we resist the temptation of such enormous advantages of an online convention that has been made possible by the new technologies? This logic is an irrefutable fact. What is happening today is that the impact of a new defining technology is being felt across the globe and in almost all spheres of our lives. And that is the hallmark of a technology that changes human history. Seldom do we come across that kind of defining technologies. Electricity was perhaps the one discovery that had this kind of momentous impact on human destiny, on human lives. Even now, even this technology itself is driven by electricity. So electricity was one of the most defining discoveries in human history. And digital technology is the next momentous technology that has a civilizational impact. This is not only for the time being, but it has got a civilizational impact. It is changing and will continue to change even more drastically and dramatically the way in which we live, we study, we do business, we work, and the way even we think. I'm sure even the thinking will be impacted. Our pattern of thinking will be impacted by this new technology. So it is going to redefine our civilization. So limitations that were overbearing a few decades earlier are non-existent today. In fact, the younger generation wouldn't even believe that there were limitations in accessing knowledge, and this space and time was a major constraint. Nobody will believe that. People will tend to believe that everything was like this from time immemorial. What happens in the area of library and information management sector has tremendous influence, not only on the libraries, but on the intellectual landscape of our times. If you are continuing with the libraries as of today, I think we are sort of destined to sort of rot. And of course, what is happening in the library sector as a result of this information technology, and that affects the, and of course, that of course will have a bearing on the destiny of our young men and women and their intellectual adventures. It is their intellectual adventures that are going to decide what kind of a country we are going to live, and we might pass over, and even our children and grandchildren are going to live. That will define. It is our young people's intellectual excitement and adventures that will decide the destiny of this country and the society that we live. The role of libraries are perhaps one of the fast change. That it is the most I should say, one institution that has been most impacted by this technology is the libraries, because it has multiplier value. It has what is happening in the library has multiplier value. It is not what that organization per se undergoes, but the multiplication effect, the multiplier effect on the users and the institutions. So the technological impact is most acutely felt and should be felt in the library and information sector. Adaptation to the new technologies in the library sector is not an option, but it is an inescapable imperative. It is this facilitating role that Delnet has been performing with dedication and commitment. NACLIN is admittedly a manifestation of that deep commitment. Every year we facilitate the process of continuous updation of our awareness. The vision and foresight of Dr. H.K. Kaul in setting up an organization like Delnet nearly 3 decades ago, when technology was nowhere where we are today, it is so incredible. That vision was so incredible that one is forced to believe that it was a dictate of history. It was a command of history, and he has been handpicked by destiny to accomplish a task that would gain importance and recognition as years go by. The beauty of Delnet, if I may claim, is that in Delnet, people understand, people in Delnet, everybody understands that this great role that we have to play. It's a great responsibility that we are playing. It's not just running an organization, but we are taking up a responsibility. And that is the light lit by Dr. H.K. Kaul, because he himself had been handpicked by destiny to undertake a task which will have importance as the years go by. Let me welcome once again all the delegates of NACLIN 2022. You are our source of strength. Every time we have a conference, we are overwhelmed by the fact that large number of library professionals and other academics flock to our conference. What else can be more invigorating for an organization like ours than the continued support and goodwill of the large number of library professionals across the globe. Thank you very much, and wish you once again an enriching experience of NACLIN 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you indeed once again for all your support and for your words of enlightenment. You know, it's indeed, sir, something that we always feel so very grateful. And as you have pointed it out, that yes, the destiny is what, you know, Dr. Kaul was being sent, you know, to transform the libraries, setting up an organization in the times when no one had thought about, even the computers were not in place. It's all because of the forces, and we are able to carry forward under your, sir, guidance, under your leadership. The organization is gaining strength. We are indeed, sir, much grateful to you for all your enormous support to us. On this occasion, sir, this is a small memento as a token of our warm, sincere gratitude to you for being always a source of, you know, strength to us, and we really mean that, sir. A small memento from all of us, and this is with great, sir, admiration and also gratitude to you. It is a pleasure for me, you know, once again to acknowledge the presence of each one of you, and we indeed remain much grateful to our honorable guests of the inaugural function, including Professor Kushwaji, Dr. Sahai, who has graced as chief guest and as the guest of honor. We're much grateful to Shri K. Jayakumarji for delivering the presidential address. I would like to acknowledge, you know, the overwhelming response that we have received, you know, from each one of you, from our library and information science professionals, from institutional administrators, from the researchers and scholars, academicians across the country, and also from many other countries. We feel much humbled, you know, with your confidence, with for the confidence that and the trust that you have always been, and also for the enormous strength. You always keep on inspiring and motivating us to keep on embarking on this journey of library networking, and to spread and illuminate, the lives of our users, of our own library and information science professionals, but continuously keep on doing these professional programs. We indeed much grateful to you, each one of you, for your overwhelming response, and it really means a lot to us. I would also like to acknowledge the great support, and this is from the entire DELNET team. These the words of appreciation for my wonderful colleagues, who have been. It's not only the library networking that we are doing among the libraries, but yes, indeed, all of us, like a big team, we are working together to ensure that we are able to meet your expectations. I would like to acknowledge the great support, being extended, by my entire team at DELNET, and my very special appreciations to my wonderful colleagues who have been putting in their great efforts in seeing to it that we all are here today and in conceptualizing this program. But I would most importantly would like to acknowledge the great support, the timely support, which has been extended by our the resource persons of this conference, who are always being very supportive, and whenever we approach, they are always there around, to help us. Our very warm, sincere gratitude to all the resource persons who have really agreed very readily, to be a part of the convention, and also to share their vast expertise with each one of us, which would be the takeaways for the conference. We remain indeed grateful to each one of them for taking out time. We know that how hard pressed, the professionals they remain, but yes, they always come to our rescue. They always, are there around, and we feel much obliged, greatly obliged, for their enormous support, the tremendous support that is always being extended, by them. So our very sincere gratitude and thanks to the entire resource persons, who are going to give you the most knowledge enriching sessions during this 3 days conference. We are much grateful. We are also much grateful to all the other forces, seen or unseen, which have really made it possible for us, as being suggested and also being mentioned by the chair and our president, Shri K. Jayakumarji, that yes, we have been thinking and planning, to hold this year's conference in the physical environment. As all of us remembers that the NACLIN 2019 was the last conference that was held in the physical environment in person. But indeed, we are able to notice also that in the online environment, we are able to have a very wide coverage, and we are able to reach out. It's like reaching out the unreachables. We are able to do that. So we do pretty hope that, the forces would really help us in organizing the 26th NACLIN next year. And we have already started planning out holding it in a physical environment, but definitely there would be a hybrid mode so that we can have your continuous participation, because you motivate us, you inspire us, and we really want, to ensure that we are able to have that. So we remain much grateful to all forces, who have really helped us in doing that. And once again, would like to acknowledge the presence of each one of you, and would like to sincerely thank you, from the entire DELNET. We remain much grateful to you for your enormous support and cooperation, and also your continuous professional interactions with us, which means a lot. With this, we are on the closure of the inaugural session of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022, being organized by DELNET from today, December 14th to December 16th, 2022. We do pretty hope, and we are, look forward to having very fruitful deliberations, and really look forward also to your very active, participation in the deliberations. That would always be something that would really like, and let's utilize these online environments to the fullest by having a very active kind of an involvement of our professional colleagues who are have joined us from different nooks and parts of the country, and also from many other countries. So very shortly we are going to start off with our very first session, and that is the very first tutorial, which is on smart and innovative tools to enhance library services, which which is going to be shortly delivered by Mr. Prahlad Jadhav, the Associate Director Library at Khaitan and Company. We just request you that please kindly allow us another 1 or 2 minutes and we will be starting off the session. Once again, much grateful to each one of you for being there at NACLIN 2022. It really, really means a lot to us. Thank you very much indeed. A very good morning, Mr. Prahlad.
Very good morning to you. I'm audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You are audible, and it's a pleasure. Warm greetings from Delnet and also from each one of us, Prahlad. It's a profound privilege for me in welcoming Mr. Prahlad Jadhav, our invited speaker, who is going to conduct a session on smart and innovative tools to enhance library services. It's always a wonderful pleasure to interact, to meet, to see, even in this virtual environment, always to our most young, enterprising library colleague who has been, making a profound contributions in the field of library and information science. On behalf of Delnet and on behalf of NACLIN 2022, we extend a very hearty welcome to you, Mr. Prahlad, and it's indeed a lovely pleasure to have you with us today. It's a profound privilege for me to introduce you all to Mr. Prahlad Jadhav, who is a knowledge manager, a librarian, and an information science professionals with over 17 plus years of experience of working in some of the leading national and international companies. Mr. Jadhav is currently working as an associate director in library and knowledge repository at Khaitan and Company, a well-established big name, one of the most leading corporate law firm, and he's leading the knowledge repository function on a pan-India basis. Mr. Jadhav has previously had a stint at UPG College of Management, Thakur Polytechnic, Ocean Diving Center, and also at the University of Mumbai. Mr. Prahlad is passionate about technology, information, and knowledge sharing, which is so very close to the central theme of this conference of NACLIN 2022, and also its impact on both the corporate and the academic sector. The core areas, domain areas of specialization of Mr. Prahlad Jadhav remains for strategy for data information management, libraries and data management, knowledge management to personal knowledge management, search strategies for information retrieval, smart tools for teaching and learning, e-contents, library marketing, IPR, market treaties, cyber laws for students, cyber threats, and many more. I'm very happy and privileged to inform you all that he has more than 25 papers, research papers to his credit, and has also got many recognitions and awards for his outstanding contributions. And also, I'm very happy to see the kind of contributions that Mr. Prahlad is doing a lot much of social service. We really wonder and would may like to also ask him that, how he's so beautifully and wonderfully, able to create that balance of, doing something, apart from the libraries, also able to contribute to the society. And I'm very happy to inform you all, and we must really congratulate each one of us at Prahlad, not only me, the entire of our, the entire library fraternity and our attendees here would like to join me in congratulating you for receiving Vishwabhan Pratishthan Mumbai, awarded him with the COVID Yodha Award of 2021 in April 2021 for his dedicated work in the area of library and information during the lockdown period. Also, he has been bestowed with Paul Harris Fellow Award in 2021 by Rotary International, recipient of Top 50 Eminent Librarians in India for the year 2022, initiated by ULEX Learning Solutions, and also on account of the National Librarian Day, He has been awarded with the Dynamic Librarian Award from Levin Technologies, and he also has been granted, especially because of the work that he has done during the COVID-19 period. And also he has been given a Professional Development and Branding Award by Khaitan and Company. He has got many, recognitions, as I said, and yes, always have found him someone who is so grounded, someone who is always open, for having an extensive knowledge sharing. That makes him very, very special. That makes him someone who really stands out in the crowd, because he's always there to share his vast expertise, and that speaks volumes of a very true professional who is always there to help someone who is in need, to help someone who really needs his guidance, and his expertise. It's a profound privilege for us, Prahlad, to have you with us today. Thank you so very much. You are just a phone call away and always so supportive, which we greatly value. We wish you, many more, achievements, accolades, and also the, terrific work that you are contributing to the field of library and information sciences. It's great. It's much praiseworthy. I have immense pleasure once again in welcoming you, Prahlad, and thank you so very much for agreeing to be our invited speaker. And you are setting the very first session is now in your hand, and that's the first tutorial that we are holding it now, and on the topic, smart and innovative tools to enhance library services. Pleasure in requesting Mr. Prahlad Jadhav now to conduct the session. It's over to you, Prahlad.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a big moment for me. Somebody to whom I inspire, to whom I mean it. She's a mentor for me, and she's introducing me. It's a really big moment. Thank you, God. Thank you, my mom and dad. Thank you, my better half. And definitely thank you all my well wishers in the alliance, and not from alliance also. There are a lot of people's networking. NACLIN definitely a big moment when I spoke with some of my senior professionals that I'm going to talk in the NACLIN. So they say it is a very big moment for you, and definitely I'll share their experience, their thoughts on today's topics. What is the enhancement in terms of tools and techniques? First of all, I would like to say something about the networking, because Delnet is a concept of networking. And I know from last 17 to 18 years, I'm working with a law firm. I know the cost of the databases, man. Very frankly to you, we have to pay huge amount. Whereas compared to others, those who are working in the academic, and there are a lot of consortia, a lot of networks. One of the best example is Delnet. How much they are paying, I had a little bit idea, not in a detail, but still had, because there are a lot of good friends are working in the academic. They tell me how Delnet is working, how they are charging, what type of resources they are helping us. So Delnet is doing a very good job, and definitely it is not a helping. They are just as a supplement to the librarian profile. Wherever they require something librarian, they approach to the Delnet, and by hook and crook. I even know there are some example. The article is not in your network, still you are getting from outsource and you're providing the same. That is really salute to you for your work, for your team, and the dedication all you guys have. 2 days before, on Sunday, there was a Rotary Carnival in the area of Kabu zone, that is Kalyan Ambarnath Badlapur zone. And suddenly 2 days before, it was on a Sunday. So Friday, I called my president and I asked him, I want to do something different. So he just given me the permission, do what you want to, but please explain me what you are going to do. So I had suggested him, we will go with a mobile library for the citizen of that city. And then he said, we don't have the books, and even we don't have that type of infrastructure with us. So how we can do it? So under the CSR, we had certain projects, and we got 500 books from the Exim Bank under the CSR project, and another 110 books from one of the corporate houses. So I passed this message to him that books is lying with us. So can we use that? So he said, okay, one of the resources is ready. Where is the infra? So we went to the market and we are searching for some trolley, but unfortunately we are in the not in the main Mumbai part. So we didn't find a proper book book trolley. Then there is a Mani, still Mani. So we got it that and we fixed it a wheel. And then we came to the carnival at early in the morning, 6:30 with 110 books. Ma'am, I'm really proud to say that the first visitors in that carnival visited to our stall, and the last visitor also after completing that carnival. It may be at 10:30, still visitors are there. I'm talking about the networking. In that carnival, we had issued out 36 books. That is different story. What I want to say, out of that 36 users, they had donated me near about 250 books. So I'm giving only 36 titles for them for a month, but they had already donated me. In 2 days, they had donated me 250 books. And that is the power of the networking. You have to start from a single point. The nodes will connect it automatically. So this is the power of networking. And definitely networking is not only for a single person. It is about a group of people. It is a group of professions where a person can get a lot without investing anything. But we have to be believe in sharing, and sharing only the thing where you can get out of most out of that. So with these introductions, I would like to share my presentation with all of you, which is a very brief. How much time I have, ma'am?
You have time till 1 o'clock, means we can keep it for around 12:40 and then 20 minutes for interactions, Prahlad.
No
So
issue,
you have,
no issue.
yeah, yes, yeah.
National
Can
Convention on
we,
Knowledge Library and Information
Prahlad,
Network, NACLIN,
can we put it in the slideshow? Can we put it in the slideshow, Prahlad?
it's already in the slideshow.
No, we are not getting that.
Okay, wait a moment. I'll just come
Yeah,
up.
sure. Yeah, now you just put it in the slideshow.
It is in the
Yeah, this is
slideshow.
fine. This is perfect. This is very perfect. Please, yeah.
Okay. So NACLIN, National Convention of Knowledge Library and Information Networking, which is every year conducting by the Delnet. I had met Dr. Cole and Dr. Sangeeta Cole twice in my whole professional career. But what a pleasant meeting with them. They are ready. They are ready for anything which can be helped to the librarian. And such type of such type of passions will definitely help us in developing ourselves, in developing the library. So Delnet played a very important role, and I don't know how they are taking how they are taking users from the corporate, but twice or thrice I had inquired with them how they are going to entertain the corporate libraries. Ma'am, if there is anything, if you can do something with the corporate library, please let me know. I'll be the first person who can promote Delnet in a corporate sector also. I'm really happy to do that, because many times still we also face in getting articles, in getting the judgment. Second thing, networking. Many people ask me why Prahlad is in Prahlad presence in academic. If he is in the corporate, then why he's in the academic? Many of the conference, many of the seminar, many of the workshop he attended. Why? My very simple answer to them: because of network. Yes, I'm not only giving, ma'am. I'm also at the end. I'm also receiving. I receive a lot of helping hands from my librarian friends, those who are working in the library, for my article requests, for my something in terms of statutory requirements. Many times they help me. Every time I'm not only giving, many times they also give me. So that is the main, we have to become a bridge between in one sector to another sector. And networking is not only restricted to the person, it is not only restricted to the profession. It is a development of both person and profession. So I believe in networking. And again, another incident I want to tell you. Due to my Rotary network, I got connected with one of the biggest, one of the biggest organization in the world, and that is WIPO. And very soon I am coming up something from the WIPO which can be benefit for the librarians. It is in the pipeline, and if I get approval from the authority, definitely we are going to announce very soon. Maybe in the new year of 2023. I told a lot of things about the network. Please, all the women, all my good friend of women, this is just just for a funny. Don't take personally. This is a such type of network. सच बताओ क्या मुझे अपने घर का जितना पता नहीं होता है उससे ज्यादा तो मेरे पड़ोसी कुछ सेकंड में बता सकते हैं. सच में सीआईडी के बड़े बड़े अफसर भी इनके सामने घुटने टेक देते हैं. So this is the power of networking. Yeah, networking when people share, it will definitely become viral. So don't wait if you have something very good with you. Try to share them. Another example of in the year, if I'm not wrong, in 2006, my friend Sandeep Bhausar introduced me a lot of network which is available in the online forum, ManDeepNet, and then LibTech. So through that, I started sharing my whatever I'm finding interesting for myself to read in the library domain. I started sharing, and after a couple of years, people get recognized me. They are asking me to come and deliver the session. So this is not 1 or 2 days work. I am doing that thing from since 2006, and it is still on. And many times, I'm not expecting 100 people comes to me and say that mailer which was sent by it is very important. I'm expecting one reply. Out of thousands, I'm expecting one reply. Today, there is attendance of 950, more than 950. So I'm not expecting everyone should reply, but I'm expecting one reply. And if I get that reply, I'm satisfied for the next 6 months. So recently, when I was in, in Pune for my award functions, one of my friend met there, and he said me one important thing. He had cleared that net exam, and he had mentioned that, Prahlad, your mail was really helpful to us. At least from your mail, we got 10 marks in my net exam. And this is not only feedback from my side, this is the feedback of that group who's studying togetherly for the preparation of the net. So this is the benefit. This is the benefit. You start sharing, definitely there will be a receiver. I don't know in which corner it is, but definitely there will be a receiver and he will come to you directly or indirectly, and definitely he'll give back to you what he thinks about your work. So this is the incidents. I really thankful to Sandeep to introduce me all the networks at that time, and because of that, I am here in front of you. So I really thankful to that. Yes, there are a couple of people who don't believe in the network, and this can be a situation for that person, a bad network. And definitely there are a couple of personalities, those who don't believe not I'm talking about the sharing the knowledge, but they don't believe, they want to be alone, they want to be single person. So for example, solo librarian. But still, that is not a bad, but if you want to grow, if you want to improve, definitely a good network will help you. Just don't go outside. Lot of corporate vacancies, they are not available on any portal, they are not available any of the newspapers, they are circulated through the networks. Ma'am, total in Mumbai we had 5 people working in the library. You can imagine 5 people in the library in corporate sectors. Yes, because we do a lot of activities. Overall, we had 6 branches, so we had 15 people. Those are working behind the library. But what type of works they are doing? Amazing, they are working. Amazing, I can't measure it, but they are doing amazing work. I had certain case study of the KCU also, a couple of services which we are doing and how it is effectful to all of us. So I am talking about a bad network. So I would request them, don't feel bad, but start creating your network. It may be a day or two, it may be a month, it may be 6 months time. But once you started creating your own network, definitely people will join together, people will connect together, and a lot of new ideas are coming for you. So this is all how we can utilize your network for the good things. Themes for today's event: redefining and repositioning library, exploring, engaging, and expanding for next generation library users. Yeah, many people say today's users are very smart. Definitely, they are very smart because they had a smart weapon in their hand. What is that? That is a smartphone. Many Western countries are allowing user to bring their beyond, that is, bring your own device. So these are all challenges for the library. Earlier we have dealing with the printed version, but there are variety of versions now, printed, digitized, and born digital content. So we are we have to handle all such resources. So this is not only restricted to the resources. At the same time, the users are upgraded. Earlier, it was a very difficult task. So to to get the resources, but now it is really difficult task to get that user in the library. So the things have changed. So if resources are changing, if users are changing, if infrastructure of the library are changing, it means you have to define. You have to define yourself. You have to define your library. You have to define your library infrastructure. You have to redefine your users. You have to redefine your resources. The same way, the repositioning. A couple of days back, when I was interaction with my mentor, Dr. Dharmendra Sachan, who is the general manager at Exim Bank, he had said that now we have changed the library concept. It is open. It is there is no walls. People can come, take the book, sit at any corners, and at the end of the library there is a coffee corner, coffee table. They can take the book, they can go there and read. So infrastructure is also redefining and repositioning. So these all factors, users, collections, services, and your infra, these all factors are interconnected in terms of redefining and repositioning. Friends, believe me, earlier users are connecting to the library, but nowadays it is difficult to get them in the library. So in such scenario, we have to be enhance our services. In such scenario, we have to be a step ahead. अभी उनका ये हो गया. Now what else? We have to think that now what else? I have to think definitely after 6 months, after 1 year, what will be the new things I can introduce in my library. So that is the challenge where we have to think. That is the challenge where we have to accept. Ki Baba, this is the new task and we have to do it. Many of you know the Nokia touch button wala mobile. What happened to that? It is still in the market. Yes, it is still in the market, but not huge success. They had failed. Where they had failed? They had failed to redefine or redesign that product. Yes. Nowadays, there is a Samsung, there is another brand those are gaining popularity as compared to the Nokia. But at the initial stage, when mobile was introduced, Nokia was the master stroke in the market. People are only buying the Nokia phones, but they had not think for the future. They had not redesigned, they had not redefined their product. So today, in such a competitive world, it is difficult for them to sustain. The same thing apply to us. The same thing apply to our alliance profession also. If we don't think, if we don't change, then definitely it will be a challenging time for you. Otherwise, the person who is well versed with the technology, the person who is well versed with the techniques, tools, and services, he will take your job. So, friends, we have to change according to the time. Then only we can be sustained this toughest competition. Colgate, everyone use it. What is the earlier product and what is the now product? They change. So they are testing the success. So the only mantra is that according to your users, according to your resources, according to the situation, you have to change. If you say, "Nahi, Baba, library, you have to come here, then only we will issue book," it is really difficult. I know there are a lot of compliance in the NAC for the academic library, but still there is, if you're introducing something innovative, then definitely there will be a way for you. Even college managements nowadays are agreeing to use maximum utilization of technology. One of my friend, just 2 days before we met, she had implemented QR code in every year, everywhere in the library. So see, this is the innovation. You have to accept, you have to take it, and you have to go further. Just our guest of honor, Dr. Vinita, she had mentioned a COA, she had mentioned of Joomla. All these resources we have to utilize. I know we are not a we are not a technical person, but still we have to use. You can use it as a supplement. I know I'm not a tech person, but still my firm had a very good IT team. They can help me. You have to take a step. This is the thing we want to implement, but we are not as much as compatible in the technology. So we need IT person support. Believe me, friends, in Ketan we want to implement Koa, and we had almost finalized one vendor who can do all these things for us. And he had given all the clearance to our IT team. But at last moments, IT team had questioned us in terms of data compliance. And on that front, we failed. So now we are in a position that we can't go for the COA, we have to go again for a license-based software. So in corporate, again, I want to tell you, there is a lot of restriction. Many people say corporate will give you a free hand. We are also facing some challenges. We are also facing some budget issue, but we have to think differently. Okay, this is the problem. How can I get a solution for that? We have to think in that way. Of course, definitely a two-person is that the perspective of thinking of that two-person may be different. So many times people think, "Arey, this is the easiest way for him. He went to the corporate and he get the success." No, there is another way. The success isn't easy for everyone. We have to be bear that pain. So perspective you can't change. So many times it happens when you introduce new idea and new innovative techniques to the management. Sometimes it may be get rejected, sometimes it may be get asked. But if you think if it is get rejected, you shouldn't demotivate yourself. You have to think how you can convince them. Okay, this is not working, then this is the things how we can do go it, how we can go forward and take the benefit of that technology, of that tools, of the techniques, and how we can enhance our services to our users. So this is the way we have to think. So please believe me, success is not that easy. Many times it happens. People think, "Arey, and they are not accepting. Why should I do it?" Friends, one time, two time, three time, 10 times they may reject. But there is a incident, maybe at 25 times they will accept your proposal and it will become a hit. It will become a hit. For example, in recently we had introduced the concept of rotating library in the Jila Parishad school. Jila Parishad school means it is a government school. So what we had donated them 110 books and we asked them please maintain proper circulation register. After 6 months, we will come there and this book will go to the next Jila Parishad school and you will get a new collection. But according to your usage, we will give that collection. If there is a demand of a specific book, we will give that only. Otherwise, we have to go with our selection. So now they are maintaining circulation. So we have to give something new. We have to think something new. Then only it will be good for you. It will be good for the management. It will be good for the user to accept. So what are the other words for the redefined? Revisit, reconsider, rethink, reevaluate, reformulate, specify, delineate, delimit, rename, reinvent. Why I'm talking about this in a thesaurus here? Yes, the ideas can't be accepted at the instantly. So if your idea, if your thoughts is not accepted by the management, think differently. You have to revisit how you can how we can revisit that idea in a better way. We have to reconsider what I can reconsider. Is there any other stakeholder I'm missing? We have to reconsider that way. You have to rethink how effectively, okay, so far this is the product and this can be helpful to the user, but still you can think beyond that. So you have to rethink. You have to re-evaluate. Librarians are the person who are evaluating your resources. So think differently how I can re-evaluate. You can add more parameters to that. You have to reformulate. You have to reformulate whole process to get that approved. Then be specified. Okay, this product, if I'm bringing this idea, such type of query can be solved easily. Then delineate. You have to delimit also and rename also. So this is the way whenever you're redefining or repositioning or doing anything, you have to think all such concepts. Then only it will be easy for you to reposition. So reposition is a really difficult task. When I will mention something about here in March 2020 when the lockdown was there and we got a mail that it will be totally stuck from 21-22 March and you have to be stuck you have to be start your working from the home only. So initial stage it is really difficult for me because at that moment we are not centralized. We are decentralized. It means Kolkata, they have their team. Delhi, they have their team. Bangalore, they have their team library, and Mumbai, they have their team. So working differently on different portfolio and all the domain. So then management are asked me to club together, make a centralized unit and work accordingly, because we are going to promote you as a senior manager to associate director. It was really difficult task for me, because till that moment everyone called me, Are Prahlad is my friend, Prahlad. So we are teammates. But suddenly, after 10 days, if somebody asks your friend to report yourself, that is really difficult challenge for me and that person also. So initial stage, 1 month it went to make up plans how we can centralize all these things. So repositioning, at that time we had made a plan. So plan A, plan B. If it is not work A, then we have to go for B. If B is also not working, then I have to go for a C. So slowly and steadily, I got a trust from my friends. Okay, it is a process where we will only report to him, but everything will be same. So then we had created a systematic plan how we can go ahead for the 6 months from March to September in that COVID period. So slowly and steadily we are making plans, and then again we had revised, redefined our services, what type of services we are providing in the earlier in the offline mode, and now what we can do it for our users, how we can remodify, how we can remodule it, how we can reposition that services, reposition that resources, reposition all these infrastructure. Then we had created a certain plans, and accordingly we are started working. So in between this plan get approval from the management. So I had prepared a presentation for that. This is the library in the offline mode, and this is the library in the online mode. And definitely, once this online mode comes back to the hybrid, come back to the offline, then definitely such services will still on. It will not stop. So all these efforts which we are taking in the COVID, it will get a benefit in the offline mode also. So in certain times we have to reposition ourselves. If you don't reposition, then it will be difficult for you. So we had repositioned ourselves in terms of user services, in terms of collections, and in terms of tools and techniques. So synonyms for the repositioning: shift, reposition, move, transfer, relocation, shuffle, wheel, drift, vary, remove. So these are the synonyms. Leave it that, but I want to share an experience. So in COVID, what we had done, we had there is an office boy who was helping us in our day-to-day activity. He has a very better knowledge of the library and all the resources. So management had given me permission. He can stay, in the office only, and he is very well versed with the computer and the scanner. So in that case, all other resources are at home, but he is in the library and he is helping us with the document requirements whenever there is any document requirement. Because in legal, many times it require the physical copy, it require the scanned version of that copy. They directly can't go for the digital version, born digital version. So we have to solve that query also. So we had requested him, and he really accepted that offer, and he was there. Continuously from 1 week he'll be there, and then again go for the home for 2 days and come back on Monday. So we are utilizing our resources because of this position. We have to reposition them, that resource, in that manner. So such situation taught us how we can reposition ourselves or resources or users or all other things, and how we can get off of that. So if you ask me how a library had repositioned, definitely a traditional library was there. Then we went to the automated library. Then we went to the electronic library. Then we went to the digital library. Now we had a totally VR, that is virtual reality library also. One of my friend who's in the IIT Kharagpur, he is doing a PhD on the virtual library concept, and he had explained very well me how a person can feel he's entering in the library, how he's opening the book. So all such things are possible in this digital environment. Only thing is that we don't require that much IT knowledge also, but we have to be ready whether there can we take such type of profile to enhance ourselves or not. So that is the truth. In my library, still we had a very good physical library, and slowly and steadily we are upgrading each and everything. But I want to mention here we had a very good resourceful library in the Calcutta, that is 110-year-old library, which was started in 1911 in Calcutta, Ketan and Company Library, and we had very good printed resources there. So what we had thought, we are one. So we are creating a backup in the printed version for the Calcutta Library as a backup for us, and all other library locations will be the backup in terms of virtual. So this is the way we are transitioning our library, and definitely we are also giving them certain aspects of the digitization digital product, so they are also know, okay, in certain cases they are also expert in that sense. If something happens, other library they can handle that queries. So this is the way we are repositioning, or traditionally now we are working on the ellipsis. Very soon we are going to go for the ISLIM, and then we have a lot of e-resources, electronic resources. We have a lot of digital content with us, and very in a maybe a very soon they will also having something called a virtual reality in the law, where if they want any specific precedents. So we are making certain technological tools. They will just type their keywords and the precedent will be in front of them. So these things are doing, but now we are doing manually. So we have to do automatically all these things. I am audible. Can anybody tell me?
So you're audible. You're very much audible, Pranav.
Thank you so much, because I got a message your network is having certain issue. Thank you so much, ma'am, for confirming. So traditional library where people are connecting to the books. Yes, definitely. The project which was carried 2 days before, it was my plan. I have to do it certain things at a certain different level. So in a carnival where people are doing Zumba, where people are doing dancing, where people are making fun, where people are doing exercise, karate, taekwondo, anything. But I came up, I will go with the will go with in that carnival with the books, and it got hit the idea. I got appreciation from my president. I got appreciation from my DG, that is district governor. So you have to think in a different way. So in traditional, we are connecting people to books. So the same thing I have done in digital world. Also, we are getting good importance to that type of task. Then in modern, what the libraries are doing, they're connecting people to information. Yes, in modern, we are connecting the people to the information. But friends, believe me, we are not only connecting people to the information. The things are changing. The librarian profiles are changing very speedily. So we have to think how we can connect people to people through informations. What I want to say here, we have to be not only providing the information, we have to provide some value added insights to that information. We have to provide some value added business intelligence to our users, to our management people. So it will be very easy for them to chase a specific client, to chase a specific deal on that basis of insight, on that basis of business intelligence, to chase that. So it is possible without any, without any investment. It is possible. It may be maybe 7 to 8 years back when I was discussing the same thing with my friend. So he had suggested me that I am chasing a person. Then I asked him how you are chasing that person. He had just explained me, just chase his social media account, and it really gave me idea. If I'm chasing a person with the social media account, I came to know his activity. So definitely I can chase him in a more way. For example, that person in the business, what is interest? So through LinkedIn, through Facebook, and there are multiple social media accounts are there. So we started chasing our clients. We started chasing our clients through the social media, and then we came to know they are doing something in the 6 month. So we started certain information from there. We are collecting that information and we are providing that information as an insight to our user, and then they realize, oh, library is providing such type of insight, then definitely we can think of that. And then they started chasing their clients, and they are started getting the deals from that insight. So this is the way we are connecting people to people through information for getting the insights and business intelligence. So smart and innovative tool to enhance library service, do you think it is really required? Frankly speaking, you had heard knowledge management. I'm a hardcore librarian, but definitely I'm also a good knowledge manager. What librarian do? Cataloging, classification, indexing, abstracting. What knowledge manager do? They're providing metadata to the soft copies. They're providing an infrastructure where the users can access the soft copies, right? Same thing we are doing for the hard copy. So there is no difference a librarian and a knowledge manager, only a terminology had changed. And many times I'll say to my KM team, I'm really very happy that I have done my master's in library and information science, because I'm a better than as compared to them, because in providing the keywords, in providing the metadata. So this my master degrees helped me out. So this is the way a profile is changing, but don't think it is a really a challenge for you. They are doing the basic thing which we have already learned in the belief and envy. So, and it is a very good, maybe you can call it as a brahmastra for us. We had done our masters in library, or we had done our bachelors in library, because that is our foundation, and that foundation we have to carry out. So if you ask me about the smart and innovative tools to enhance library services, from there only, from there what we are doing for our library user, SDI service, then current awareness service, we have to think a little ahead, how we can make, automate this system. When I started my career in the Ketan, actually I'm very fortunate that I got an internship in the Exim Bank, and in there I had a very good exposure of collecting the newspaper clippings. And then when I started my career in Ketan, I started here getting the news updates and everything. So in the initial stage, I was choosing 18 newspapers, and it was taking me near about 2 hours to read that newspaper. And then after 2 hours, at least 1 hour or 45 minutes to collect all that news in our specific format and providing that updates to my users. But after 16 to 17 years of that experience, nowadays, if somebody is not available, if I go for a newspaper clipping, for me hardly it takes maximum half an hour to collect the news and 15 minutes to compile it and send it to my user. So it is changed from 3 hours to 45 minutes. It means your experience counts here. Yes, you will make yourself master if you're doing certain things again and again. Then you'll find out certain tools how I can enhance, how I can improve. So this is totally basis on my whole experience, smart and innovative tools to enhance a library services. Right. So I told you to enhance, right? So kya baat hai Shanti Savari? This is the Indian Jugaad. Yes. See the brain behind that. मेरा काम होना चाहिए, बाकी कुछ भी चले, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. I have to do that task. In any way, I have to do that task. Only in a legal, in an ethics way, I have to complete that task. This is the legal. He's only riding the cycle, and with his brain, he had converted that tray, so the kids can sit very comfortable there with protection, with a seat belt also. So this is the way the librarian have to think. भाई हम वही कर रहे हैं जो हम पहले करते थे, but we have to enhance in terms of finding the tools and techniques. And what are that tools and techniques? Definitely I will introduce 3 to 4, not more than that. So we are, we are connected to the data, we are connected to information that is very much in any of the allied professionals profile. But now we have to talk about the insights, how I can provide the insights. For example, there is a UGC regulation which is published, and I came to know from the tertiary sources, that is newspaper. So whenever I am forwarding any news to my management people, to my education team, so I will not forward it only the newspaper clipping. I'll find out where it is published. So I will go to the UGC, I'll find out that notification, I'll write, please find attached UGC regulations so and so, dated so and so, sources so and so, and below that there will be a PR, that is press release from Hindustan Times, and that article. And upper to this notifications, what I'll do, a synopsis. I will try to write at least 2 or 3 lines of that specific regulation for what purpose it has issued. So it will be very easy. So in that way, you can provide an insight to your user. You know, lawyers are very busy. They are charging sometimes 10,000, 5,000, 20,000 per hour to their clients. If they have to read all the whole article of that newspaper, it means for them it may be a wastage of time. But suppose they had read out your synopsis and they find something very relevant to specific client, they will collect it and they will directly send it to your client, to their clients, and then maybe chances of getting a deal. So in this way, we are converting all this data into information, and from that information, we are also converting into insights. So definitely, I had data, information, and insight. Data is the raw and unprocessed facts that are usually in the form of numbers and text, which is known to everyone. Information is the prepared data that has been processed, aggregated, and organized into more human-friendly format that provides more context. In data, it is very simple, but if you convert it to information, there is a meaning. But insights are generally generated by analyzing information and drawing conclusion. So that's why when you provide insights, a synopsis insights to your user, it will be easy for them to understand that 5-page document in 3 to 4 lines only. So there will be a credit to you because you have taken that efforts. So both data and information set the stage for the discovery of insights that can the influence decision and drive change. So I had taken a very basic information about my pedometer, from where I get my data, how many steps, then informations, maybe today that will be there, you are eating so much of steps, then insights, definitely he will mention me on an average in a week time you have to hit so much steps, but you had hit it here, hit it so much of less. So suppose if I'm lagging in terms of my steps, I will improve. It means when data get converted into information, when information get converted into insight, I can take certain action. The same thing applies in our library when certain resources which is not valuable, which is not getting ROI on that, will definitely decline. We will definitely will not going for the renewal. But we are directly can't take. We have to first take what is the data, what is the information, and what is the insight on that, whether that resource is having a users or not. If we are not having a proper user in terms of number, then we may go for the non-renewal of that resources. So key attributes of an actionable insight. What are the key attributes which should be present when you talk about the actionable insights? Definitely, I can tell you alignment is there, a context is there, relevance is there, novelty is there, clarity is there. So whenever you are doing something where you think you have to provide an insight, actionable insights, such parameters, such principle of actionable insight should be present. Alignment, context, relevance, specificity, and novelty and clarity. It means it should be a clear idea how we are going to provide that insight. Again, see, a 5-page document, if I converted that document into Word format and give it to that, again they will go and control F and they will do it. That is not the solution. You have to provide the insights on that 5 pages document in 4 to 5 lines. Then be specified why it is there, why this document had come arise, what is the problem and what is the solution. Then relevance. If there is an update which is useful for the property lawyers, don't send to the don't send it to the technological lawyer. So the relevance should be there. If relevance is not there, then it may be a call it as a junk. Then context, it should match the context and alignment. And definitely if your synopsis is not more than 3 to 4 to 5 lines, if you're giving a synopsis of again 100 lines, that is no use. It means that specific document should be quick in 4 to 5 lines, because time is really important for the users also. Ketan and Company, a case study I want to discuss here. Definitely, before that, I want to tell you, Ketan and Company, it's a 100-year old law firm. Yes, and we started our first library in the 1911 in Calcutta. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, when he was writing the constitution, there was a member in his team, Devi Prasad Ketan, Dr. Devi Prasad Ketan, right? And he was the part of that team, and he started this firm in 1911 in Calcutta. We had a branches in Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, and NCR, and we had also abroad branches, that is Singapore. So what we are doing, we had 1,000+ lawyers. They are the revenue earner, and we are providing services to them, only KCA lawyers. So what type of services we are providing? We are not only restricted to the library, that is a 4-wall library, we are doing more than that, and what we are doing and how we are doing. So this now this plan, this travel plan will start from there, what we are doing and how we are doing. So KCA library, I'll start with the library services. Yes, this is the chart of my library services. So inside services, yes, the news, no, I'm not talking about the news update, I'm not talking about statutory, I'm talking about the inside services. So on a daily basis, we have to provide statutory update, news update, articles updates, landmark judgment. This is on a daily basis. All such things we have to collect, we have to, in certain cases, we have to provide synopsis also, and then we will go it for a mailer. This is on the daily. If you ask me about the weekly, yes, definitely. There is a weekly alerts also. That is a library weekly newsletters. We had created 2 different newsletters, one for statutory, one for the news at glance. Then on a weekly basis, we had a Supreme Court and a High Court case law compendium. Again, we are not attaching a case law whole. We are providing a synopsis. Then we had a SSC newsletter, which is really important, PLC newsletter, that is on a weekly. Then if you ask me about something on the monthly, what we do on the monthly, we circulate library news arrival, article indexing, library indicators, newsletter, PRS, CS, and RBI. So I will explain the library indicator in the next slides. Before that, what are the value added services? This part is really important. Value added services. Yes, here is the role of librarians comes very handy. Definitely, these inside services are very useful to them, but I will give little bit more weightage to this value added services. Case law search. Many times it happens. Lawyer can't unable to find the judgment, but we are there to help them. Basic research, yes, whenever they got any deals, they come to the library. We are getting these deals and we want all the basic research from you. Statutory research, for example, circular search, notification search, rules, searching of specific rules and regulations, KSU articles and ERGOT databases. And the last, which is the backbone of any library, that is the circulation, books, journals, newspaper, bound volumes. So this is the way we are providing our library services to our users. So KCA library, we are not only restricted to this library services, we are also responsible for providing, it means we are not only responsible to the providing insight or value added services or circulation, we are also responsible for business intelligence, that is business news intelligence service. This service is specifically for a specific category of people. They are a strategy, business development, their innovation team. So for these people, we are providing such service, and it is on a national and international level. And certain CI updates. What is CI updates? That is competitor intelligence. हमारे competitor क्या कर रहे हैं? So definitely such type of insights are helpful to the management to make a plan for the next quarter, to make a plan for the next year. So such updates are really helpful for them. So what are the databases? There are a couple of databases which are paid, but still we are getting a lot of information from the free databases. For example, newspapers are there, they are the free, so we are utilizing that. This is the format how we are circulating a daily, weekly newsletter, right? Weekly newsletter. On the left hand side, my news at glance, all the news with the hyperlink is provided. On the right hand side, all the statutory updates with their original document with the synopsis is available. So it is very easy. If they click, they will get the synopsis, and under that synopsis, they will get the link to download the whole document of that ministry, of that statutory body. So this is clear, I guess. So this is the format of KCA library weekly newsletter. We are distributed into 2. news advance, and statutory compliance. This is my work. मैं कितना काम करता हूँ. I have to show everything, every small things you have to show to the management. Then only you will get the appreciation. I must say that you have to show. This is called as a library marketing, maybe marketing. So this is a library indicator for the month. In a month, how many updates we had circulated. In a month, how many news updates we had circulated. In a month, how many case law search we had circulated. Case law search, matlab, it means lawyers are unable to search it. They come to us, we have circulated. And in a month, how many cases are there from the Supreme Court which we had circulated. So these are the library indicator from a specific point of legal update data. And we had created a chart and we had showed them for the month of December, November, this is much we had done. And for the month of October, this much we had done. Then again, still further we went and we had segregated that data according to the practice area. So in our, in the month of November, where we are highest in terms of getting the updates, yeah, banking is there, capital market is there. So this such type of data will create an impact in the minds of management. Definitely there are 15 people at the backside of the library, but they are doing something which is really helpful for the lawyers. Then these are my research service data. Research query 77. It means they came to me for doing a research. They came to me 88 times for finding a case law. They came to me for credential 93. That is a basic service, but still we keep a count. Book query, articles query. So we are keeping each and every one count what type of requests are coming and how we are going to delete. This is my COVID baby. Yes, when I had taken the charge of associate director from the senior manager, at that time huge challenge was for me. So I have to give a good product to them, and we had think of this that is called a library legal corner project, a structured repository of crucial laws and act accessible through Parliament homepage, which gives an insight access to many legislations, regulations, and latest amendments with a single neatly classified and organized structure. Almost 15 practice areas are covered through folder wise, and it is regularly updated with the latest amendment and regulation, which is really a handy reference with index placed in each folder. So what we had started in a single folder, we had created subject wise folder, and that in that subject wise all the laws, rules, regulations are kept up to date. So in which area we are concentrating? Inbound and outbound investments, SEBI, insurance, competition, banking, IBC, NCD, that is non-convertible debentures, Stamp Act, tax, corporate, labor laws, miscellaneous, ARC. So all these are covered in that COVID period, and we take near about 4 months to come up this type of product, and from there we are keeping a tab and we are continuously updating the same. So we had created this product on our SharePoint, how it looks. This is the homepage of that product and how it looks to the users. So it is very easy for them. If they click on the SEBI, all the rules and regulations, all the acts and regulations will be available on SEBI, will be updated here. They have not go to any external resources. So how we do, that is also important point. I have told you that best practice, best case study, but how we do that is also very important. So what I had mentioned here, a smart tools and techniques. You may already seen that movie of Sher Shivraj, where Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj had killed Afzal Khan, the long heighted person, and the Shivaji Maharaj height is as compared to him is very less. But how he had used that tools, how he had used that weapon very smartly. So you have to become a very smart in terms of providing the services with the help of tools. Friends, technology is not going to take your job, that is sure. But you have to make that technology your supplement. You have to make that technology your friend. Then it will be easy for you to utilize it. See, what is the message is given by that tool? Before I met you, my life had no purpose. It means you have to bring two best tool which will match your requirement. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you If you don't match, it will be a mismatch. So I had quoted here, a dog is digging something in the mud. It means for me that dog is a researcher and he's a very smart researcher. He's a very smart librarian. He is taking out that thing which we want from that mud. It means his sense is very much active. So the same way a librarians and alliance professionals should think a different way. They should be very smart in terms of using such tools which can enhance their profile, which can enhance their role in terms of using that resources. So news insights, how we can do it news insight by reading only the newspapers, or is there any other tools are available? That is also important for you. So I'll just go through what are the tools which is available for the providing the news insights. For me, I'm using Google News. Yes, somebody in the morning, if I'm not wrong, some of the eminent personality had said that a librarian, Google will give you millions and librarians will give you the specific. I'm right. These are the tools which are making supplement to my profile. They are not a decision maker. They are helping, but at the end, I am the filter. I will check each and everything and then only I'll pass it to my users. So what are the tools are available? Google News, news aggregator, newspaper. In newspaper, there are different forms. We'll check what is that. So there were two criminal who had done a crime. They had murdered someone. So first criminal asked to the second one, where are we going to hide this body? The second criminal replied, on the second page of Google search result, because many times it happens, not with me, many times it happens with all of us. We never bother to go to the second page of the Google. So many times it happens, अरे मैं Google में ढूंढता हूँ मुझे कुछ मिलता नहीं. My dear friend, you have to be patient. You have to think differently. You have to create your search strategy. You have to utilize all the parameters which is available on the Google Advanced Search. Then see the difference. Google News, one of the important tool which I'm using for my getting my news insight. So Google News is a computer generated news service that aggregates headlines from all over 50,000 news sources globally. It groups similar stories and display them according to the each user interest. So this is the way Google is helping us. Ma'am, if you don't mind, can I take a 2 minutes break? Ma'am?
You may do that. Please kindly, Prila. You have been at least have a
Just
quick.
just 1 minute break.
Yeah, please kindly take your time. No issues, please. I think all of you would appreciate the fact that Mr. Prahlad has been so exhaustively taking the session, so he really deserves to take a little break. It's nearly a 1 hour time since he has been deliberating and so wonderfully giving us a number of things, that each one of us may like to implement, and very exhaustive session by him. So let him have a quick break and then he will be back. We request each one of you, this is also to inform everyone that we are going to have a session, our second tutorial of NACLIN 2022 will be from 2 to 4 o'clock, which is on intelligent citation-based tools for research, discovery, and insights. Let me also quickly tell you that the entire video recordings of the entire 3 days event of NACLIN would also be uploaded, perhaps by 18th or 19th, because the system does take a little time in making the entire video recordings, but we are definitely going to also upload it on the YouTube channel of Delnet. Requesting each one of you, please do kindly subscribe to the Delnet YouTube channel, web view, so that whenever we upload any video, you are being notified, about it. Let me also quickly tell you, we're just trying to make the best use of the time that we have. So on 21st of December, Delnet would be organizing. We are in the midst of, we have just started off NACLIN 2022. So agenda is from 14 to 16. We are going to deliberate, during NACLIN, but also quickly to remind you all that on 21st of December, which we are going to commemorate as the 81st birth anniversary of Dr. Kaul, we are going to have our online program celebrating Library Networking Day, and we request each one of you, we are going to notify you about it on 17th of December, that is on Saturday. You are going to get an email even once on 16th the convention gets over, you're going to be also notified. So please do mark on your calendar. We are going to have our invited speakers from Dr. Dilara from East West University, Dhaka, and also we are going to have a brainstorming session on that afternoon on creating IRs, and also to let each one of you knows about the Delnet's new product that we are working on right now, which is on Desire portal of Delnet, which soon we will be launching it, creating IR. So this is just to tell. So our distinguished speaker is back. Mr. Prahlad Jadhav is back here, and we once again pleasure to get reconnected. Prahlad, you didn't go anywhere. You have been just here, and we really look forward to again hearing from you. Over to you, Prahlad.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, and thank you for allowing me for 1 minute break. That was much needed for me. Okay, so I'm using the Google News computer generated news service. Friends, believe me, earlier I'm using 18 newspaper, but my most of news insights are available with the Google News. So what developed, I had developed the keywords. Friends, if you are the librarians, it means you have to play with the keywords. Keyword is the basic thing for you. It means in which domain you are working, you should know the different keywords and how it can impact. So I'm now from last 16 to 17 years, I'm taking the help of my associates, what they are doing, what type of terminology they are using, and I had created certain keywords, and on that basis, we are checking the Google News, and it is easy for us. Within 15 to 20 minutes, we can collect at least 15 to 20 news, which is really helpful to us, and which can be put it in the form of news insight to our user. So this is the homepage of the Google News. We had created a set of keywords. We place in the search box, and then we click. You will get all the news on that specific. So this is the way we are collecting the news insight from the Google. Again, Google is a free of cost for you. Friends, believe me, again, this is a part of fun. Google News is faster than this tool, and definitely Google News is really fast because it will cover only news domain, not only from the India, it will cover from the world. So you have to be very specific in putting the keywords. And if you are very well with the keywords, then definitely there is no one to stop you getting the right things from the Google within a fraction of a second. News aggregators, many of you are using the smartphones. I'm also using, but again, I'm using a couple of features which is really helpful to my profession. Definitely personal use is there for the smart device, but I'm using my smartphone for my bread and butter also. So news aggregator is that is that things where you will find all the updates on your subject domain, but for that you have to select what type of subjects you are interested. Friends, from last I mean not wrong, from last 5 to 6 years, 6 years I'm using a Daily Hunt. It is an Indian content, formerly News Hunt. Daily Hunt, earlier it is known as a News Hunt, is an Indian content and news aggregator application based in Bangalore, India, that provides local language content in 14 Indian languages from multiple content providers. It operates 14 languages across all platforms and devices. You can browse this app by topic wise. It covers the English newspaper nearly 397. Again, there is an important point. You can browse topic wise. I want only technology, they will give you the topic wise. I want only education, they will give you the topic wise. It means domain wise you can search it. Then at last I want to say I'm really proud to say that again somebody in the morning in the inauguration session had said that Bharat Nirbhar. Yes, again this app is from the Indian app, become the top news app in the world. So I'm really very happy because it is very easy. Even my kids, my daughter, she's studying in the 7th standard. She's also using uh, for her for preparing for the competitive exam, maybe a scholarship exam, maybe a something exam is there in the school. So she is using Daily Hunt from my mobile to get updates on a specific topic. Then importance of newspaper, friends, believe me, without newspaper, it is really difficult for the librarian to survive. Yes, many technology advancement is there, but definitely paper will be there till the end of this universe. Yes, and somebody correctly said there will be no paperless society. Without paper, we can't. So we have to understand what are the forms are available in the newspaper. That is also important. So as we are working librarians, many of us maybe agree with the print newsletter versus online editions. Yes, but I will tell you there are total 3 forms: print, e-paper and online. So what is the difference between the print and e-paper? There is no difference. The print paper and the e-paper are the same. The content from the print paper and the e-paper will be the same as dicto. Then what is the difference between the print versus online newspaper? For example, I'm a press reporter from the Times of India and I got updates early in the morning, 3 o'clock. But print paper had already stopped at 12 o'clock printing the things and it went for a circulation. Where should I publish that? In that case, I have to publish that news in the online format. So many times I got a request from my MD, there is something in the Times of India, can you give it to me? So my e-paper become, I checked my print paper, I didn't get it. Then I realized there is another form that is called online form and we can check it there. So as a LS profession, you should know the different type of sources. Not only sources, different forms of sources. So in print paper, there is a total 3 form: print, e, and online. There is jokes for you. If it is very clear, you can just read it. Doctor, I have some bad news and some very bad news. The lab called with your test results. They say you have 24 hours to live. Patient, 24 hours. That's terrible. What is the very bad news, doctor? Doctors, I have been trying to reach you since yesterday. So news should be reached to your user at the right time. Otherwise, it can be termed as a bashing news. So it means it is a role of the librarians how he can be active and how he can provide that news insight in a timely bound manner to the users. This is the where the real task comes for the librarian: fake news. So definitely we are the responsible for providing the news insight. But friends, it happens due to social media. Many times, many news come to us. So please don't pass every news. Please check whether that news is proper or not. Please check whether that news is real or not. Then only you forward it to your users. So how a librarian can become, how he can identify, how he can evaluate that news is right or wrong. So fake news, how there are certain tools where a librarian can use it and identify whether that is a fake or a real. So before that, before introducing that tool, I will just give some mantras to you how to spot a fake news. Consider source. First, you have to think which type of sources are there. Whether it is a tertiary, secondary, or primary. If there is a primary, there is no issue. But if it is a tertiary, you have to evaluate. Then read beyond. You have to be careful. If there is doubt on a specific news, you have to read whole article. Check the author. For example, M.J. Anthony is always writing in the business standard for the legal compliance. So it is very easy for me to identify. So you have to check the author. Then supporting sources. If that tertiary news, is there anything which is available in the primary or not? If not, then we can have a doubt. Then you have to go for a further check. Check the date on a specific which date it is published. Also check whether it is a prank or somebody, there is a lot of things available on the internet. People are making prank, so you have to be very careful. Check your bias and ask the expert. If you are not well versed, you should ask your experts for that. So there was currently FIFA World Cup is there, and if I'm not wrong, Saudi players had defeated Argentina, right? And that time there was a news that FIFA World Cup Mohammed bin Salman to gift Rolls Royce to each Saudi player for win or Argentina. That this is the news which is become very viral on the social media, and then suddenly it was actually fake news, and how we can trace that, that is really important. So there was a message from the Saudi ministry: no role rights for Saudi players, report by national international media or false. So how we can identify this news whether it is a fake or real? What are the tools are available for that, friends? So this is the fact check which I had done. No royal rights for the Saudi Arabia players, reported by the national international media outlets. So how we had checked this? What are the sources? What are the tools? So if there is something on the government, then you can go for the PIB fact checker. This is called if something relevant to the government. But if you have to identify certain things which is from the news domain, there are two applications are available. I'm using that: Alt News, Alt News, and another one is Fact Hunt. Both are very easy to use it. But if you are dealing with the government sector news and your not sure whether this is real or fake, at that time you can go for the PIB fact checker. You have to just write a mail, upload that news from the government agency and check. They will revert back to you within 12 hours. Because if you have passed something to your user and on that basis, if he had recommended something to the client, then there will be a problematic situation. So if you feel there may be some doubt, please clarify, otherwise it will be a difficult for you. So what are the this is the news insights. Now I talked about the subject insights, how we can get a subject insight easily. What are the tools available? What are the applications available for the subject insight? That is also important for us. So how we can get the subject insights? Which are the tools? Which are the techniques? I'm using Google Alerts, one of the very important tools, which can be easily set up. You can get emails when new results for a subject or topic show up in the Google search. Friends, don't forward each and every Google Alerts. You are the librarian. You are the best person to evaluate that sources. So don't make Google Alerts for your bosses. Start Google Alerts on your email ID, take it on your email ID, search it, filter it, and then only send it to your users. Otherwise, again, ऐसा होगा जो भी आ रहा है सब जंक उठा के आप भेज रहे हैं. Don't do it. You are the mediator between the Google Alerts and the end users. It means all the alerts you should take it on your email ID and then filter it and then send it to your users. So this is how we can set up. There is option also how often you want, which sources you want, which reasons, how many times you want, and deliver to. Even you can give it. It is not required. Only Gmail ID is required. Ready, Yahoo, your institution email ID can also get the alerts. So Google Alert limitation, yes, definitely. It will only monitor the web pages. It will not go to the social media. This is the limitation for the Google Alerts. I also take help of Mentionlytics. Yes, this is AI based. I'm also doing a lot of things. I'm also taking a lot of help from this AI tools. Using AI enabled tools allow you to follow social media happening also. For example, a specific subject matter which is very much highlighted not in the news domain or not in the web domain, maybe in the social media. So for such things, I'm using Mentionlytics, which is AI based enabled tools allow you to follow the social media happenings very closely. Mentionlytics is a good alternative, offering you a good ability to monitor what is happening in the world of social media. So predictions, yes, predictions should be right. So IMD Mumbai department had predicted there will be heavy rain, but what we get? So your alert should be very proper, very accurate. Otherwise, it can be termed as a junk. So whenever you are creating the alerts, at that time you should very well verse with the keywords. What type of keywords you are using? It happens many times. It happens you put wrong keywords or you're getting the wrong alerts. It shouldn't happen. It will create a bad impression for your profile. See, this is the image where that पति के मौत के बाद झूठे बर्तन धोकर इस दीदी दादी ने बनाया अपनी पोती को इंस्पेक्टर. अब बोलो नाइस पिक, गरीब की बेटी है ना इसलिए. So this was a message which was circulated earlier and it became very viral. But the reality of this image will come now in front of you. DGP OP Singh commendable Constable Manvi in an appreciation letter for exemplifying highest human virtue of kindness along with her duty. She not only empathetically comforted an handsome old lady outside a bank, helped her with her work, but also offered her food. So this is the reality. That lady was outside that bank and that constable had helped. No dadi, no beti, only a human being is there. So what I want to say, whenever you are sharing any image to your user, whenever any image is there in your profile, at that time you have to be very careful. It means you have to be know how to identify a real or a fake image. Again, this is your add-on in your profile. So for this, you can use the Google reverse image search to verify the picture. A very simple reverse search reveals the truth behind the photo. It differentiates between fake and real images through a simple reverse search on Google. I'll definitely explain in short how we can use it. See, this is the original. Actually, the plane is on the landing and that pilot had taken a picture. But when it get manipulated, it is shown that this is the fake one. It is shown that it was clicked in the air. Actually, it was clicked on the road, on the landing on the airbase only, but it is shown that it is clicked on the air only. So we, as a librarian, you should know how you can identify whether that image is real or fake. So for that, you can use the Google reverse image. This is the screen of Google image. In that, you can use this is the image which was very become viral during the lockdown. But the truth behind this is here. When I check for this image on the Google reverse image, the truth came in front of me. On Ratan Tata had mentioned that this post has neither been said nor written by me. I urge you to verify media circulated on the WhatsApp and social platforms. If I have something to say, I will say it on my official channels. Hope you are safe and do take care. So such type of images are there where users can ask you, please identify. So you should know how to identify that. So I am taking help of Google reverse image tools. So when you go to the Google images, here there is an icon, camera icon, you click on that, then you upload or you paste the URL, and then you will get the answer whether that image is published authentically anywhere or it is a fake. So I am using Google reverse image tool to identify whether that image is real or a fake. गूगल भी अजीब चीज है यारो, वॉइस सर्च कर रहा था, खांसी आ गई, तुरंत पूछ लिया डू यू मीन केजरीवाल. So please don't depend too much on the Google. You should be a filter for that information which is provided by the Google. So don't take everything and pass it. Take it everything, filter it, and then give it to your user. Federated search, many academic knows this, how federated search work. But for me, I am using a customized search engine, which is again a product of the Google. How an LS professional can create own federated search strategy with free resources. So for that, I am taking help of this Google custom search engine. That is, you can search many resources in a single window. So for me, SEBI, RBI, PIB, MCA, DIPP, all these resources are really important. So how I can, in a single search, how I can search all these databases, all these resources. So I had created my own customized search engine with the help of Google Custom. I had given a name, then basic description, and then language is English, and then here I had mentioned all the sites which where I want to search. There is no limit, and number of sites can be cited there. Once you created this, it will be easy for you. A satisfaction will come to you that you had created your own search engine. That is really important. So this is my search engine homepage, and where pasted some keyword in the search box and I checked all the resources which I mentioned here. It is taken from there only. So it means you can on your own create your search engine, which can be called it as a federated search. Last Guru Purnima, in this digital age, Guru Purnima, thank you for everything I search, and you give me unconditional sea of information. This is the truth for me if you ask me about Google. So in 90s, but today's the situation is different. We are getting more digital device. It means what? Data is the new oil. Yes. So for that, you have to be very understand your strategy, organizational impact, data landscape before selecting your drill. Data is the new oil, but how we can take it as a librarian? For librarian, from various sources, data is coming. So how he can become a data manager? How he can become a good data manager? So for that, see, flow of data is high. So how he can manage? This is the condition of our desktop. Sometimes we are not able to manage all each and every folder. This is not a good sign for you. You have to be specific in terms of organizing your own data. नहीं तो शायद आप भी ऐसे बन सकते हैं, right? If you don't manage your own data, it will become a problem for you. Friends, believe me, it happens with me also. Before a couple of years, every month I book for the ration. I take the list from my wife and book for the ration. After 4 months, I realized that I got 4 packets of salt. It means I don't know what I have, and I go for the further process. So before going ahead, you should evaluate what you have. You should search what you have, and then if there is a lagging, then go for the research. But आपका research query आपके पास जो है उसी में हो रहा है, then why should we go for a new research? So in this, I want to say it should be not a KM of institution, it should be a PKM of your own. I'm talking about the personal knowledge management tools for your own self. So how we can use that? Again, I am specifying on a filter. We have to be very specific in terms of selecting the tools. You have to be, because we are becoming a filter role. So in that sense, how you can do that? So tools can be multiple use, but that the tools which you had selected, it should work for your purpose. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you. So PKM, what is PKM? Personal knowledge management. Connect and exchange, agree. It will sort, categorize, make explicit, and it will retrieve. So data, your own data, if you reuse it, you are getting ROI. If you don't use it, you're not getting ROI. That is return on investment. For example, 17, 18 years, if I'm working with Ketan, imagine how much data I have with me. But I should know, I should have that ability to reuse that. So for me, I had created a process how to collect data info knowledge. So I'm creating the different folders, then how to manage it in folders that may be subfolders, then how to store that. Maybe I'll go for a PDF different folder, PPT different folder, maybe. Then how to retrieve that. So for retrieving, there are n number of tools. So I will highlight here 3 to 4 tools within 5 minutes. Yes, folder structure, efficient in back query search, cloud storage search, and DIM tools, that is desktop information management tools. All these tools are coming under PKM practice. So this is my folder structure. I have created C drive where I had mentioned PRJ, PRJ, PKM. So if I want to search something, I'll go to the search box on that folder. I type the keyword. Within a fraction of a second, everything on that keyword will be available to me. If it is folder, if it is Word file, if it is a PPT, it will be available to me. So it means whatever you have within a fraction of a second, it is in front of you on that specific keyword. So this is my first tool, folder structure. Second tool. First, I'll check in the folder structure. Second, I'll go to my sent box. What I had sent to the mail in on a specific query in the past, I'll take it out there. It means in folder structure, I get sufficient data. In sent item, I get sufficient data. If that match my requirement, I'll send it to the user. Okay. Then again, nowadays it becomes compulsory for every organization to save data on the cloud. So it's okay if you're not saving on the folder, that is also fine. But even if you're saving every data on the cloud, again there is a search box is available in the cloud storage infra. You can go type the keywords. Again, I'm emphasizing on the keywords. Keyword is the basic thing for you. You have to know how to play with the keywords. Type the keyword, you will find it. Everything which is available on the cloud on your keywords within a fraction of a second. So this is the way your folder structure, back query search, and your cloud storage search is helping you out. But another tool is there for you. If you're not, if you want in a detail, there are certain tools that is called desktop information management tool. What are they? For me, again, I'm going to go to the Google desktop tool is available. Again, it is categorized under desktop information management tool. It is a free of cost available where you can index the data which is available on your desktop. I'm not talking about the www. The data which is available on your desktop will be indexed by the Google desktop. It depends how much data you have. It takes that long to index each and everything. And once it is indexed, you can just click on the Google desktop, type the keyword, your result will be highlighted with synopsis. That topic is that, that keyword is that, and the synopsis is available to below. This is the document, so and so and so. So it is very easy for you. See, in this, I got 1451 emails plus 922 files. So in a fraction of second, because the Google is using the same indexing pattern for the Google desktop, which is using for the Google search. So this is really a very helpful tool for the librarian. If you don't use such type of tools, it will be difficult for you. Like this person, I have some paperwork to catch up. If I'm not back in 2 days, organize a search and rescue team. Friends, believe me, this shouldn't be a happen to the librarian because we are called it as an organizer. We had called it as a cataloger. We had called it as a metadata expert. So this shouldn't become for a librarian. So I had done before doing these sessions, I had done a brainstorming with a couple of colleagues, and what I had find out from them, my friend Sandeep had mentioned something about the LMS and database integration, which can be a enhanced tool. Library app is there, library analytics is there. Again, Google is helping you with the Google Analytics. Then Discovery AI, library guides, skill enhancement skills. Sandeep is working in one of the topmost management institute. I had taken a case study from Sandeep because he's from the academic. And another case study I had taken from the TCS, that is Kishore Ingle. What he had mentioned to me, API for fetching information from database, auto summarizer, which is available in the Quilt Vault, federated or custom search engine, for example, Google custom search engine, reference manager for bibliographic services, alerts to database for selected keywords. So why I had done a brainstorming with them, because they are very well versed with the technology. They are in the industry from more than 15 years. I guess Kishore sir was more than 22, 23 years. So I thought they are the best person to guide me on this. So skill enhancement, how we can do it. I want to conclude this session on this skill enhancement. Recently, what we had done in the KCA, Ketan and Company, we had conducted, the ideas came in my mind. This freshers, those who have recently joined the firm, they doesn't have the idea how to read the judgment. So in the initial stage, we had conducted session from the database to the library person, how we can read a judgment within in a short span of time. And then we also conducted certain session from the database to the fresher. And slowly and steadily, we had ignoring the database, we are on our own, we had conducted the session. And after 6 months, what we realized, we got very good response from the fresher. They are really happy because now they are very easily read any lengthy judgment within a couple of minutes, very easily and very fruitfully. So this initiative we had started, we had taken in the initial stage, we had taken help from the database, but now we are doing on our own and we are getting good response. It means you have to enhance. If you don't enhance your skills, if you don't enhance your resources, it will be a problematic for you. It means you have to learn, you have to unlearn, and you have to relearn. अगर ये तीन चीज आप करेंगे, then definitely you become an important part in this competition. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to to sustain, because there is a lot of competition due to technology advancement, due to users behavior changing. So we have to relearn, we have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So on a concluding point, मिलीमीटर अब सेंटीमीटर बन गया. उसने वो टिकट और ट्रेन पकड़ी थी जो आमिर खान ने उसको भेजी थी, तो इसकी वजह से वो मिलीमीटर से सेंटीमीटर बन गया, नहीं तो नहीं बनता था. It means what I want to say, there is no age limit for getting a knowledge, for getting a information, for getting a degrees. So at any age, if you think we have to upskill ourselves, please, my dear friend, please go ahead, do the studies. In one of the workshop which was attended by me 10 years back, Vice President of Mahindra, Mr. Sardar was there. He mentioned, burn your cash to upskill you, then only you realize the value of that money. So I had kept a specific amount from my budget for yearly to upgrade myself. So this is a kind request to my friends also. Please upgrade, please upskills. This is the big platform for me. So I want to announce another thing is that anyone in the academic library interested to get any help from the law firm in terms of searching the data, searching the articles, citations, or even we also do a lot of donation in terms of the books. If you are interested, you can directly contact me. I will be trying my best to help you out. Thank you so much, all the audience, for patience hearing. Thank you so much, Delnet. Thank you so much, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, for providing me this opportunity. I hope I had given what I had understood through my experience in front of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prahlad. We join, our attendees joins me in congratulating you for delivering one of the smartest ever, the most innovative talk. We have listened in the current past. Hats off to you. It has truly been and the most exciting, the most innovative, the most impressive, interesting, invigorating, and most enriching, enlightened. We truly feel much enlightened, and that speaks volumes of the work that you are closely being doing for the ages altogether, and also your own desire to spread that, among our own library and information science professionals. You have truly highlighted not many of these tools, which we all really intend to bring in, and you are the one who has implemented it. We heartily congratulate you, Prahlad, for doing this terrific work that you are doing it in Khaitan and Company. You are definitely an asset not only to them, but yes, we could see that we have Professor Kushpa, our chief guest, also being there, and we have 1,000 professionals who have been listening to you and with the rapt attention and not many things. Means if we look back, in this 1 hour time, 1.5 hours time, you have really taken us right from, 20 years, 25 years of pre-technology times, and where we stand today and what we as a library and information science professionals needs to do. You have spoken at length, undoubtedly, about what you are doing at Khaitan and Company, but what largely we as a library and information science professionals have to, adapt. We have to get ourselves geared up, and these tools are very much prevalent. They are being available, but not many of us are knowing about it. Thank you so very much for such a highly illuminating, spreading that light that we always are searching for. And you have been able to bring that, sparkle in this NACLIN 2022. And a couple of things, if we just try to summarize that, you have spoken about this, the Google News, the fake news, how to even for checking. Many of us are not really aware how to do this Google reverse image search also at the same time. You really, and the professionals, whether they are in the academic institutions, whether they are into the law firms, whether they are into anything, whosoever is searching for, we are being confronted now with this, that whether it's in the news is in real news or not. So you have really made us, to know about it. You have also spoken about this newspapers, the growing need for using the technologies, wherein you can have these alerts coming in, even the alerts from Google Alert that you have been spoken about it. Also to check for this alt news and the fact that you said that you are using it, like for Indian government notifications or any news coming in to check the PIB, and also at the same time, this alt news also that you said for, checking any fake news. That's really something. This Google custom search engine also, some of the very unique, innovative ideas that you have really shared, not even ideas, you are the one, you have been speaking more from your experience. You have been the one who is an actual doer. We really, we are one of your, you can say that we have greatly been always impressed. We still remember 2019, 13th of October, to be very precise, Prahlad, if I'm not wrong, because how we remember that, because that was the day I still remember Dr. Kaul was sitting, both of us, being there in that our college in wherein we had that workshop. And he just, he just said it to me. I still remember that. And he said that why we have not been able to discover him earlier. And then I told him, I said, no, we have been knowing, but we never got an opportunity to invite Prahlad. So he's there with us in spirits. He's there, and he's also feeling very proud that you have got a very energetic and the person who has actually done. You have really, very nicely and in a very, impressive manner have also deliberated on this redefining and repositioning, that how we are going to redefine not only the libraries, but also as a professional, and also, to transform ourselves, not merely to work as a library and information professional, but also how this preparedness has to be in place to make ourselves more as a knowledge workers. We are into the times wherein that's a need of the hour. We have to work more as a knowledge workers, and you're demonstrating it, in a very, very, visible manner. And we indeed feel very delighted, to that you have been our opener, for NACLIN 2022, and you have truly inspired everyone. We are really feeling so happy, and may God bless you and, bestow, all the blessings, and may you keep on, with your highly spirited, work. You speak from your work, and that's visible. And the work, which really requires even a few accolades and recognitions is nothing. It is a kind of a lifetime that you have given, and we really feel very happy and proud of you, Prahlad. And may you continue, to do the work, and this your genuine desire and zeal to help those who are really wanting to get help. I know that instances, I know not only once, twice, numerous instances wherein you have always been coming forward. Even your postings on list forums, let me be very frank in saying, one of the postings that you always, if it's been posted by Prahlad, you always tend to open that, because you know that this would be something which will be very, very unique, something that you would try to bring in, on the platforms, on the library and information science professionals, which are always, it's like an out of box thinking. So thank you so very much for enlightening each one of us. And we would definitely would like to make, the entire summary. You have even talked about, this auto summarization tools, which is a need of an hour. You have not much of content, but if we have an auto summarization tools, we have all grown from the times wherein we used to make the abstracts, for the articles, and to have those kind of tools and technologies in place. We would be very happy, Delnet, using this platform and having this wonderful opportunity today, once again, to get connected with you, Prahlad. We would really be sincerely be wanting to have your advice, and also to develop some of the tools which can get implemented in the libraries, wherein we really do an hand holding with our library professionals, and also more so ever with their IT teams, with the institutions at large, to see that can we create, and implement, those technologies practically into the library the way you have already done it at Qatar. We once again heartily congratulate you and thank you. And, we can't really thank you enough for such a wonderful deliberation. And also would like to compliment you for these visual snippets that you have used in your presentation, lucid presentation, something so connected, and something so relatable to everyone. Means we felt, yes, you are speaking to each and every professional and so connected. So thank you so very much for making it as it's a perfect, it's like a perfect 10, we've always, call in sports. So you have been the one who have really been able to set, on a very energetic, on a highly, enriching note, we have started off our NACLIN 2022. And we really would like to thank you, for taking out so much of time. And it's not only speaking today, you have been, I know that, a silent worker who has been doing so much, and also for creating this wonderful presentation. You must have really spent much of time and your efforts in doing that. So thank you so very much, Prahlad, and we are indeed much grateful to you for your such a highly intellectual presence with us this morning. Thank you very much. With your permission, Prahlad, we have 15 minutes with us. Not exactly, we have 12 to 15 minutes. We would like to make the floor open for questions. And with your permission, Prahlad, we would like to summarize this entire deliberations and may like to, have it also published in our newsletter, and also to send it across to many of the professional colleagues across the country. And we would like to pass on that copy firstly to you for your further reviews on that. So now, with your permission, we would like to make the floor open. We have 1,000 professionals who are there with us, listening to you, and I'm pretty confident that many of them may like to get connected and may like to ask you. So would like to request all our attendees. So we have two options. Either you can, in order to make the session quick in a way that we can take many more questions, we would appreciate you can just send across your message, post it on the chat box. If not, you can always raise your hand, and we would be very happy to get you connected with our distinguished speaker. Making the floor open for questions, requesting you, please raise your digital hand, or you can also post your message on the chat box. So this is let me just quickly would like to go in the chat box first, because I could see that this is from Rajeshri Atode, who said, okay, she has, all of us are fully in great appreciation of Mr. Prahlad's presentation, a wonderful presentation. And she also has said, now this is from Yasir Lone, who is wanting to ask, Mr. This is for you, Prahlad. I'm just reading out the chat box message. I'm Yasir Rashid. My view regarding the use of dissemination of library services to reach the entire masses is to not only provide service for research and education, but also to provide the vast services like what Dr. Prahlad said, like for the fake news check, Google Desktop. In this way, library can reach to the layman and layman can reach to the library. Well said, Mr. Yasir Lone. Thank you very much. And we have passed on your inputs, also to our distinguished speaker. Dr. Anuradha said, yes, sir, if we have to document news clippings of college events covered in the various local newspapers, can we make a use of Google News? If yes, how? Prahlad, I request you, I think you have paused your video, requesting each one of you, just be kindly patient enough. Mr. Prahlad has been here with us for last 2 hours. Prahlad, I believe the video has been paused. I hope I would just like to request you. This is for you, Mr. Prahlad. Could you please try to get reconnected, because I could see that you have paused the video. Requesting Prahlad. In the meantime, requesting you, please kindly. We would like to share the email ID of Mr. Prahlad Jadhav. We would be happy, because there are some questions you are wanting to get his details. So we would be happy to send it across to you, the email ID of Mr. Prahlad Jadhav. I'll just send it in a chat to everyone. And this is just to tell you that his email ID is Prahlad, sha@yahoo.com. So I would also just send it on the chat. This is again to request Mr. Prahlad Jadhav. Prahlad, if you can be back, because we have number of our professional colleagues. Reverse search in detail. This is from Dr. Chalasani Viranjalaju, who is wanting to know about the reverse search. That is using this Google tool. You can always search it. He has shown it to you also in the presentation. And you can write to him. Yes, Prahlad is back. Yes, Prahlad. No audio. You just unmute yourself. You have muted yourself. I'm sending it to you, an unmute request. We really want to stay always connected and listen to you. Prahlad, it's not coming in. What has really happened, because we could see that Prahlad, that it's unmuted. Can you just quickly try to log out and come back again, Prahlad? Would that be possible? Would that be possible? Would you like to just log out quickly and come back? I think Prahlad is having some difficulty, and if you can log out, Prahlad, just log out.
Got it, ma'am.
Got it. Perfect. Great, yes. Great. You
sorry for that.
No, don't say sorry. Don't say sorry at all. You have given us such a wonderful session and a wonderful morning, which we are really going to cherish it. So never ever, this is technology, technology has to feel sorry, we need not to. Yes. And as you have said, that we have to make technology as our friends to make the best use of it. There have been many highlights, many takeaways. They have been just etched, and which we are going to just remember. So make technology your friend, and we are trying to get friendly with the technology, and it's coming to our rescue. So thank you very much, Prahlad. So everyone is in great appreciation and admiration for such a great session that you have given it to us. And I could see that there are no questions. You have put all the queries. Only one question that one of our Dr. Chalasani wants to know, that can you, sir, please explain reverse search in detail? If you can just quickly for a minute or two, Prahlad can just mention. It would be, for everyone, it will be beneficial. Yes, yeah.
My screen is visible?
Prahlad, no. Just give us a minute. Just give us a minute. Just give us a minute. We are giving you again a control. So you accept it?
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect, Prahlad, yes.
Just go to the Google image. Click on the Google image. There is an icon camera. You have to click here. See, either you can do two things. If you have that image where you are having a problem, you can upload that image here. Okay. So here on the right hand side, you will get where it is published and where it is not published. So from this window, you have to make a check whether it is published somewhere with the authentic source or not. Suppose you don't have the image, but you have the hyperlink of that. So here you have to paste that hyperlink. So this is the way you can check for the image validation.
Great, great. Thank you very much for once again, making it possible for everyone to know about it. And I'm just quickly, because everyone, these are all the great compliments coming to you, and we'll be happy to, summarize it. Not using any summarization tool right now, no AI based, but we are going to, ourselves do that work, and we will be more than happy, Prahlad, to send it across to you. It's everyone. We could see that it's all. I'm just trying to see if is there any question, and it has been a truly one of the most marvelous presentation that we had ever come across, and it's all because of your contributions that you are making it, Vlad, and we really feel so very proud, and we are so delighted that we have been able to have you with us. As we could see that, yes, no, everyone is just, and let me just quickly send it to your email ID, Prahlad. You can expect 1,000 emails coming into you, and so we are telling it to you well in advance that you would be expecting, the emails, because we have not many of the messages coming in that they are wanting to know your email ID. So I'm just letting everyone know your email ID, and which is your own personal ID. And this is prahladsha@yahoo.com. Perfect.
Yes.
Sending it across to everyone so that you can further, always can stay, and Dylan will be more than happy at any point of time you want us to get you connected with such a wonderful colleague and a great professional. We will be more than happy to do that. It seems that, Prahlad, we are inching towards. If there are any questions, we still have yet another. Let's make the best and the bestest use. We have already done that. We still have 3 minutes to go. And if there are any further questions, we are just requesting you. You are most welcome. If anyone wants to further ask or post, yes, there have been, what I could see that it's everyone across, our attendees have been in really felt, truly benefited, truly enlightened, and what a great presentation by you. It's speechless, you have really made it, into a situation wherein we are not able to find the proper vocabulary to express how grateful we have felt. And as we could see now, yes, I think we are towards now, because everyone has posted. There have been 1 or 2 questions, but I would request our colleagues, that you can always get in touch with Mr. Prahlad, and we will be really happy. And we are certainly, Prahlad, going to be in, contact you and to seek your advice, because Delnet is also now wanting. Okay, this is a question coming in. One last question that I think we can take since we have 2.5 minutes to go. And this question is from Manisha Sharma. No, sorry, this is from Gurpreet Kaur, who is wanting to know, sir, can you please mention a little bit about this MentionLetics AI, the AI tool that you had mentioned about it, MentionLetics? Can you just throw some light on that, Prahlad? And that would be, I think, good for everyone. Yes.
Yes. For example, if you're checking a subject domain specific knowledge, and if you're using the Google Alerts, Google Alerts working on the web resources. Google Alerts doesn't go out of web resources. It means where, in terms of social media contents, if you want to search social media contents for your subject domain, so in that case, what is the solution? If Google Alert is not working, so in that case, the MentionLetics will be helpful to you. It is AI based, where it will search your social media. For your subject domain, it will search the social media, and from the social media, the alerts will be coming to your email ID, or you can directly search on their portal. So for the social media search, you can use that mention analytics. That is the AI based tool.
Thank you, Prahlad. Thank you so very much. And it now seems that you have put, all the queries have been put to rest. And because your presentation was flawless, it was truly, truly one of the most impressive presentations. And you just covered everything and lot many means. If you look back in this last 2 hours time, you have given to each and every one of our professional colleagues not many things that they should try to implement, something which is achievable, something which is doable, and you have been truly an inspiration to each one of us. And I could also can say that Delnet would definitely be wanting to seek your advice and to get benefited from your vast expertise, especially in adopting some of the the state of the art technologies, emerging trends, because we do have plans to create some specialized information portals wherein like an emerging trends in various fields, and using the AI, using more of an AI applications in that, and integrating and then helping out the various vast institutions subject wise. You have shown us today that how one can go with a subject specialized, and you have one of the things that I have really liked it that wherein you have said that don't just simply mention the email IDs of your of your own senior officials. The role of library professionals, more than ever we have to really work for revalidating the information, for filtering out the information, and that you have really also had put in a focus on that we should not just forget about that the technology is there and let the technology directly connect with the user. No, we have to keep on doing and our roles in a very, very more responsible manner, and to continue to work towards providing a very selective dissemination of information, what we have been doing, providing personalized information. You have spoken about personalized knowledge management, not many things. I think you have done in such a wonderful, beautiful manner. In 2 hours time, you have been able to do much more than we had ever thought of, that we would be able to achieve out of this. So thank you very much, Prahlad. And this is a small memento coming to you from Delnet, from NACLIN 2022, and also from, this is the entire our colleagues over here who are there with us, more than 1,000 professional colleagues who are there with us. They are joining us in presenting this small memento, though memento looks very small, but our appreciation and admiration for you is boundless. It cannot be measured. This is something which is beyond any expression of ours, and we truly admire, your work. We truly admire also, your own will and desire, your own philosophy that you have, and I think each one of us has to learn a lot, and you are setting up an example, a wonderful example for the professionals to follow. And there would be many followers, that you have been able to have with you today through this wonderful presentation of yours. And a small conference kit, so it's not only an online. We really want to convey that it's not just simply an online. We really want to have. It's not even a hybrid. It's a connected. It's a platform which is a more connected platform, and all of us are together in this. And as that's the reason, you could see even in the backdrop, this is for all our colleagues here who are attending. You can also see the nice, beautiful, the natural flowers which are there. So this is to remind our own selves, whatever time we may be in, we have to keep on moving ahead, keep on looking ahead, don't look back. We have to keep on moving ahead. And yes, collectively together, we can always bring that change we always wish to see around, and we can become a very, very let's become an agent of that change. It has been truly a great honor and pleasure, Prahlad, to have you with us. Thank you so very much indeed. No adequate words to express how grateful we are for you and for the enormous contributions that you are making. And we really look forward to having, most meaningful, fruitful, interactions and collaborations together in order to ensure that we are able to contribute, furthermore to each one of our professionals, to their respective institutions, and to the society at large, who really gives so much. And we really salute your spirits. We salute, your inner zeal and desire to help the users. And also, the person that you are, such a wonderful colleague and a human being who is always there to help someone. May God bless you, Prahlad, and you keep on having this wonderful, work that you are doing it for the profession and for the humanity, for the society. We are in great appreciation, and may God bless you. So it has been a pleasure being there with you, Prahlad. Any words as any message that you may like to give it as a concluding message for today's?
Definitely, I want to say something. Actually, when I got a call from you, and suddenly after there was no connection between you and me for 2 to 3 days, so I thought I had missed that. I had missed that train, but I was keeping faith in God. And again, you called me, and even without discussing the topic, you had allotted me. That is really big thing. And ma'am, I had met you personally twice, so definitely you're a role model for me. I had learned many things. There are a lot of mentors for me. Dharmender Sachan, Kishore English sir, my friend Sandeep also is a good motivator for me. So because of all this, it's happened, and I'm really thankful for this great opportunity. And in future also, definitely, if there is something, I will be there, not as a speaker but as a attendee. I will attend it, and definitely I'll upgrade myself. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you very
thanks
much,
all the
Prahlad.
love from all the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. And you can expect your mailbox is going to get flooded now. You should, you need to increase the, the space, because we have in far more than 1,000 in one go. And everyone, we could see that in the chat box, how many messages, it's running into, means if you see the scroll bar, it's just coming down, and no questions, everyone. They are just simply, saying inspiring informational lecture, and, not many things. Thank you so much, Prahlad. Can't really thank you enough. We are entirely speechless. And it will take us some time. We have to conduct the second session, second tutorial. And it is going to take a little time for us to come out of it, because we really want to just remain. It has been one of the most amazing and has truly been truly enlightened, that the spark, the light, the light that we have been able to see, and showing us the path ahead, showing us that how we as a library and information science professionals have to really groom ourselves. We have to really transform ourselves. It's not only the libraries that we are transforming. We have to literally, I have also taken a note wherein you said that every year you make a point for spending something on your own professional development, and that's truly appreciative of this. So each and everything whatsoever you have spoken today, Prahlad, we know that it has come out of your, not only the experience, but it has come out of your selfless work that you have been doing it, for years altogether, for decades altogether. And we really feel so blessed that we are able to, again, meet in the space and time. And we go before the Almighty for making it possible for us to do that. Yes.
Sure.
You have
Thank you so
been
much.
creating a difference, and you are creating a difference, and you are certainly going to make a more greater impact and difference, not only in the libraries but in the society. We wish you the very best. May God bless you, and has truly been a great honor and a pleasure for Delnet to have you with us, at NACLIN 2022. Thank you very much. Thank you so much,
Thank you so much,
Prahlad.
ma'am. Thank you so
And
much.
we would like to thank all our attendees, all our professional colleagues, everyone whosoever has been a part of this very wonderful session, which we are really going to remember forever. So thank you so very much for giving us those moments, that we are going to cherish. Thank you very much, one and all. A very quick, it's a time. We really wish that NACLIN 2023, we should be able to have it. Definitely it will be in the hybrid mode. We look forward to a time, the normal times, when we can have this. What we do expect to hold the next year's NACLIN in the hybrid mode, in person also, wherein we can invite you to have a lunch, or break for a lunch, and and then interacting with you, and not to keep you alone in during that 1 hour time, so that we can keep you engaged. And that engagement has to go on, because at its shows the title of the conference, redefining and repositioning libraries, exploring, engaging. It's very important, that we should always stay, connected, Has been a great honor and pleasure. We request you all to kindly join us back at 2 o'clock, and precisely we request you don't log out from the system because you're already tuned in. Don't go out. Let the system remain connected, whether you're on a mobile device or onto a smart device or whatsoever, a laptop or a desktop. Don't log out from the system. Stay tuned in, and please kindly ensure that you are back again, because we are able to see, are you looking at your screen or you have just logged in, because that's an intelligent AI which is being embedded in our webinar platform. So please ensure that you are being glued and waiting for us to start the deliberations, and that would truly be much appreciated. So please do join us back at 1:55. Don't log out from the system. Stay tuned in, stay connected, and it has been truly a great honor and pleasure for Delnet to have you with us, during NACLIN 2022 deliberations. Thank you very much, one and all, and we are going to again meet at 1:55, and we are going to have our second tutorial, which is on intelligent citation-based tools for research, discovery, and insights, which will be conducted by Professor Dr. Rupak Chakravarti, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science from Punjab University, Chandigarh. We look forward to having you again connected back, but don't go offline. Stay tuned, and we are going to meet you again at 1:55. Thank you once again, Prahlad. God bless you. Has been a wonderful pleasure and memorable day, memorable, memorable deliberations that we have been able to have only because
Thank
of
you, ma'am.
you. Thank you, Prahlad. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless you indeed. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much. So with this, we are going to now meet at sharp 1:55 as we requested. So you can have a lunch and be back here at 1:55 for yet another tutorial of the 15th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022, being organized by Telnet from today, December 14 to December 16. Stay connected, stay blessed, and please do kindly come back by 1:55. And don't log out from the system. That's a request to each one of you. Don't sign out, stay tuned in, and be back at 1:55. We look forward to having you back again here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Very good afternoon,
Good
Dr.
afternoon,
Rupak.
ma'am. Namaskar.
What a
Namaskar, ma'am.
pleasure. What a pleasure. Lovely pleasure to see you. Wonderful pleasure to see you
Same here,
after such a long time, Rupak. Very long
Same.
time. Huh? How many years? 15 years? 12 years?
Maybe. Not less
Yeah,
than that.
not less than that. Very
Yeah.
happy to see you and thank you so much. Thank you. It's such a great, lovely pleasure to see you and to have you on the platform of NACLIN. So we are very happy and also the wonderful work that you are doing. Very, very happy to see enormous work that you have done and enormous progress that you have done. Huh? God bless.
Thank you so
Thank you
much,
very
ma'am.
much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure. So we are just starting off now. Rupak. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock, so we are starting off. Perfect. A very good afternoon. Warm greetings once again from Delnet to each one of you, and thanks for joining us back to the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022, being organized by Delnet from today, December 14 to December 16, 2022. It's a profound privilege in welcoming our distinguished speaker of this afternoon, who's going to take the tutorial second of the NACLIN 2022, which is on intelligent citation-based tools for research, discovery, and insights. We have with us this afternoon Professor Dr. Rupak Chakravarti, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Punjab University, Chandigarh. It's a profound privilege for us, Dr. Rupak, to welcome you on the platform of NACLIN 2022. And on behalf of Delnet and behalf of each one of us, we welcome you to this to the conference. And it's really indeed so wonderful to get connected after such a long time with you and an association of past more than 15 years, 13, 14 years that we can recollect, and also happy to see that you have been the one who has been such a wonderful contributor to NACLINs even on the previous occasions wherein you have been contributing your papers for the conference. And it's so wonderful to have you today with us, as our invited speaker who is going to speak on a topic which holds great relevance for the researchers and scholars, and also most importantly for library and information science professionals. I have immense pleasure in welcoming once again Professor Dr. Rupak Chakravarti, who is the professor in the Department of Library and Information Sciences at Punjab University, Chandigarh. Profound privilege in introducing Professor Chakravarti to each one of you. And as one could notice that Professor Chakravarti holds a brilliant academic record all throughout, having a PhD and a Master's of Library and Information Sciences. He has been a gold medalist with a Bachelor's of Library and Information Science, BSc Mathematics, and also a diploma in Software Technology and Systems Management. I'm very pleased to inform you all that Professor Rupak Chakravarti did his PhD on developing open access institutional repositories for scholarly communications and the role of university libraries in India. We really congratulate you on doing this work, and this really prompts me, to come back to you again as we are holding on yet another program on 21st of this month. That is a brainstorming session on the creation of IRs, and I was literally amazed to see that yes, you have been the one who has also done, you again hold a great expertise on this. I'm glad to share with you that Professor Chakravarti's research areas includes open access, library technologies, and technology-enabled library services, informatics, and academic integrity. He has been earlier an assistant librarian at reference section and periodical section at AC Joshi Library at Punjab University, Chandigarh, fairly for 5 years from 2001 to 2006. Professor Chakravarti served there. And he has also been a guest faculty, Center for Public Health, Punjab University Public Health Information, PHI. He has also been heading the department as a chairperson from March 2015 to February 2018. I'm also glad to inform you all that Professor Chakravarti has been an editor of International Journal of Information Studies and Libraries, and also the Journal of Advancement in Library Sciences. He has, to his credit, of being a guide and a supervisor to a number of our PhD students in the department, and many of the PhDs have already been awarded. And also there are fairly, we could notice, 8 PhD works that he's supervising, and that's really, really wonderful to see, his involvement with the research work, being in the department. And Punjab University Chandigarh has a great reputation of having one of the finest departments of library and information sciences, besides being one of the best among the best university libraries. Also, we could notice that he has been, a prolific contributor, in various national and international journals. I don't want to stand between Professor Rupak, you and our attendees who are really anxiously looking forward. And let me just apprise you that we have our professional colleagues, including the library and information science professionals, but we also have a large number of researchers and scholars who are a part of this. They may be from the departments of library science, but also from many other departments of various streams who are there with us, who have joined us from various different colleges and institutions, and they eagerly look forward to get your expertise and to get to know more about these intelligent citation-based tools, which will be holding a great significance for the way that they have been conducting and envisaging their entire research work. Immense pleasure once again in welcoming you, Professor Dr. Rupak Chakravarti, to NACLIN 2022. And it's a profound privilege for me now to request you to start the deliberations of the second tutorial, that is on intelligent citation-based tools for research, discovery, and insights. It's over to you, Professor Rupak. Just unmute yourself.
It is my privilege and my honor to be here, and I express my deep sense of gratitude for providing me this platform to interact with the professionals. My screen is visible to all?
Yes, very much, yes.
And if you could please switch off my webcam so that only we can focus on the content. Thank you so very much.
It is perfectly fine. Okay. No, you be there. It's perfectly fine. We really want to see you, unless and until we see some bandwidth issues, but this is perfectly fine. So let them see you also. Yeah.
So my topic today is intelligent citation-based tools for research, discovery, and insights. In citations, we all know, and we are already using many citation-based databases. For example, we are using Scopus, we are using Web of Science. Indeed, they are subscription-based databases, but they are very useful. And let me put this infographics which was published in Nature. It talks about the paper mountain. And the first publication is the protein measurement with the colin phenol reagent. And it has been cited, if I'm not wrong, 222,827 times. So we have such papers also which actually climb at the top of the paper mountain. And these citations are very meaningful. They actually carry a lot of messages, but maybe that certain conventional citation databases and indexing are up to a level can serve our purpose. But beyond that, if you want something more out of it, and we want to apply technologies, for example, artificial intelligence or machine learning or DLN for that matter, deep learning models, then the conventional citation-based databases are not of much use. But I would also like to say that in coming times, we will definitely find mergers of technologies and consolidation of technologies, and we'll also find that the citation-based databases are integrating and joining hand with the other such tools which use basically the principles of AI, that is artificial intelligence. So no doubt they have a very value addition they do, and we can know the performance of an institution, performance of an individual. We can measure the total citations. We can also measure the H index, and that way we can actually go for ranking of the institutions also. But the point in bold, do not communicate contextual information. What is the context behind those citations? What additional meaning they carry? That remains unearthed, and which can provide us a deeper insight. So many initiatives have been taken place wherein people have tried to actually implement the principles of AI and machine learning, and in some cases the natural language processing NLP, to find out the context between the citations. So I will be discussing with you 4 or 5 tools And for some, I have done the screenshots of the working screenshot on the PPT itself. For some, I would switch over to the web and I will show you the live demonstration if time permits. But nevertheless, I found a few of the tools which are very, very useful. Now, some of the tools are freemium, meaning that part of it is basic version, this is free, and part of which is subscription based. And a disclaimer that I'm not actually from any vendor side, but the concept is very beautiful and it has to be accepted. And already many universities and research institutions and libraries for that matter have already adopted and are actually gradually on the line of adopting such emerging technologies which can take you beyond the traditional scope of the typical citation index products. So this is an academic search engine, right? This is not any tool of my topic, but this is an academic search engine base. It has been developed by Bielefeld University Library. But what great work they have done! If you see the advanced search of base, you will find that so many fine-grained filters are there. Very good academic search engine. And I think Microsoft Academic Search has closed down. This is an academic search engine. Such search engines which have huge indexing base, they also serve as a data point for those citation based emerging tools. That is why I am mentioning them. And another one is PubMed. PubMed is also having 34 million citations covering the biomedical literature, health and medical science. And PubMed also, in one of my tools, these two search engines and aggregators actually play a vital role in providing the data for further visualization and creating of a science mapping kind of thing. So the first tool, which is very easy, and I think it will take few seconds to understand you, but the kind of infographics it draws, that has to be tested by you, because I can show you with one term or I can show you the features, but this is free tool. This is absolutely free tool, and it has got two data sources. One is PubMed, which is covering life sciences. Other is Bayes, that is Bielefeld Academic Search Engine. It covers all the disciplines. You can look at Bayes as an alternative, or you can also say the superior competitor or alternative of the Google Scholar. And also there is a very good academic search engine, Semantic Scholar, and many such tools which are core of my today's presentation are rely on these academic search engines for getting the huge amount of research corpus, that is literature and their citations. So Bayes is one of them, and one of them is Semantic Scholar. So this open knowledge map, here what is required, you can refine your search. Otherwise, you can choose the option whether you want to choose a topic from PubMed. For example, you can choose a topic, for example, say digital library, and intentionally choose PubMed as a source data. Why? Because you would like to see in biomedical science how the digital library has been dealt with, how they have been discussed. It has been discussed. You can choose Bayes also, depending upon the topic. You may search for mpox vaccine, which was earlier known as monkeypox vaccine. You can search for COVID-19 vaccine efficacy. You can search for COVID-19. You can search any term, health information literacy for that matter, if it is PubMed. And in Bayes, you can choose any topic covering any discipline. The kind of graph it plots, for example, I think I have searched for health information literacy, and within few seconds it is going to plot the graph, which is very meaningful, very meaningful. And if you want to know that what could be the research trend kind of thing in a given domain of knowledge, so you can just try this. You may say that it takes few seconds or a minute to develop this graph, but the technology they are using, it is like wonderful technology they're using, and they have the choice of choosing data source as PubMed or Bayes. And you can see these graphics, you can use it, copy it, and furthermore, if you hover your mouse pointer over any this circle, it will lead you to in detail publications therein, and if you click in there, you will actually reach all those publications. So understanding a discipline, and also it can also help you if you especially use PubMed, those who are from biomedical sciences, maybe some affiliation. You can also check that how a topic which is not from the core of biomedical science per se has been discussed in biomedical literature. So that kind of thing can also be analyzed and understood by using these open knowledge maps. This is the way it creates. It takes a few seconds. and it has given 20 seconds time limit. After 20 seconds, your graph will be plotted. So I have actually tested many topics on it, and I have zoomed in and I have gone to that circles and so seen that papers. Often, not often, I can say a few of the instances I could notice some false positive, but overall the accuracy is on higher side. And you can check this out yourself because there is no kind of registration, no sign in, no login, and you can directly use this tool. Fine. Now I'm going to discuss with you 2-3 diagrams which are based on bibliometrics. Why I'm doing so? Because some of the principles and concepts of bibliometrics and cytometrics are also used by these tools for applying the artificial intelligence. For example, these tools tells us that this graph shows that there are two papers, A and B, and they are being cited by common papers C, D, E, and F. Fine. This is bibliographic coupling. Very simple. See, there are two publications which are being cited by some common papers. This is bibliographic coupling. Now, if we reverse this scenario and say that now there are two publications A and B which are being cited by the common papers C, D, E, and F. This is co-citation. And to get you to get a clarity, you can see this diagram. The diagram A in the left hand side, on the left hand side is bibliographic coupling, where A and B are cited by C, D, E, and F. And on the right hand side, we have co-citation, where A and B are cited by C, D, E, and F. So this is something which is also being harnessed and utilized in the drawing of the visualizations and mapping. So let us move ahead. The first tool is S-Site, and the URL is ssite.ai. Now, this is not a completely free tool. It is freemium. That means it has got basic plan and it has got some premium plan. The basic plan has some restrictions. It gives you 14 days of trial, but the trial earlier it was like very simple trial. Nowadays the trial is based on entering your credit card details. But uh, being subscription based doesn't mean that it is not a tool worth mentioning here. It is good tool and many of its features are free. And S-Site is actually working on the principle of classifying the whole corpus of citations into 3 categories. See, I have read many papers where it has been discussed that how this universe of knowledge grows, how science grows. Actually, it is not the case that the new papers which are coming up always endorses the findings of the previous paper. This is, had this been true, then you couldn't actually imagine the kind of growth we have achieved today, because there are contradictions, there are difference of opinion, there are disagreements. In fact, one study may actually challenge the findings of previous studies. So this is a natural phenomenon and this is well accepted, and this is actually very good and healthy for the growth of science. When I say science, it means universe of knowledge. So what massive citations carry, and S-Site as a tool, it actually classifies the whole citation into 3 categories. I will show you. One is your supporting, one is your mentioning, and one is your contrasting. 3 types of citation, and they are indicated by 3 different colors: green, blue, and gray. Gray means mentions. And it actually abstracts the context-based evidence. Now, if you want to do this manually for a human being, it is actually impossible to actually crawl through the whole full text of the whole research corpus and try to identify the sentences, phrases, and words and the in-text citations and references to identify the tone and the attitude of the author, whether it supports, mentions, or contrasts. So this is being done, and this is known as Smart Citation Index, and it is surrounding around the textual content from this citing paper, and this is completely based upon deep learning model and machine learning. So we have contrasting, supporting, and mentioning. And this becomes actually, this is a training. Deep learning model also is based on the iterations and training. So as more searches, as more utilization of the database occurs, it actually also learns more. It becomes more intelligent. And many libraries are using it, institutions are using it, because in addition to classifying the citations into 3 categories, it also gives you the details of the documents or publications of an institution, which have some concern, which have been withdrawn, or which had been actually retracted. It is actually 1.8 billion unique citations. More than 1.2 billion is 1.8 billion unique citations. And the data is further augmented by other scholarly metadata, for example, author, affiliation, journal, publishers, topic, all that is used. And such things are very useful in understanding. Now, when the S-Cite tool actually classifies this kind of citation to 3 categories, then the next step is mapping those citation statements. This part is premium, and but demo you can always see, and for the subscribed versions you can also get the mapping of this complete network citation networks, and I will show you some examples also. So like I said, it also contains information, provides information regarding the retractions, withdrawals, all that, editorial notices, corrections, concerns raised by. So we can say that SCITE helps in critically engaging with the publications, because using conventional databases you cannot actually criticism is coming because we are getting the withdrawals also, retractions also, and most importantly we are also getting the contrasting citations. So how a publication has been cited, the why and how we can understand, and then we can actually go into a deeper detail to identify relevant literature, and we can understand the context of the research, how it has been validated or how it has been actually discarded or ignored. So it is a powerful method. Now, it is also using the concept which is known as the citation chaining. Citation chaining has both forward chaining as well as backward chaining, because who has cited is the forward chaining and who has been cited is the backward chaining. And this is chaining because this process is iterative, and it is being repeated over and over until it is exhausted and there are no more citations. So this is the you can say a screenshot of the how it displays the results, supporting, mentioning, contrasting, and unclassified. Unclassified may be that you are unable to, the algorithm was unable to identify or classify it into 3 categories. And the formula they use, they also give you a value known as S-Cite index, represented by the symbol SI. Here in this formula, you can see the numerator is supporting sites, then divided by supporting sites plus contrasting sites. Now, this is the official formula given by S-Cite, but I was like wondering if we can actually put contrasting sites above, then it could be like S-Cite measuring the contrasting publication. The definition will then change. It can be done by us also. You can also do it. It's a very interesting tool, I would tell you. But the official formula of S-Cite index is this, which is used by this tool to generate the S-Cite index. Right? So this is like a screenshot of how it searches. For example, vaccine efficacy has been searched. It is showing. And let me tell you before I forget that S-Cite also has a Google Chrome extension. Now, once you install this extension, you can always find, if you are searching in Google Scholar even, then the results are displayed. Below each result, you can find the 3 categories. So it works in various databases. It has got integration with various databases with the help of APIs, and through which if you are not using S-Cite, even then, if you have opened any paper on your browser, right away, straight away, you will see that there is a sidebar, and in that sidebar, S-Cite will prompt you to see contrasting, supporting, and mentioning. So that is also, and the Chrome extension is completely free, right? And it also supports author, because at an institution they actually can understand in what context they have been cited. This is very important, whether it is supporting, mentioning, or it is contrasting, for example. And the blue box which I have drawn, you can see 72 supporting citations, 749 are mentioning, and 12 are contrasting citations, right? And this is how it plots the graph. And this graph can be actually customized according to you can say readability and more interactivity or more informative. So you can customize this graph also. Like this same graph I have customized, and this is like this, right? And you can see the colors here. You are not seeing the gray colors because I think mentioning is not there. Here only we have supporting and contrasting. This is the way they classify. And these nodes, If you click on, hover your mouse, you can get the detail. If you click on any of the notes, if you want to see, especially if your focus is on the contrasting publication, which are the contrasting studies, then you can click on these notes and it will take you directly to those contrasting literature. And then perhaps you would be interested in knowing that, let's see in what context and why and how this study is contradicting or contrasting or is in disagreement with the other studies. So this is very interesting. And unless it is a fake paper published in a clone journal or a predatory journal, I think you will always find that contrasting publications are lesser in number. I'm not saying that this is true because supporting are more. There may be a case that we are not also writing something, especially in sciences also, wherein we try to contradict or conflict or disagree with the previous findings. That may be a case. Otherwise, you can say that fine, most of the findings have the common kind of arguments and claims, so there is no scope for contradictions. Fine. And this is how I can customize it. So in a different way, you can customize it. Fine. So S-Site is going to help you in finding expert analysis and opinion on any topic, find appropriate references and data when writing papers, and find if research has been reported. And S-Site is useful for different types of communities, publishers, students, pharmaceutical, biotech, universities, and library researchers. And let me tell you that this screenshot I've taken from the website, and each one of this block are actually representing a hyperlink. So if you want to go into detail, perhaps somebody from pharmaceutical and biotech, so you can click there and go into much detail. But the basic principle remains the same. Basic principle remains the same. Now, universities, how they can use it, I will show you live demo of how universities can use it. Now, because I have done so many can say trials with this, and under universities, I was like, which is the university which is in the top ranking of the Times higher education ranking or QS World University ranking, and the top universities, I was trying to figure it out whether the top ranking universities are, because that part is free. Let me tell you that if you want to go for journal analysis, it is free. If you want to go for university analysis, it is free. If you want to go for funders analysis regarding this classification and S-Site index, it is free. So I was like if university is top rank university, and I checked in Harvard and Oxford, and there were like contrasting citations. But you cannot actually make a statement by seeing just one or two university. For that, you will have to actually extract the whole data, and then you will have to put to statistical test and correlation test. Then only you can tell that, okay, fine, there is some correlation. Otherwise, you cannot say. But just out of curiosity, I checked actually a few topmost universities from the rankings of the world, and I find that yes, this is not that it is a top ranking university, therefore there is no contrasting citation. It was not. So like universities can use it, and then I was surprised to see some of the publications being retracted from my university. So maybe 7 or 8. So that is also something which you can know, and that part is free. So this is cited paper, and this is the citation statement, and that's how it link it. My second tool, I will try to give you a hands-on demo kind of thing of the S-Site tool, and so I will tell you. So now next tool which I am going to mention is Research Rabbit. Believe me, this diagram or photo or image or picture of rabbit is actually the official you can say image of Research Rabbit tool, which is completely based on AI. Actually, the URL itself is researchrabbit.ai, and it also it is not going to classify the citation, right? But it has got some USP, some unique selling proposition is also there with Research Rabbit. You will come to know. And they write rabbit holes. So they say that wherever there is a research gap kind of thing, they actually say it's a research rabbit hole. And our tool is a rabbit which can actually find the holes and identify the holes. So it's a very interesting tool. So they say it is the reimagine research. Fine. It has got alerting service also, very good tool, and you can get personalized digest. And this is completely, you can say, kind of literature recommender system. and any topic. It is very useful for research scholars also, I believe, and those who are into active research, because it is going to send you this through email, and they have written that if nothing is found, then they are not going to send you emails irritating you and kind of spam. So they will not spam. Fine. So they give you interactive visualizations, right? And these visualizations are, this is also citation chaining, and you can move from left to right. As you move from left to right, different panes, it's called breadcrumbs. When you move from left to right, you see you will go into much detail. So as you progress, you can find prior work, you can find similar work, you can find the author's detail, and you can actually create some kind of correlation. Fine. The green node will show you your collection, your papers, and then blue one will be the cited one. So Research Rabbit gives you intuitive exploration, personalized recommendation system, powerful visualization, discover authors. Zotero integration is coming soon. Sharing is done. Collaboration is done. This fine. And I was happy and delighted to see Krishnan Chandra, because this is the developer team, and yes, this is a good thing to see that we are into the as a developer working there in Research Rabbit. So it helps you to discover and visualize relevant literature and scholars, create alerts, and then can share your collection with your colleagues. Now, how it will be done, I will show you in the demo, but very simple. There are two things. One is your category and one is your collection. You can create a collection, you can create a category. Now, once you create a collection, you need, just like a digital library, you create collection and Greenstone or DSpace. So you have a community kind of thing. So you create a collection under a category, for example. Then you start your search by adding paper, and then see it's like reading a manual, these pointers in this slide. But when you are logged into Research Rabbit, then it becomes very easy, because it is highly intuitive. As they claim, the first point, it is highly intuitive, the top left. So you may skip these points, because when you log into the system, you will be actually forced to take the first action, and that will be the right in the flowchart, right? So I don't know whether the audience are muted or not. I don't know. Can you identify? Can you relate to this symbol, please? Anyone? If you are unmuted, can you relate to this symbol? Everyone is muted, I guess.
Yeah, yes, they can use the chat box. We
Okay,
request
fine.
our attendees to use the chat box.
No problem. So this
They are
symbol.
saying Spotify by Yasser Loan. Yes, Mr. Yasser Loan. Yeah, Rahul Dangi also has said Spotify. Yes, yeah. So you Wi-Fi
So
is this thing.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So Research Rabbit says that it's a, and in fact, I could say that okay, Open Knowledge Map was not a Spotify, and S-Site is not Spotify. Research Rabbit is Spotify, kind of. You can actually have an analogy. And a few more tools I will discuss, and I will show you online live that you can correlate with Spotify. Fine. So just like in Spotify, this Research Rabbit is going to take you gradually and in a progressive manner towards deeper studies. Fine. This is kind of Spotify. So you can add on, like it is going to recommend similar kind of. So it is based on the semantics of the paper, the crux of the paper, and the core objectives of the paper and the findings of the paper. So it is a kind of Spotify for paper. So in Spotify, we actually add a song in a playlist, and here it works also similarly. So it will also start monitoring. So suppose it is going to become a AI based personal assistant for you, because if you have your own taste and like research areas, and it will also going to monitor all newly published papers in your research area, and it is going to send you as an email alerts. Fine. And yes, if you are using any reference manager like Mendeley, Zotero, EndNote, BibTeX and RIS files, you can also export and import. All that can also be done. I have done it. Maybe we may have some shortage of time, but that I have done this. So this is possible. Importing and exporting both you can do by using Research Rabbit, right? So we have paper graph, it has got graph view and timeline view, and we have author graphs, and we have green dots and blue dots, fine. So I will show you, right? And these dots have the meaning. For example, it is paper graph. If it is paper graph, then this kind of green dot, each dot is actually representing a paper. Every dot is a paper, and line is actually link, or line is representing a citation. Green dots, that means the papers are coming for your collection which you have added, and blue dots are the papers which are coming from the left of this graph. That means there is a kind of progressive movement from left to right. We will come to that, you will see. And there are like concepts of intensity of the color, dark and light, with the node color. See, in a network graph we have nodes and links. For example, you might have used this kind of tool, for example, Biblioshiny from Bibliometrics, or Biosphere, or Cytospace. So they all actually give you the visualizations, which is actually science mapping and network visualization. And each of this graph is having nodes and links. So here also we have, as a node, we have paper, and links as citation in the paper graph. And more recent papers are darker in color, and old papers are lighter in color. So this way, and also green dots will be bigger because they are coming for own library, and blue dot, which are coming from the left of your column, they are based on the number of connections. So if the number of connection or connectivity strength is more, that the dots will be of bigger size. So they actually indicate the strength of the network and the relevance and semantics of the paper, how closely they are related with each other. Fine. Previous slide was paper graph, and this is author graph. Fine. Here each dot, there it was representing a paper. In author graph, each dot represents an author, and each line represents a co-authorship relationship. Please note that in the previous slide, each line represents, second point, each line represents a citation relationship between two papers, and here it represents a co-authorship relationship. Fine. So they have written, actually, they also apply co-citation bibliographic coupling concepts in their mapping. Fine. And then we can, this is the practical step, we will see, select an author, collaborators. So we can actually summarize theoretical part, of course, of Research Rabbit, that it is a kind of Rabbit radar, sharing in collaboration, public collection, linked content, and Zotero integration. Fine. This is the first interface. I have created my account. When you create your account, this is the you can say blank interface. You have to start from the scratch, and the first thing you can do is you can also go to the settings. You can also go to the help icon. The right hand side panel is very useful. If you want to jump start, you can directly go to the category or new collection. You can create collection earlier, or you can create category earlier, whatever you can do, but it will allow you to categorize, or you can say, let me use a better word, it will allow you to create a hierarchy kind of thing, that you can put your one collection under one category. That you can do, so that we can see, right? And the very good thing is that Research Rabbit is not a freemium tool. There is nothing called basic plan and paid plan. It is completely free of cost, so you can use it without. It just required your sign up, right? So I will also cover Research Rabbit online, right? There is no problem. The next tool is Insightful, and let me also tell you, this is also a free tool, and the URL is insightful.xyz. Insightful.xyz. Basically, Insight comprises of two services. One is your paper discovery, and another is your literature connector. So paper discovery is for individual paper. I think it's very useful. But if you are interested in establishing or finding some kind of relationship between two papers, now those two papers can be from different discipline also. Suppose you want to quantify, or you want to know how these topics align with each other, and whether they are interdisciplinary. If they are highly interdisciplinary, or if they are not, if they are remotely or distantly, in no way you can make actually some kind of correlation, whether somehow through some citation or chain, at the end of the day, whether they are connected. It's very interesting. And again, they have a huge research corpus for data mining and apply those principles of AI and deep learning models so that they can come out with interesting graphics. And you will have to spend some time, I tell you, to understand those graphs, because you will have to actually see those individual papers to understand how many hops they take. Hops means that jumps, how many iterations they take, and that after so many levels, 3 or 4 levels or 2 levels, they correlate with each other. And which are the papers which are acting as a link or bridge between the two, from and to, those two papers. Now those that's why it is named literature connector, right? So one is paper discovery, and also you can see that you can actually add input as paper title or DOI or PubMed URL or archive. You can do that. You can also start with a topic instead of paper title, because I've tried that. So when you start with a topic, it will also suggest you the list of papers. So you can choose a particular paper from that list of suggested articles, and then you can go to the second part, two, and again you can enter some keyword, and again it will actually show you a list of papers, and you can choose any one of that, and then you start creating a map and try to identify or try to understand whether if at all they are related, how they are correlated, which are the papers which are acting as a linking tool or bridging tool between these two, and how a topic from a discipline A can connect with the topic of discipline Z. So we never know, and this is that's why, and there is how they actually pitch in. So paper discovery is very simple, and actually it is using some kind of, we can say, mathematics, but it's not one big graph, and paper serving as node and edges as connecting the vertices. So we can think of this kind of graph, whole academic literature, whole scholarly literature, as a very giant graph. Fine. And then yes, mathematics is there. So there is a concept, or you can say field of studying mathematics known as graph theory. So that they have applied. Fine. And they have also used some formulas which may not be required for the end user, but we may be interested in knowing the end results. So this is the PD tool, that is paper discovery tool, and then we have the literature connector, and I'm planning to uh, build a manuscript using literature connector, but that has to be tested with multiple iterations of many papers of different disciplines, and then we can arrive at something that whether we can actually develop this as a manuscript for sending to a journal or not. Fine. So, like the first line itself says that interdisciplinary studies, how two bodies of literature connect to one another. Fine. And let me tell you again, if I have not told you earlier, that this tool is again, I think, completely free. In fact, let me recall, I don't think it has got anything called sign up or login. So there's nothing called sign up or login. If I'm not wrong, let me check. So it connects two academic papers together using citation as link, and that's why we are discussing this citation chaining, backward, forward, and bibliographic coupling, and co-citation, and artificial intelligence. Fine. And the last point we can read, that tool is for useful for interdisciplinary scholars or those moving into a new research area who are curious how their new domain connects to the old one. That's a very fascinating thing to do. And these things are possible, that today we are actually thinking about such possibilities because we have such tools, and are free tools, right? So it is written that first point, bridge two different topics. It is incredibly fast, and it is trying to find the shortest path, because you see, if it is the longer path or longest path, then I think the USP is being defeated, the purpose itself is defeated. So it has to be shortest path which insightful is going to provide us. So that will be a real insight, SIGST, which insight CIT is going to give us shortest path between the two core topics or two domains or two ideas, two thoughts that can be given. And there is a plus button next to each paper, which we will see. Fine. Now coming to the research corpus or data point data sources, Insightful is actually capturing data using unpaywall. I'm sure you know about unpaywall, semantic scholar, cross-ref, and open citations. Unpaywall is very useful for finding green open access literature, self-archiving from repositories. So unpaywall, you can install the Chrome extension. That is out of context of my today's presentation, but it makes sense to describe unpaywall. So it's really unpaywall. Fine. So Insightful is gathering huge amount of data from these two. They are individually a huge corpus, research corpus they contain. Fine. So this is the all about the tool Insightful. And my next tool which I'm going to share with you is Lit Maps. I think this acronym has been made by using the terms literature maps, and that's what they are doing the earlier tools also. But I have chosen these 4 or 5 tools because in each and every tool I have noticed and observed and experienced some uniqueness which is not non-overlapping with the previous tools. So why not? And after the session or this conference is over, you can actually give them a try, and you can make valuable inputs, and this may help you. Now if you ask me that these tools are useful for researchers, right? But I have shown you, I have given the evidence that they actually see libraries also as their potential subscribers. So this is only about our thinking and imagination that okay, this tools is not useful for libraries. No, it is useful, and they have mentioned it, and many libraries are already subscribing it. The only thing is you have to understand and find out a way that how it can be useful for my community. Many libraries are providing LRS and RSS, which is actually missing here, per se, like exact terminology, research support, library research support, and research support services. So these tools are being used. So Lit Maps, the tagline is discover the world of scientific literature. Fine. And here again, you can actually use keyword, author, DOI, permanent or archive. Fine. But once you log in, this interface vanishes. So if you click on the login button, then it will vanish, and actually it will take you to a new tab of your browser. And the first tab remains open. So it is entirely new tab. So you can discover, visualize, share, and monitor just like research for it. Yes, it does. So they say that they claim that it is the easiest. And let me again tell you before I forget, the Lit Map is premium. So like some restriction number of papers you can add. I think it's the threshold is 20 for free plans. Fine. But yes, to understand the working of it and understand the potential it can give you, you can be happy with the free plan also. And if organizations subscribe to it, nothing like it. Fine. So LitMap claims that it is the easiest, quickest, and the most accurate way to find articles. Single paper, it generates a map of most relevant articles, fine. And it also creates a visualization, which is free for the account. And you can actually know the prominent authors, prominent papers, how they are correlated to each other, fine. And you can share it, you can save it, and you can also do collaboration. Now, just like Research Rabbit, LitMap also actually gives you recommendation system. It has got recommendation system, so it is useful for policymakers also, R&D teams also, scientists also, universities also, because it can recommend papers. So this is wherein we have this AI thing coming. Right? Citation chasing is there, literature management is there, and prior art research is also there. So quality of your research, scope of your research, and visualizations. For example, let me give you one example that in each and every scholarly literature we create, for example, you can say the master dissertations or MPhil dissertations or your research proposal or your PhD thesis. If you want to go for an evidence-based literature review, such kind of things can also help you because you can add a graph or image of that, and that graph is self-explanatory, and that actually the graph or map actually endorses the inferences you draw from a literature review and kind of research gaps you want to put forward. So such kind of things actually help in that, right? Fine, I think these points I have covered. Let me see if anything. Okay, third point, LitMap traverses billions of papers for you in second. and select the most connected articles for you to review. Fine, all done. Okay. This is the interface and basic plan also you can do that. So there are three components of it: seed, discover, map, and you can create my library. For example, what I did, just out of curiosity, I went to my Google Scholar profile. I just click on select all, and then I exported all of my publications as a BibTeX file, and then I uploaded to my library as a BibTeX file. And then I could actually plot the graph of my publications. So such kind of things can be done. So it is actually, when we say visualization, then actually it brings life to something static. You can say some text part is there. Now it can actually make sense. So this is how the graphs are being plotted, right? And yes, there are, yes, these things are available. We can do, we'll be doing it. We can see this. Okay, fine, this is done, quite easily done. Now this is how the discover tool works. So we have seed, discover. So this is the first option of searching. You can search, and seed paper means that seed paper is represented by a blue circle and a white icon of a sapling, a plant leaf. Seed paper you can see in the diagram. Seed paper means the paper which, it will be always singular, one paper. It is the paper you have chosen. It might be the most prominent paper. For example, I have shown you having more than 2 lakh citations. You can choose any paper as a seed paper. So from seed paper, you move on to discovery and mapping. I will show you. And you may also create a predefined library of yours, and you can add papers as a BibTeX file also, right? This is the discover point. So you can see this is search and this discover, right? How the items are correlated, and visualize and share. You can also share this to other groups who might be interested in your graphics, right? And you can also actually use them in your research publication. Also, you can monitor them, because when you perform a search, you can save it, and if you click on the monitoring button, it is going to monitor it, and it will actually send you the messages if anything new has been identified by the LitMap, right? And I hope that all of you might be having the free service called ORCID and Open Researcher and Connector ID, which is free service. And this is the Aadhaar number for the person who are into academics. Just like we have Aadhaar number as a citizen of India, you can have free ORCID. With the click of a button, you can get ORCID, because it helps. In many interfaces, you can log in through ORCID. So it's a kind of open ID, and there's no need for email ID and password. Although you can actually sign up using your email ID and password, but ORCID is preferred. Fine. Once you log in, it is going to show you this screen, because LitMap, which I have used earlier, and LitMap, which I am using now, there are certain changes, and it is actually prompting you to enter the new LitMaps, because very recently, if you go to the LitMap channel on YouTube, there are only 3 videos they have actually created, and all of them are 6 days old. I saw it when it was 4 days before. Today might be 6 days old. So only 3 videos are there. You can see them. And one very good thing is that when you log into LitMap, actually I am not. Yes, they are going to show you the within tool tutorial video. That's very interesting thing to do, how they have embedded the video within the software interface, although there is nothing to install apart from Chrome extension installations. In some cases there is nothing to install. So you see that when you log in, the interface you will get is this: seed map, discover and visualize, and with the blue color it is prompting to start here, new start. So as a first step, and this is available on the left hand side also, in that menu you can say seed, discover, map and your library. So I can create my as many workspace as I want. I have created my own workspace, and the workspace I can actually add libraries and I can add papers. So workspace is a bigger entity, like category in research library. Under category there was collection. Here you have workspace, and under that library. See, the thing is that I am discussing actually 4-5 tools with you, and unless and until you try at your own end, You may find that, okay, fine, there are too many tools to discuss in 2 hours. But having said that, you need to actually, I encourage you to actually use these tools because these are practical tools. Fine. And unless you practice yourself, tutorials won't help, and perhaps PPTs also may give you some idea. But unless you try, you will not be able to understand it completely. Fine. So workspace, how to create a workspace, you can do deletion of workspace and all that you can do, and you can create library in a workspace. So seed map, discover and visualize. Seed map always start with one paper, seed map. This is the interface showing the work, my workspace. I have created 5, I have deleted 4, I have done all that kind of thing I have done just to check the functionality of this tool. And I can also, I haven't invited anyone and I am not actually subscribing anything. Subscription by mean that I am actually using the feature that is going to give me alert, right, as it happens, right? So I can create a team also. I can create a team. I can create a new workspace, and under above the space I can have saved searches, map, one collection to show. I have one collection, right? So this is how it works, and this is the seed map. And from here, for seed map, you can just key in the keyword also, and there are 3 methods. If you have added papers in your library, you can click on the third option. You can add from your library, fine. Or the second option, you can import from your reference manager. When I say reference manager, it may sounds like I'm saying about Mendeley and Zotero, fine. But it is actually, when you click on the second option, it is looking for the reference, especially the files which actually represent the bibliographies. So the format is .bibtec or .bib or RIS. So it will actually prompt you to locate the file in your computer, and that you can do. When you click on add from the library, then it is going to fetch within the software, within the tool, your library is there, right? Otherwise, you can actually enter the keyword, and as you go, you can actually select the seed paper which you think is would be. So you can perform a lot of experiments on this. Na? You can before making it a full use as a production or as a production use, you can make a lot of like experiments on such tools because it only takes to sign up, and you can do that, right? And my next tool is connected papers. So sounds like similar things, but having some uniqueness in all of them. No, you can also think in the way that, in my way that, so I will take a seed paper or I will take 2 papers, fine, and I will try to test them in 4 or 5 tools which we are discussing right now. There's no harm. So basic plan jahan pe bhi hai, after all that is free. So you can take few papers as your core papers, and you can actually repeatedly use them in these tools, and then see, wait and watch how they respond. So next is connected papers, and in most of the tools I have tried to publish papers also. So connected papers basically has, I would not read this because it has got 2 things like prior and derivative works, and you choose, here also there is something called as seed paper. You choose a seed paper, a particular paper, and then it is going to show you the prior work and the derivative work, and there is a graph. And the graph is having seminal value, it is similar papers in the paper. So you can build graphs, interesting papers will be there in the graph. You will have a real visual understanding of the trends, popular works, and dynamics of the field you are interested in. Fine. So we have, second point says about prior work, fine, and they have used the word important ancestor works, prior work, and then we have the third point, derivative works, fine, those which are published very recently, right? So these are there. And the input paper, if you see the last 2 words of the third pointer, input paper is going to be the kind of seed paper. And again, just like previous tools, they have their built-in integration with the semantic scholar as a research corpus data source. Right? So this is the, and what they do behind the scene, you see approximately 50,000 papers they analyze, to create one single graph. And now we start thinking about the first tool, open knowledge map. I entered health information literacy, I entered literacy also, I entered monkeypox also, I entered so many terms, one with base, and there are many with PubMed. So, but we think the kind of data crunching and data mining they are doing at the back end, that is actually amazing, because we cannot actually think the human capacity can do this. So 50,000, and I might be that each and every tool we are discussing are doing the same thing, right? And papers are arranged according to their similarity, right? So I was also thinking, like, after when I was experimenting with these tools a few months back or earlier, I was wondering that someday the bigger, you can say, the initiatives, for example, Clarivate Analytics or elsewhere, they may actually integrate their own abstracting, indexing, and citation databases with such functionalities, right? So it's only time it takes to actually test the acceptability and the adoption of such tools in the research community. After that, because they are the bigger players and they may be interested in actually acquiring such tools or merging the functionality with their own tools, right? So post-citation bibliographic coupling I have discussed, and post-directed graph, and also we have the shortest path concept here also. Highlight the shortest path from each node to the origin paper. So it's all about similarity, fine. And it says that similar papers are closer and dissimilar papers are pushed away. So you can see this is the interface of connected papers, and yes, there is a premium account. That means there is a pricing model, but I am using the basic model, and you can also try that. So for understanding purpose and for research purpose, you can do that. But if your institution wants it, you can also go for this subscription plan, right? But I have mentioned several tools which are actually by default free of cost. They are not free, right? So you can start with DOI, archive URL, paper titles, semantic scholar, paper URL, and PubMed. All that can be done to build a graph. And one thing is that when we have searched a given topic or a given URL in this tool of connected papers, then if you want to build a graph using a seed paper or selected input paper, then it says that you have to, on your keyboard, you need to keep the control button pressed. Then with the mouse, you are going to click, or touchpad, you are going to click on a particular paper. To enable connected paper to ingest that paper, process that paper, and fetch similar papers and plot a beautiful graphics for it, right? So hold control key while clicking the paper. For example, I have searched digital libraries, right? It has given me so many results. So I scrolled down and I went to one paper which was, I think, cited by 67 times or something like that, 68 times. Then I pressed the control button, then I clicked it. This is the paper. Current state of linked data and digital library, 66 citations has got, and control key plus enter key, and it will take you to this interface. And you can see the red box, the paper title is there, and the node which represents the my input paper is having an additional, you can say, layer circumventing this original node. So, and each and every node has something to tell you. If you click on there, it will give you details, and you can write, you can develop. I have done that, and many people have done that. You can develop a paragraph on these papers. So for developing a paragraph on these nodes for research writing purpose also, or for understanding your research area in a better way, you have to actually see how, if they are in a closed cluster, then you will have to see that the keyword or the abstract of those papers in which they have actually developed their full paper, to understand why they are in close proximity. Fine. And if you look at this interface, you are getting two buttons. One is your prior work and other is your derivative works. So if you click on the prior work, so prior work means that papers that were most commonly cited by, so it is actually ancestral papers. And then derivative is a recent paper. So prior work signifies, according to their algorithm, prior work signifies important seminal work, and you can see that these two papers are by default selected. See, you can download this and you can make it full screen also. There is an option button of full screen, and if you click on the derivative works, then it is the cited many of the papers in the graph. So they are either the surveys of the field or recent works. So again, it is giving you a selection of papers which are important derivative works. And again, there is an option of sorting. You can sort it by year citation and graph citation. You can do that. Fine. And you can always click on the download button to download the whole data as a bibliotex file for further evaluation and study. Right? And this is how the whole plotting is done. And you can actually, these side panels can be collapsed, you can say, and the whole interface becomes bigger, and you can actually see the graphics in full scale, and you can use it for your research purposes and for, of course, research purposes. Maybe the purpose of your research may have some additional purposes, maybe for conference, maybe for paper writing, maybe for helping a research scholar. Maybe the research scholar himself is interested in understanding the correlation of these papers in a given graph in the form of clusters, nodes, and links. So that can be done, and further it can be explored with prior work and derivative work. Fine. So you can actually zoom out and zoom in also. Now I have actually shown you this, you can say, the theoretical part of it, and let me try some topic here. This is open knowledge graph, and if I try to enter blockchain, I can enter. Let me try some other term. I have chosen base. I may choose, for example, say, let me try digital library. I hope my screen is visible to you. I have not rendered the term as a exact phrase. I have not used inverted comma, but it can be done also. And I think you are able to see my screen, I'm sure. And this is how it is going to generate the graphics for you. And you can move on to any graphics to zoom in, and you can see the things. Right? This is, I think, the most. Yes, please.
Sorry to interrupt, Professor Rupak. Can I just make a small little request? And that's for our attendees. If we can just revisit, all these 4 tools that we have discussed, and one by one, if you can show them quickly, like, the site they have to go, and then just giving a little glimpse of that. So that it's like.
So yeah, I can actually share this whole thing with you. I think yeah,
it is visible. It is visible, like, that's for our attendees, because when we have discussed right from Research Rabbit to Insightful and everything, like, if you can just one by one, just go to the respective site and just show them that this is how they can, make a.
So this is the first tool which I mentioned in my presentation. The first tool mentioned in presentation was Open Knowledge Maps. Fine. And this is that the visual interface to the world scientific knowledge. This is, you can say, this is a very basic tool, and you get a graphics out of it, and it has may not be having features like S-Site has, but this is my first tool in my presentation. And if the screen is visible, I think so I can choose PubMed here. Fine, I can choose PubMed here. I can choose base here. I have chosen base here. I can choose PubMed here. And if I can choose PubMed, I can write here, for example, if I write, so I can write the UK variant, for example, I may write here like that. So I am searching PubMed, and I'm interested in understanding whether digitization has something to do with PubMed. I can click here, and it is going to generate the map of digitization, and it will take 20 seconds to get the graphics. Here there is no seed paper. There is nothing like integration with any reference management tool. It is just inputting a keyword by choosing either PubMed as a data source or base as a data source. Right now I am showing you that I have chosen PubMed, and I am choosing digitization. So in these papers, if we go deeper, we can find the topics of digitization, right? And then we can understand that yes, in biomedical sciences, the topic of digitization is also there. For example, the electronic health records, EHR, they are also being digitized, and digital imaging is done. All those things are there. Fine. So you can read these papers, you can see this paper. So this tool is basically actually telling you that the application of the idea or concept of digitization in the field of biomedical sciences. Why? Because the PubMed as a data source we have chosen, and there the digitization word is there. Right? This is, and if you can recall, this is I have also searched for digital libraries. In that case, I had chosen the source as not PubMed but base. In this base topic, I had searched digital library, and the graph has already been plotted. This is the graph open knowledge maps, and this is the topic on the topic of digital library. So like ma'am was saying, if you want to go to this tool, you have to just Google open knowledge maps. I was trying, if you can share this copy link. Let me just a moment. Share. Allow sharing. Okay, I can do that. I can copy this link, copy it, and if I go back to my this thing platform, I'm visible there. Can you just let me know where the chat box is there? GoToMeeting is a new platform for me.
Chat will be on the right hand side. Yeah, chat on the right hand side. Otherwise, we'll do from here. We will do from this side.
Okay, no problem, because link I have copied. So let me go back to here. Fine. So it is not a very difficult website. You just write open knowledge maps, and it will take you to the website is clear, openknowledgemaps.org.com. So you can go here. So when I tried base, and I have not refined, if you are interested, you can refine your search. For example, if you want to give a specific time period, you can also give this time period, and you can write your term here. And then when I search digital library, then I was able to reach here in this graph, right? And it is showing me so many papers, and it is showing you details on the right hand side of the page, right? So this being the very basic tool of my presentation, this is open knowledge maps, right? Next tool which practically I would like to show is, actually I've already plotted, okay, fine. So this is the literature, Insightful, and I am using literature connector. If you want to go to this literature connector, Insightful, this is Insightful web page. The URL is insightful.xyz, and this CITE. And this is the interface of insightful.xyz, and we have this paper discovery and literature connector. If you scroll down, there is so much literature you can read. At the bottom you can see paper discovery and literature connector. Either way, you can actually see this this thing. This is in fact the literature connector. This is from, and this is to. This is literature connector. Fine. And if you scroll down and click on literature connector, it will actually take you to the new interface. This is the new interface of literature connector. On the left hand side you have from, and on the right hand side you have to. So you have to enter two papers, and then you want to like know or understand how these two ideas are correlated with each other, right? So I have done this. I have entered one topic here, and I think this is the, I have actually entered digital library, and right hand side I have entered intellectual property rights. So my topic keyword was IPR on the right hand side, and digital library on the left hand side. So I could see that my graph has been plotted, which I can, and this paper is the from, and this paper is the.
Any new topics to be added for the NACLINs or for any other programs?
Can you please repeat your question?
That's pretty fine.
Okay, suppose you want to mention something, for example, I would say library automation. suppose, sorry. So as I tried, it is going to suggest me a lot of papers. And if I don't click anywhere here, if I just press the enter button, it is again going to prompt me list of papers, and it will take a while to display those, populate this screen on the left hand side. And then I can actually write here, for example, I may be interested in, say, for example, let me use inverted comma, not a lot of paper here. It's taking time, otherwise it's very fast. Okay, okay, fine. I can take this. Folio, Exlibris Alma is not there. Okay. One paper it has identified. Let me select this way. Okay, maybe. So let me use inverted comma. I think inverted commas may give me some better results. No. Okay. For the shortage of time, I can see this. Okay, I've selected. So this is how it works. It is actually, the paper should be very accurate, otherwise it is going to show you more results. In any case, you can just zoom in and zoom out, and yes, you can click anywhere, and you can actually expand this. I can do like this. I can again click here, come back here, and zoom out, zoom in can be done, and ears are there. And if suppose in case I have got so many results, otherwise my graph is so rich, otherwise I can click here on the extended graph. Extended graph is suggested by Insightful. I am repeating their line. They say that when your graph is a bit small, then you can actually click on extended graph. Now this time this graph is so huge. Actually, let me try the same thing which I tried. Actually, here is that. So this is my digital libraries, and this is my intellectual property. Again, there are so many terms, but if I click on the, sorry, let me relocate it, reposition it. If I click on the, and I can save these papers, I can save these papers like this. I can log these papers, fine. And I can actually go to extended graph. When I click on extended graph, my graph becomes richer, and this is the graph I get. Fine. This way. And this is the paper. You can say that in literature connector we have two seed papers, from and to. These are the two papers which I have selected, right? And you can go into detail to understand these papers, read these papers, right? And you can also add this to literature. So these are the features which are available in the Insightful, right? And let me take you to connected papers. Here, for example, if I search for, say, for example, if I search for again digital libraries, and if I perform build a graph, so this is the result which I got earlier also, and I can actually go here and press the control key, and if I click on this, it is going to take me to a new kind of interface, new tab, and I can close this. Here they have mentioned the meaning. Papers are arranged according to their similarity, note size is the number of citation, all that. And you can actually hide these panels. Otherwise also, this is understandable. And this is the origin paper as a seed paper, and this seed paper is represented in this diagram, and which you can see. This is the seed paper here. This is the seed paper, right? So and you can click on any paper, and this paper will be displayed here, right? And then you have this option of maximizing the whole interface. You can maximize the whole interface. You can make them collapse like this, and then you may zoom in also, right? And if you want to go for prior works, you have to click on prior works. These are the prior works. You can sort accordingly. You can download them. And if you want to go for your derivative works, important derivative works will be highlighted. Derivative works. Again, you can download them. So this way, this visualization works. So connected papers have basically these three features of prior work, derivative works, and feature of exporting, right? So this is about connected papers, right? Now I'm going to litmaps, and this is the interface. If I try to log in here, it will take me to this interface. This is the interface after login, and I have my workspace, like I said, and I have two collections I have made, and I can go to the initial interface, and I can click on the seed map. And after going to the seed map, I can add my papers from the library. So I can go here and I can actually choose the papers which I have. So I can select them all like this. Seed paper, sorry, this is seed paper. Seed paper is going to be only one paper. So seed paper will be only one paper. So if I click here, the other one goes. Okay. So I actually use this paper and this, and then click on done. I could have actually also imported from a reference manager, or if you want, you would like to type search your keyword here also. Right? This can be done very well. It is having a search corpus, and also their video tutorial is there. Right? And I'm adding from my library, and I can go to LIS, and I may select one paper, say for example this paper, and I click on done. So it is asking me to generate seed map. I can click here to generate my seed map. So as you can see, this is my seed paper. This is my seed paper, and how they are correlated with other papers, right? And this orange symbol node is indicating that this is from my collection. All these papers are not in my collection, and you can see the proximity. You can also change the direction, other things if you want. You can relocate them. And now if you come to the left hand side, it is asking me to save it. You can save all these papers by clicking here, or you can also click on discover more related articles. Now the moment I click on discover more related articles, let me show you that. Suppose let me show you like this. This discover more related papers is actually the second option. This is discover option, right? This is the discover option. If I click there, it will take me to the second option. Maybe the case that the seed paper vanishes, if I close it and I click on the discover more related papers, fine. So like this, great. So my graph is good, and I can fast move ahead, quick start, I can go and I can click like this. So this is 20 papers limitation is there. So you can create my graphics like this. And then you go on and understand. See, this is how it works. And you have many functionalities here, and you can relocate the map, reset it, and you can see this paper has come from my collection. This is my collection, this is my collection. Found in LIS. So you can add more and load more and finish. You can do all these things, right? So I can add a few papers, for example, I may add 2-3 paper and I can finish it like this. Right? I can monitor this search. Yeah, it's upgrading. Okay, fine. So I can go here also. This is the third option, deep dive or map, and this is the paid plan. This is the paid plan. Let me click here, and here is a map is there. So my maps are there. So all my maps are there. Fine. So I haven't saved it. Actually, मुझे save करना चाहिए. मैंने save नहीं किया पिछले step में. So if you move on and on, you will have to actually save, and then you can export it also. And this is the way it works. So this is, if you go here, you can always go back. Yeah. And if you click here, your library, then it will go to your library. This is my library, and you can see. And again, you can view as a map and all that thing. So richer your library is, you can get better graphics. Fine. So all these things are there. So this is all about the lit maps, and these are the two features. And I go to okay, I've done these things. Let me I will have to delete the things. Let me delete it. No problem. We can do this. Okay. Just to start with a scratch. Okay. I can delete this also. Okay. I can delete this. So I have nothing here. I'm going with new category. If I write here, for example, say for that matter, if I write telnet and I press enter key, then I add a collection. If I write here NACLIN 2022 and I press enter, and then I can actually click here in the three dots like this, and I click on this uncategorized drop down menu, and I can choose telnet. So what I'm doing is I'm actually putting that collection under a category. So, and I can actually make it a public collection. It will be visible to all who have logged into Research Rabbit. Please note that Research Rabbit is entirely free. There is no paid plan. Now, at this moment, I won't like to make it public, so I won't click here. But I can actually collaborate with others, and I have two permission levels: can add papers, read only, and I will have to invite here, right? And I will have to input the email ID of those, right? This can be done. So I am leaving this blank right now. But what I've done is I actually created a collection called NACLIN under the category telnet. Fine. Now I am ready for further analysis. And again, you have a toggle key for public collection, shareable link. You can do that. All those things can be done. Fine. Email updates, you can toggle key off and on. Now here, if I have to add a paper, let me click here, add paper, and you will see as I work, this workspace get enriched and populated, and it moves from the left to right direction. Fine. And if you click on this setting or help button, it may tell you about something like start tool is there, which is I think maybe useful for you, and you can see this start tool also, because they are going to tell you something. There are 4-5 steps. You can see that. Fine. So these are panels, fine. So you have a settings also, and now I am going to click on add papers. So once I click the add papers, these keys which are now dormant will be activated. Let me click here add paper. Now clicking add paper, I can add title here. So, and I can also take collection from Zotero, as I was saying, reference manager, or I can upload my BibTeX file or this file. For the purpose of demonstration, let me type here any keyword. Let it be telnet only. If I click on search button, I guess it is going to give me two options. Yeah, it is biomedical science or all subject areas. All subject areas I have selected, fine. And now I need to like add to collections. Yeah, those papers which are relevant, I will be adding to my collection. Yeah, I will be adding to collection. Yeah, so those which are relevant to me, I can add to, and I can do speed reading. So this is good. This is good. So this is good. This is not. This is good. Okay, a prototype doesn't no. Continue. No. Okay, fine. This one goes. And yes, I think yeah, this can also be a good. No. Okay, fine. It's enough. So we are done with some work. So I can add. Okay, fine. It's good. Looks good. And all those I have selected are now being highlighted. See this. I think I don't know the number of papers highlighted. It's a matter of moment. Yeah. So this quite is going to Zotero. Yeah. So here I am, and you can see that I can select all those papers, and all those keys in the right panel have been activated. Similar work, 1519 earlier work, these authors, and we have suggested authors like this, fine. So I can add more papers, or I can see the connections. Right now at the bottom of the second panel, I can click on to see the connections. Connections are there. These are all papers, fine. I can again hide this, and again I can go here to see the similar works. If I want, I can actually make it full screen, and I can click on similar papers. So it will bring me similar papers, and like this. This goes on and on and on and on. And so this way I can see this. So I can see the timeline also. So you can see the timeline also, last author also, first author also, and I can also see the network. Fine. Like this. And this thing goes connections. You can always click in here and you can see the connections, and you can find similar work, earlier work. And if I click on these authors, I can see these authors like this way. So you can understand this connectivity and how their work is more similar work and semantically correlated. So suggested authors, I can see all these things are available. I can export these things and I can make this collection visible. So this is how it works. Fine. And this is how it works. This is the platform of research Rabbit. Fine. You can always export these things. Fine. You can export these things. So, and again you can go back and back and back. You have to just यहाँ से आपको cross करना है तो वो cross हो जाएगा पूरा का पूरा. ठीक है. And this is one particular vertical I have used. I believe and I hope that when you use this tool, you will find more intuitive ways, more interesting ways. I can see, I can like assume that you will be able to use them more productively maybe. Zotero, right now I'm not using it. And now I've come back to, I will close some of the tabs to reduce the load on this browser, Chrome, and now I am into the S site. Okay, now I'm the S site platform, and actually I mailed them that I have a presentation on Delnet NACLIN. So my 14-day trial had expired, so they gave me 7-day trial again as a generosity and kind gesture. But I could see that even the 7-day trial, which is I had, I think, more than the 14 days, it again asked me for the credit card thing. So I said, thank you. So what I can do here, one very good thing is there. Suppose if I scroll down before doing anything, if I go to my bio, I think you can see my screen. If I go to my bio and yes, like this, yeah, fine. I can visualize author profile. I can see contrasting statement, supporting statement. It is showing less publications. If I go to account settings and subscriptions and my publications, if I go to my publications, I have more than 110 by far now. But okay, fine, maybe that. Let me tell you one thing before I forget that. The base academic search engine is very helpful if we are going to populate your data in Vidwan and finally it populates to IRIN's database, because there is no mechanism of directly pushing the article from Google Scholar to Vidwan or ORCID. So you can have to download the file, all that. But the base has built-in integration with Bellefield Academic Search Engine with this thing, your ORCID. So you can push an article from base to directly to ORCID, and from ORCID you can sync it with one profile. That works pretty well. Now I can click here to sync articles from my profile. It is going to sync, although this अभी इसको मुझे नहीं देखना चाहिए, टाइम मेरे पास बहुत कम बचा है, फिर भी मैं इस साइड के आगे आपको ले चलता हूँ. यहाँ पे ये फॉर्मूला, दिस इज द फॉर्मूला, and I'm into organization. So if we click on the products, I again go to the home page, no problem. ये उसको लिंक करता रहेगा जितना टाइम लगेगा. आई थिंक लिंक, हाँ ये बहुत अच्छा हो गया, 114 हो गया. देखिए वो 23 से 114 हो गया, कितना अच्छा हो गया. आई डोंट थिंक इट इज गोइंग टू अलाउ मी टू विजुअलाइज बिकॉज दैट इज अ पेड प्लान. तो मुझे ये अलाउ नहीं करेगा. कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बट हमें इसके फीचर्स तो देखनी है ना, वो फीचर्स हम देख सकते हैं. सो इफ आई क्लिक ऑन गो टू प्रोडक्ट, यू सी जर्नल्स. मैं आपको इसको ऐसे दिखा देता हूँ, ये बहुत अच्छा टूल है इसको आपको शो करने के लिए. सो this is free, this is free, this is free. Right? How do we use it? So suppose I go to journals, fine, and you see these are the statements. I click on the इसमें 2 बार क्लिक करना है, ध्यान दीजिए. नॉर्मली टॉगल में क्या होता है, you have to click once, ये नहीं काम करेगा. You do like this And why I am especially clicking on contrasting, maybe as Rupak Chakravarti, I may be interested in contrasting, but I'm not sure whether all of you are interested. Maybe you are interested in supporting, but you see the figure 67555, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences and contrasting statements. This is how we progress the prosperity in the society. You can see this. I have clicked on the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences, और मैंने शायद कहीं यहाँ पे ओपन किया होगा तो आपको डायरेक्ट फिगर मिल जाएगा. यही है प्रोसीडिंग्स, आप देख रहे हैं. रिट्रैक्शंस 129 है. This is further clickable. This is further clickable, but the good thing is that retractions are there, corrections are there, errata is there, contrasting is there, but there are no withdrawals. Okay, retractions are there. That may be a kind of concern to the institution, but maybe by seeing that's why I was saying that you need to apply maybe Pearson correlation test to with a big data to understand that whether there is a correlation between the total number of publication research output, the total research productivity of an institution with the number of retractions it has. So that has to be seen. अभी तक वो किसी ने किया हो तो मुझे पता नहीं, because it requires huge amount of data to be extracted from this platform as site. And I'm trying web scraping. Web scraping, if it helps, then it may, like if it works, then it may give me the Excel file, CSV file of all those retractions and all the publications of a particular funder or a particular journal or a particular university for that matter. So I can so the score is 0.92, and you can see the graphics and all these things are mentioned here, which are up to them. And you can also plot the lifetime SI. So you have a 5-year, 2-year, and lifetime SI. So if you are interested, you can click on the retractions to see those reflected. Fine. So such things are available here, and one may be interested in seeing those 127 results जो यहाँ पे हमारे पास आ रहे हैं. 127 results आ रहे हैं, ये हमारे लिए interesting. So and if I ये जर्नल्स का हमने देख लिया है और हम सपोर्टिंग में भी कर सकते हैं. अब आप एक चीज देखिए ध्यान से यहाँ पे, इफ यू लुक वेरी क्लोजली, तो आप यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं कि ये जो चीज है यहाँ पे दोनों में जो नंबर्स हैं ये भी कुछ ऐसा नहीं है. ये 684 यहाँ पे ये, तो ये सीइंग दैट ऐसा नहीं कि सपोर्टिंग में है ही नहीं है और मेंशनिंग में है. So this is not the case. So by seeing 4 or 5 record, we cannot actually generalize this. We all know for that. But just you can just see, and हमारे पास देखिए nature भी है, and PLOS one भी है, so science भी है. So this way you can see, and I was like seeing this. मैंने NIRF में देखा था ये ranking, Indian Institute of Technology मद्रास में इसका देखा था कि इंडिया में रैंक 1 का, तो मैंने यहाँ देखा तो यहाँ मुझे 6 रिट्रैक्शंस मिले थे. अदरवाइज देखिए व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, एस साइट का रिट्रैक्शन, विड्रॉल और एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ कंसर्न तो उसका एक पॉइंट है ही है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ ये बात ये कि आपको जो एसआई मिल रहा है, इंडेक्स मिल रहा है, ये इंडेक्स मिल रहा है. अब इस डेफिनेशन को मैं दोबारा आपके सामने को बताना चाहता हूँ. ये जो डेफिनेशन आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे, इस डेफिनेशन में जो यहाँ पे लिखा है हाउ सपोर्टेड पब्लिकेशन, so if you change the figures and you actually put contrasting sites above in the numerator, then things changes. But 0.95, now this is not objective, this is subjective. So S site index, which S site value index value is high or low, a 0.9 seems to be higher value, but unless you compare with the peers, you cannot actually make an authentic comment that okay, this is on higher side or lower side. But having said that, supporting ये तो formula positive जाता है. So I think by the official formula, I quote unquote, the official formula of the S site, the S site index higher it is, better it is. If I reverse the formula and put contrasting sites in the numerator, then higher it is. I think not, it is not better than, because contrasting ज़्यादा है. And उससे भी ज़्यादा. Now what I am saying that कॉन्ट्रास्टिंग से भी ज्यादा जो आप कह सकते हैं कि प्रॉब्लमेटिक हो सकता है, वो रिट्रैक्शंस हो सकते हैं. This also remains to be seen that whether the contrasting things, when they accumulate, they at some point in time they lead to some kind of withdrawal or retractions. That must be a topic of research for someone. That could be a huge study. to make correlation or make sense of this kind of thing, that कि अगर retractions हो रही हैं तो क्या उसके पहले वो contrasting उसके citation कितने हैं. So it would be also a very good thing to compare the retractions with the contrasts. So for that also we need big data analytics, so that we can actually have a huge number of rows and data points which we can actually put in some statistical software to undertake the correlation analysis. Then we can come to arrive at a conclusion that fine, the retractions follow the contradictions or contrasting things. Fine. So as you can see that this part is free, and I was taking Punjab University, my university, I could see eight retractions. Fine. So if we compare the ratios, the total publication is very high as compared to 8 retractions. Maybe now any institution might be interested in knowing the details of these retractions, particularly as I would be interested in, first of all, my first curiosity would be the year. In which year these 8 retractions happened? Did they occur very recently, recent past, or maybe these things have happened in maybe decade ago? That would be, and then further you can do, not for for putting things in a you can say bad perspective, but find these things may help you in be more cautious in your future endeavors, and then you can actually, you know what I mean to say. So withdrawals, okay fine, corrections, okay fine. So retractions of course are there. So maybe मैं इसको जरूर देखूंगा, और आप फिर देख सकते हैं, आपको यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं करना है. अगर मैं यहाँ पे दोबारा जाता हूँ, सपोज कीजिए मैं यहाँ से जाता हूँ प्रोडक्ट्स में और मैं जाता हूँ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में. So I just key in, मैंने यहाँ से कॉपी किया, I can actually go to Indian Institute of Science, fine, I can copy here from here, I can go come back here and I can just paste here and apply. And the moment you press button, you get the score. And this is Indian Institute of Science. I think Indian Institute of Science, ये तो ISER आ गया, ये है fifth one. The fifth one is the ISC Bangalore, and if I click here, so it is going to plot things. The lifetime SI score will be there, and we can know very soon that okay, 25 retractions are there. You know, there is a database called retractionwatch.com. So they retract papers which are disputed papers. Maybe maybe having false claims. We never know, because we cannot comment on those retractions. But of course we can say this contrasting papers. यहाँ further आप जा सकते हैं और इसको देख सकते हैं. इस केस में शायद वो हमें यहाँ पे, so I can click here contrasting, and then I can again click here on contrasting, and we can, okay, 23 was the highest figure. So descending order, 23. So then we start thinking that okay, this paper or Raman scattering on electrochemical top gate graphene transistor, इसमें आपके 23 contrasting है, supporting है. So then this is good kind of, you can say, analysis, and this is now again very interesting figure I can actually see here is that how about comparing the contrasting things with the citations, and how about comparing the withdrawals and retractions with citations. So ये भी comparison आप कर सकते हैं, because this whole data we can capture, but यहाँ तो copy paste करना पड़ेगा. Export का मुझे बटन यहाँ नहीं लगता है, नहीं है. वेब स्क्रैपिंग से हो सकता है, ये डेटा आपके पास आ सकता है और आपको 0.93 है. तो मे भी हो सकता है कि अगर मैं यहाँ से ले रहा हूँ तो मे बी दैट these institutions are at par with each other, they are the close competitors of peers, and then the SI score is somewhat closer. That could be one possibility, one way of thinking. So I think I have demonstrated. और भी कुछ tools है, बड़ा अच्छा tool है आर डिस्कवरी, ये भी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे बेस्ड है और मुझे बहुत पसंद आया. ऑल्दो मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन का ये पार्ट नहीं है, बट अगर आप किसी लाइब्रेरी में हैं और आप एक रिसर्च कम्युनिटी को सर्व करते हैं तो ये बहुत अच्छा टूल है, और आप इसको अपने क्लाइंटेल्स को, पैटर्न्स को फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दे सकते हैं. कुछ फीचर्स इसके पेड हैं, और इसका जो है वो गूगल प्ले स्टोर में इसका ऐप भी है, आर डिस्कवरी टूल. This is also based on AI tool, and they say read 3 papers read 3 papers. अब मेरा इसमें शायद लॉगिन ऑलरेडी किया हुआ है. 3 best papers read per day on daily basis. तो वो जो टॉप नॉच रिकमेंडेशंस हैं, इस तरह से आप इसको देख सकते हैं. यहाँ पे इसके 11 फीचर्स एसेंशियल पैक में 11 बेनिफिट्स है. मैंने उसका एक ही फीचर अभी लिया है, आप इसको क्लिक करके देख सकते हैं और इसको आप फर्दर एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं. जो इसके जो फीचर्स है, MS वर्ड का इसमें वो भी है. It has got a plugin for MS Word also. You can see. I will have to explore it, but till now the 11 features are free of cost, and I can actually search it. So this tool was not part of my presentation, but yes, this is a good tool. Research our discovery, and we have a mobile app. So we see how the information is being repackaged in the wonderful mobile app, mobile devices, and with artificial intelligence. Very good. Web of Science has launched their app, My Research Assistant, My RNA is there. Yeah, Scopus has not launched their new mobile app, but okay, fine. So this is all about my presentation, and if you have anything to share, but आपकी queries और अच्छे होंगे या आप और ज्यादा आपको इसका मिलेगा when you try these tools yourself, तो आपको पता चलेगा. और इसको जो मैंने बताया है आप उससे और डिफरेंट वे में भी इन टूल्स को एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हैं और आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट के अकॉर्डिंग आप उसको अपनी नीड को उस तरह से डिफाइन करके इन टूल्स को यूज कर सकते हैं. मैंने इन बहुत सारे टूल्स को अपने पेपर्स में यूज किया है एंड दोज अटेम्प्ट्स वर सक्सेसफुल. So thank you so very much for giving me the time, and you were so patient. And ma'am, if anyone want to share something with me, they can ask me. I've finished with
Thank
my
you so
presentation.
much. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Chakravarti, for such a very splendid presentation of yours. Very exhaustive presentation, and you have really covered so many of these new research tools. I'm sure we have not launched a poll, and but we are pretty confident if we would have asked our attendees, I don't foresee that they would have been a response in a double digit, because not many of our researcher community, and you hold such a great experience and expertise. You have, the way that you have deliberated on this, it clearly indicated that how engrossed you are, and how specialized you are in these research tools. Before we make the floor open for questions, this is for you, Professor Chakravarti. Just kindly throw some light. How popular are these tools, when we talk about India, and also at a global level? Firstly, in India, we would like to know also at Punjab University, Chandigarh, whether, since you are there at the helm of affairs, so definitely you would be making all your research community to embrace these new research tools. But how otherwise, if we think about the entire country, how popular are these tools here? And what are the leading countries wherein we can find that researchers are using this?
I would be able to answer your query partially because I don't have such kind of a statistic that how popular they are globally. But I would say one thing, that 3 or 4 tools which I have discussed here are entirely free of cost. So it requires the awareness and the willingness on the part of the professionals to adopt such tools, use such tools, and sensitize others to use them. But of course, I have seen their customer profile, customer base, those which are subscription based. Many prominent universities, European countries and US, etc., they are subscribing to such tool, and those who are not, they are in pipeline. They are actually marching ahead towards these emerging tools, and I am very sure that in future they are going to be very, very popular. And that was the reason I confess from the core of my heart that I have published 4 or 5 papers on these different tools, and I was not also sure that they are going to publish my paper in a Scopus Index journals. But seeing the novelty of the tool and the USP, they were accepted with minor revision. So that also gives me an idea that they have a promising future.
Thank you very much. We greatly admire, all your efforts and making these tools so popular. And as we could gather from also the inputs already being shared on the chat box, many of our attendees would like to know that whether, sir, have you created any YouTube, tutorials for these particular reference tools? Have you created, or are you? I think we would like to extend it.
I don't have a YouTube channel. This is my 170th presentation, 170. So many tutorials are available on YouTube, but I have not taken initiative personally from my side to create a tutorial video on YouTube because my prime clientele is are my students, and I really deliberate among the students. Yeah.
That's great. We do hope that you may think about also having this as your research, study for some of, in the department, you may like to, because now since you have, so some comparison even out of these different research tools, that would be, that's kind of a, thing which will be much easier for you, because that would be a great inputs for the researchers and scholars, because sometimes it does happen in their research, they also have to report that what kind of a tool have they used. They are supposed to, it's always they have to report about it. And if you bring in, if you can bring in some kind of a transparency in that, so that would really be, and I think since you hold such a great experience, you have been handling, this, you would be the best person to really evaluate these tools, and you have got much of, experience with you now. It has been really a wonderful pleasure hearing about this, and this is something very new. This is something, it's like exploring, as we could see that the theme of our conference, redefining and repositioning libraries, exploring. You have been able to really do in such a wonderful, meaningful manner, this exploring. So it's like an exploring altogether a new world, and a new world of tools which are awaiting, to be used by our researcher community. And yes, a great responsibility on we, the library and information science professionals, that we are able to sensitize our own research and scholarly community in our respective institutions, and more so at a very global level. Thank you so very much, Professor Chakravarti. Indeed, much thankful and appreciative. And it has been truly a pleasure, in having you with us today. And wonderful to see.
The pleasure is entirely mine.
Yeah, it's an enormous work that you are doing, and each and every spoken word speaks volumes of how engrossed you have been, on this. And we wish you the very best. And I think you should think about coming out as being indicated, the more if you make it kind of a training modules, on the usage, the more visibility, these tools definitely are going to gain. We know that positive, of time, but there are no positive of efforts from your side. That's very much evident, from your exhaustive deliberations here. Much thankful and truly appreciative, and thank you so much for accepting our this kind invite. I'm pretty confident that many of our attendees here, especially our researcher community, may like to ask not many questions. And yes, there have been, as I said earlier, they are saying that, sir, please create the YouTube and also make an interactive one for us. This is by Shaheen Momim, who is wanting that you should think about, having this. We are making the floor open for questions and requesting our attendees, if you may like to ask, you can post your question in the chat box, or if you want to ask the question in person through the audio, we'll be more than happy, to give you an audio control. Requesting you all, please kindly, let us know. We could see that we have, let me just quickly have a look firstly, but in the chat box, we can see that everyone has been truly appreciated, Professor Chakravarti's excellent presentation today. And as we could gather, yes, many of them, they are really wanting you. There is a question coming in from Mr. Rajan Sharma, who says, good afternoon, sir. Could we connect these tools, as you discussed in your talk, in the digital library collections? Like, suppose we want to use Insightful as an extension in the digital library collections. Can we do so? Would you like to say something about it, Professor Chakravarti?
Right now, no, but I think the essence of these tools, I think they don't actually correlate as much with the digital library collection, but in future that might be a possibility. Today I was teaching library services platform, which is, I think, the umbrella term for each and every service. So that could be a possibility, yes, but right now such mechanisms are not available. And particularly Insightful is completely free. In fact, it has no option for sign up and login. So unless the funding is there, focused funding is there, fundraising is there, then only such kind of value added services can be built on the top of such kind of tools. But right now there is no such possibility.
Thank you very much, Professor Chakravarti. And as you have very rightly opined that, that in the times to come, it's like connecting the universe of knowledge. So whatsoever is being there everything will get, linked and hyperlinked, and that's creating. You have shown us, those dots, when we talk about the papers or the authors. So everything, the entire map, the knowledge map is going to get, connected, interconnected, and hyperconnected. And even the digital libraries, any content which is there, it will further have, the cross connections, and that will eventually lead, it will be a, the most desired thing for a researcher and a scholar. So everything will be much visible. It's like seeing a galaxy, of stars. So everything will be there, and then you have these connecting symbols, connecting chords, connecting dots, which will be there. That's great. That's simply great. We could see that we have some 2-3 of our professionals who may like to ask in person. I'll just make an attempt to see if they have, they may like to ask. We have Mr. Amit Kumar Yadav. Mr. Amit, you have raised your digital hand, requesting you if you may just kindly unmute yourself. We have still 10 minutes with us, and we would, be requesting Professor Chakravarti to allow us these 10 minutes more deliberations. We want to make the best use of his availability. He had the classes in the morning and has rushed, and we could notice that very much. He remains, awfully occupied, conducting his, work, that is academics, with the academics, but has been very kind and gracious in being there with us. I believe, I think, in order to ensure that we lead to better discussions, if we can request our attendees, you can put your questions in the chat box so that we can take it up. This is just to ask you, Professor Chakravarti, any plans for doing any hands-on workshops? Because practically the hands-on, in order to ensure that our researcher community and scholars can make the best use of it. Do you have any plans to do anything at Punjab University, Chandigarh for this?
No, I don't think so. In near future, not planned. Yeah.
Okay, great. That's, I think, but definitely many of our colleagues here, may like to invite you, and so that they can further inspire their own researcher community in their respective institutions. And I think it would be a great thing if we can squeeze in some time and can create some kind of tutorials online, more hands-on kind of a thing. Yes. So that would be really great. We are just sifting through our list of attendees. We could see that we have Kumchung Nanda Singh, who has raised his hand, and I just would like to, this is for Mr. Kumchung Nanda Singh. You have raised your digital hand. If you may like to ask a question, we request you to please unmute yourself. We have unmuted you from here. The reason why it happens sometimes, while using...
Actually, unless you use these tools, they may sound quite intimidating. But the moment you start using such tools, you will find that things are much easier. So that is one of the reasons, because these practical tools, they are practical based tools.
These tools, just a quick question: how current are these tools? It means, if for how many years these tools have been been there
and continuously being updated. The development model is so agile that they keep on updating, and I could find new features. So if I have used the tool 3 months ago, I could find new features. This happened with Research Rabbit. This happened with LitMaps. This happened with the Insightful. So they have a very strong R&D team, and they are also having some principles of community-driven philosophy. So the growth of adding new features and removing the bugs is quite fast. It's quite appreciable. Yeah.
So do we have any support?
Those tools which have a subscription verticals, they are bound to do so.
Okay, that's great. So just quickly would like to ask you, Professor Chakravarti, do we have how good is the support system in this, especially keeping in view when, if we say, if an institution, for example, adopts a particular, research tool, because it's the onus lies then on the institution, and more so than on our own library teams there, that they should be able to, provide a better, hand-holding, and also a good kind of, sensitizing them about it. So how strong are their support team?
Their support is very prompt and active. You see, I wrote an email to S-Site that I am going to deliver a talk on S-Site, so kindly give me a extend my trial, and they extend my trial by 7 days, and they send me a mail personally. I think the CEO sent me an email. So those who subscribe, they can expect that their concern and issues will be attended within few hours on the same very day. So there is no such problem. Even those tools which are having no pricing model, they are having their chat, they are having their email support, they are having their telephone number, they are having their discussion groups. So even the free plans, the free software, they are also actually not shying away from giving support to their users. They are not customers, they are users. But I think those libraries, if they subscribe it, they are going to get very prompt reply from them. Yes.
That's great. There is a, I could feel that very much in the inputs being, the chat box is getting flooded with that. And there is a kind of everyone's concern that can we somehow bring these tools closer to the libraries and closer to the institutions. We have Dr. Tejas Shah, from Gujarat, who also is of the opinion, and also, asking whether Delnet can do something in this regard. So that really prompts me to ask you, Professor Chakravarti, would you like to, would you be able to once again accept our invite, because we have got a newly launched vision portal, video sites, online video recordings. And that's a very, very state-of-the-art portal that Delnet has developed. It's now operational for the past 3 months now, and we're receiving a very overwhelming response. Within the videos of the, our faculty members of our institutions, they are recording it, they are sending it, and then we have made a very beautiful, wonderful discovery platform for that, wherein they can make a search, the video recordings of their own institution, they can make a search, or they can make a search by a particular speaker name, by specialization and all that. So that really makes me to ask you, can we request you, Professor Chakravarti, from Delnet once again, especially we would be more wanting on the open source softwares, open source research tools, which are there, as you have pointed it out, whether we talk about open knowledge maps or we talk about, the other tool of this Research Rabbit, wherein we can have let's say a 1.5 hour deliberation practically showing them. And once we do that, so that will be available through Delnet, and with their permission, we can upload it on the YouTube, and that would be the Delnet's request coming into you, and we can pick up those, because open sources like, open source, institution need not to. So it's like, informing from one to many kind of a thing, connections. And anyone who wants, if they're interested enough, they can listen to that talk for 1.5 hour time or a 1 hour time, and then they can make a beginning. So would like to request this. It's like, engaging you. I think we are covering up everything, right? From exploring that you have done. Now we would like to engage you further, with Delnet, and to request you, and that's would be really a great, kind of your contribution, because it would eventually help in what we call the expanding, the scope of its use among the libraries. So covering right from exploring, that's a title of the conference, that you have done part of it. Now we would like to do a part by engaging and requesting you if we can create that video lecture, and this would expand, the use of these wonderful, research tools. So would it be possible for you?
I think it could be possible, yeah, but the density could be low, like not more frequent videos, but yeah, yes, I would be able to do that.
So it's like for one tool, it's one time you have done. That's enough.
Okay.
It's like, because that would be available then. That would be available. So anyone wants it, they can always do. It's recording for once. We're not going to trouble you like this. No, not at all. So it's like recording that video lecture. Let's say 2 tools we pick up, out of this, which are open access. So we record that session. And then that, we are going to just upload it, onto that vision portal or onto our YouTube channel. And that would be a contribution of yours and whatsoever small little of Delnet, in making everyone knowing about it. And that would eventually lead to a better adoption and also a wider popularity, to the tool.
So I will contribute to that. No problem.
That's great. So that's a recommendation, coming out of this. And I must thank, all our attendees who have really flooded, this question that how Delnet can do. And not many of, they have just been wanting, right from Dr. Janet Lobo to Mr. Tejas Shah, also a couple of others, who have really felt that we should, do this, Dr. Raviti and others. So thank you very much. And thank you so very much for being so generous, Dr. Chakravarti. We always, this, really, this is a real collaboration and the connections and you have always been very, very supportive of us, and we really feel, truly appreciative and must thank you. And we know that how hard pressed you remain for time. You are taking care of the department. You have your, the lot much of enormous pressures, but you always are able to accommodate our request. We greatly appreciate that, Thank you so much. It seems that we are towards the closure of this session, a wonderful session, which has really done, great justice to the topic of this conference also at the same time, exploring something new, more innovative things, emerging trends which are happening. So as you have rightly said, it's not the default, the Mendeley and Zotero that we have been always thinking about, the research reference tools, management tools, but there's lot much, which are being lying in, I think, greater responsibilities on we, the library and information science professionals, that we sensitize our scholarly and research community, reach out to them, tell them that this is what is available at a global level, and they should, try to make the best use of these tools which are there. Thank you so much for making, this day a truly illuminating and an enlightened, there's an enlightenment. Everyone feels that, yes. And many of us means, I think, we have not been able to right now conduct that survey, but I'm pretty confident if we would have done not even, 8 or 9% or even lesser than that would have said that they have ever heard about, these tools, and you have really made it possible for them to know, and you have also shown them practically, that how they really can do. So you have truly inspired, each one of us to think beyond, this tutorial, and to see you have, in typical sense, to the core, you have really inspired them and have taught them that, now you have shown them a way. You have shown them a way, and then you have also inspired them that how they can come forward and can embrace these new citation tools, which really holds a great promise. So on behalf of Delnet and also on behalf of each one of us who are a part of NACLIN 2022, all our colleagues who have joined us across the country and from outside, we would like to present you with this small little memento. This is for you, Professor Chakravarti, and we really look forward to an opportunity to come down either to Punjab University Chandigarh, with whom we have such a long time association, or requesting you to join us in person and having yet another opportunity. It has truly been a great pleasure, in having you, and you have so exhaustively, you are indeed one of the most finest teacher. You yourself possess that knowledge, but this knowledge transfer that you have done it in a very lucid, it has been a very lucid, something which is easy to grasp. It's something that you feel that, yes, it is like filling the pots of learning of each one of us with such in a very humble ways, in the ways which are very easy to understand, and we truly feel that, yes, we have absorbed so much out of it. It's not that just taking it, you have been able to get the real knowledge out of that. So thank you so much for making this session a truly a knowledge sharing session, giving a lot much of infinite possibilities for a researcher and scholarly community, that what they should look at, what they should aim at. It's like that these are very unexplored resources, these are unexplored tools. So telling them that this is there, and now it's their turn now to come forward and to make the best use of them. So thank you so very much for enlightening the ways of each one of us with your very gracious presence and a very highly intellectual presence with us, and the enormous works that you are doing. It's truly appreciated. We really appreciate. And you have been the one, we still remember 2002, 2003, your papers have been the one. Dr. Kaul has always been, both of us, we always, when your paper used to come, we always used to know that this is a paper which will be, to the core, a very research-oriented paper, which doesn't, was never requiring much of the, alterations or going back and again, because you have. So we had really, it's so wonderful to see the way that you have really, groomed and have been all because of your tremendous contributions and very research oriented. You have got that aptitude of, looking from the eyes of a researcher, being a library and information science professional, but you have a knack for, a very wonderful knack for seeing beyond the visible and seeing it from the perspective of a researcher and scholar. And we really wish you the very best, Professor Chakravarti, and it has been truly a pleasure to get connected after such a long time. And as a recommendation of this particular tutorial, we are certainly, and this is also to assure all our professional colleagues here, that Delnet will soon be, and it will be all because of the generosity of Professor Chakravarti, that we will be creating 1.5 hour maximum, a 1 hour session on 2 or 3 of these research tools, which we will make it available, on whether on the Delnet's Vision portal or on the YouTube channel, so that more and more they get, help, more and more research community gets help. And also our own library colleagues are in a position at least to spread a word saying that, fine, sir, you want to use it, have a look at, this presentation by Professor Chakravarti. And you may, definitely then it would lead to the more and more emails coming to you, your way. But yes, we know that you are the one, who always helps. With your permission, Rupak would like to just mention your email IDs to our colleagues. That is rupak@pu.ac.in. rupak@pu.ac.in. That's the email ID of Professor Dr. Rupak Chakravarti, and you are most welcome. I'm also texting it, sending a chat message to all of you, and you are most welcome at any point of time. And that's on behalf of Rupak, we are sending it across, this message to each one of you. You can always get connected, and we are always 100% sure about it, that he's so supportive always, and for which we remain ever grateful. Truly a pleasure to be there, and to have you with us on this platform of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking. And you have really opened up very new vistas, for further exploration, exploring it, utilizing it for the benefit of researcher and scholarly community, and remain appreciative and thankful to you for all your support to us. Thank you very much. And we are certainly going to, be wanting you to able to accommodate our request again. And very soon we are going to come back again to you. Thank you very much. We can't thank you enough. Thank you so much. It has truly been a great pleasure for us. Thank you. Thank you, and may God bless you. God bless you, and continue, it has, we are able to see that how constructively you are contributing, and we really feel so proud of that. Thank you very much, Rupert. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you indeed. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. With this, we are towards the closure of the first day of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022, being organized by Delnet. I would just like to now make a request to each one of you that tomorrow we are starting off the sessions at 10 o'clock, which will be the second day of NACLIN 2022, and we will be starting off with our technical sessions. At the first technical session, so tomorrow we are going to deliberate at 10 o'clock. We are going to have a session on New Education Policy, NEP 2020, having a speaker, Dr. G. Janardhan, who will be joining us from NITTTR Chennai, and he will be speaking on NEP 2020, implementation strategies and preparedness of academic institutions. We request you, please kindly make it sure that you are there with us by 9:50 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Be there with us so that we can start off the session well in time. Tomorrow, again, we are going to also dwell on one of the most important sessions and the thing of concern on the reading habits growing concerns. And we are going to have Dr. Geeta Malhotra, who is a country director for Read India from Gurgaon. She will be speaking on reading habits in digital era, growing challenges and concerns for libraries. And that's a concern for each one of us, the library and information science professionals. So please ensure that you are there. We are in the afternoon, we are going to have a session on emerging technologies for libraries, and under which we are going to deliberate on data analytics and AI for libraries. And we have our very prolific distinguished speaker, Dr. Surbhi Pandey, the associate professor at IIPA, who will be there with us. And then definitely we are also wanting to make it sure that we also have a session on DELNET and to just discuss about and to tell you, and because number of our professional colleagues who may not be right now being aware to the extent what we are doing and what kind of resources and services and some of our new portals, also some of our, the new initiatives that we are doing it, we would really like to take also this opportunity of NACLIN 2022 to make you all aware. So we look forward to having your very gracious presence once again tomorrow morning, requesting you to kindly ensure that you are you logged into the system by 9:50, and we would truly appreciate in having you back again. So very good evening. It has been truly a great honor and pleasure for DELNET to have each one of you with us today on the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking. We remain truly grateful to you for your time and efforts in having you in being there with us since morning today. And we really look forward to more interactions tomorrow on the second day of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking. With this, we are at the closure of the first day of the convention, and we look forward to having you back again tomorrow morning at 9:50 a.m. to start off our session, the first technical session at 10 a.m. A very good evening to each one of you, and thank you so very much. God bless you all. Stay happy, stay blessed, stay informed, and do stay connected. We look forward to welcoming you back again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I would like to convey my very sincere thanks to my own my own colleagues here at DELNET office, including, Mr. Sanjeev Sinha, Mr. Deepak Yadav, Mr. Kushal Goswami, also Mr. Dinesh and Ranjana, who have been, of great immense support in organizing this convention. And their support really means a lot and helps in, conducting the sessions in a very meaningful manner. Thank you very much once again, each one of you, and have a very good evening. And we really look forward to welcoming you back again tomorrow. God bless you all. And thank you so very much. We have greatly valued and appreciated the presence of each one of you, of being there as a memorable part of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking being organized by DELNET. With this, we close our first day's deliberations, and we look forward to having tomorrow again, wherein we are going to have you back for the deliberations. Thank you once again, one and all. Namaskar. Thank you. Thanks.